I've always been the go-to babysitter in my family. Not because I volunteered, but because I was just expected to do it. My mom, my aunts, my cousins, they all seemed to think that because I was good with kids, I had some kind of moral obligation to drop everything and take care of them whenever they needed. And for a long time, I just went along with it. But recently, I started feeling really fed up with the whole thing. Babysitting takes time, effort, and patience, especially when the kids are little terrors who don't listen and leave a mess everywhere. I've been doing this for free for years, and I realized I was being taken advantage of. So, I finally decided that if my family wanted me to keep babysitting, I should at least be compensated for my time. The breaking point happened last weekend. My cousin, Lisa, called me out of the blue and asked if I could watch her two kids that evening because she and her husband had dinner plans. Now, I love my little cousins, but watching them is a full-time job. They're 3 and 5 years old, have endless energy, and will destroy the house if you so much as blink. So, I told Lisa, sure, I can babysit, but I'd need to be paid for it this time. She laughed at first, like she thought I was joking. But when I didn't laugh back, her tone changed real quick. What do you mean, paid? She scoffed. Your family. You've always done it for free. I stayed firm. Yeah, but babysitting is work, Lisa. I can't keep giving up my time for nothing. She got irritated and said something about how she and her husband already spent a lot of money and couldn't afford a babysitter. I told her I understood, but that didn't change the fact that I wasn't willing to do it for free anymore. Lisa got mad and told me to forget it. Then she hung up. I thought that was the end of it. But no. That was just the beginning. The next morning, I got a call from my mom. She sounded upset. Why didn't you babysit for Lisa last night? She told me you refused, she said, voice thick with disappointment. I felt the heat rise in my chest. I told her I wasn't doing it for free anymore. Babysitting is hard work, and I have my own life to take care of. There was a long pause on the other end, and I could practically hear her thinking. Then, she spoke. You can't be serious. It's family. You've always been so good with kids, and now you're acting like this? What happened to being helpful? I could hear the judgment in her voice, and it stung. This wasn't the first time my family had made me feel like I was just supposed to give and give, with no regard for how I felt or what I needed. But it hurt more coming from her. She's always been the one to tell me how important it is to help others, especially family. Mom, it's not about not wanting to help. It's about not being treated like a free nanny every time someone needs me. I'm not a paid professional, but I deserve at least a little respect. She sighed deeply, the sound of disappointment hanging in the air. I just don't understand why you're making such a big deal about it. It's family, your name. You're supposed to help each other out without expecting anything in return. I do help out, I said, my voice starting to shake. But this has become a pattern. It's like I'm just expected to drop everything for them. I've been babysitting since I was 16, and I'm 23 now. That's 7 years. I need something in return. I can't keep doing this forever without acknowledging that it's affecting my own life. She didn't respond for a few seconds, and when she did, it was clear she wasn't on my side. You know what? I think you're being selfish. Lisa's family is struggling right now, and you're just making it harder on them. I couldn't believe it. Mom, I get that they're struggling, but that's not my problem. I can't keep being the one who sacrifices my time and energy for everyone else while no one even acknowledges it. I work hard, and I need my own time too. Mom went silent again, and I knew this conversation wasn't going to end well. Eventually, she just said, I think you're making a mistake. But if that's how you feel, I can't change your mind. The call ended, and I was left feeling more alone than ever. That afternoon, my Aunt Karen called me, and she didn't even try to ask me what happened. She went straight into "you're being unreasonable" mode, just like my mom. I don't get it, your name. Why can't you just help out your cousin? It's not like you're doing anything else. What, are you too busy with your own life to spend an evening with your cousins? I wanted to scream at her, but I took a deep breath. Aunt Karen, I have things going on in my life. I work, I go to school, I have friends, I'm trying to build my own future. Babysitting is taking away from all of that. It's not just a favor anymore, it's an expectation. She was silent for a moment before her voice turned condescending. Well, I guess you're just too important for us now. You've always been the responsible one, but now I see it was all just a facade. You're letting your family down. I felt my stomach drop. I wasn't surprised by her reaction, this is exactly what I expected. She and the rest of the family had always relied on me without ever truly appreciating it. But hearing those words still stung. "I'm not letting anyone down," I said firmly. "I'm just standing up for myself. And I'm not going to apologize for it." She didn't respond after that. The conversation fizzled out, and we both hung up. Over the next few days, I felt like I was living in a whirlwind. Family members started calling me, sending texts, and giving me the silent treatment all at once. They all seemed to have the same opinion: I was selfish for refusing to babysit. It didn't end there, though. I started noticing things at family gatherings. Everyone was treating me differently. My mom would give me side glances, my cousins would avoid talking to me, and even my siblings seemed a little more distant. It felt like the entire family was collectively judging me for the decision I had made. I tried to stay strong, but it was hard not to feel guilty. After all, this was my family. They were the people who raised me, who had always expected the best from me, and now it felt like they couldn't even stand to be around me. But I couldn't go back on my decision. Babysitting had become this never-ending cycle where I was always expected to help, and it was draining me. I needed to stand my ground, even if it meant that my family wouldn't be happy with me. As the days went on, the pressure continued to build. My friends, who had always been supportive, noticed that I seemed more distant than usual. They could tell something was off, and when I finally broke down and told them about the situation with my family, they were shocked. "You've been babysitting your cousin for free for years?" my friend Sarah asked, disbelief in her voice. "That's so messed up. I can't believe they're treating you like that." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "I know, right? It's like no one respects my boundaries. They just assume I'll always be there to help." Sarah sighed. "You've got to stand your ground. I get that it's family, but they're taking advantage of you." That was the advice I needed to hear. I wasn't alone in this. My friends had my back, and they reminded me that I wasn't being unreasonable for wanting to have a life outside of babysitting. But as much as my friends were supportive, the constant tension with my family was still there. Every family event felt awkward. My mom wouldn't talk to me for long, and if we did speak, it was all about how I needed to help out more. Even my dad, who usually stayed out of these kinds of arguments, began to make subtle comments about how I used to be so helpful. It was exhausting. Then, one evening, I was at home, just relaxing and scrolling through social media when I saw a post from my cousin, Lisa. It was a picture of her and her kids, all smiling and happy at some park. The caption read, "Couldn't do this without my amazing sister, my name, always there for me no matter what. Love you." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The post made it look like I had been there for her recently, but in reality, I hadn't agreed to help. That post was another way my family was trying to make it seem like I was in the wrong. I decided to confront Lisa directly. I called her that night, hoping we could clear things up. After a few rings, she answered, and I could hear the exhaustion in her voice. "Hey," she said, "what's up?" "About that post," I began, trying to keep my tone calm. "Why did you make it seem like I've been helping you out?" There was a pause on the other end. I didn't think it would be a big deal. I just wanted to show that I appreciated you, especially with everything that's been going on. "Lisa, you know I've told you I can't babysit for free anymore. Why are you pretending like I've been there for you?" I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. "I didn't mean to upset you," she said, sounding defensive. "I just thought you'd appreciate it." "Well, I don't," I replied sharply. "It feels like you're trying to paint me as the villain when I'm just standing up for myself. It's not right, Lisa. And it's making things worse with everyone else." There was silence on the other end, and I could hear her breathing, as if she was thinking through what I had said. "I'm sorry," she finally said. "I didn't mean to make things harder. I guess I didn't really understand how much it was bothering you." I softened a little. "It's not just about the babysitting. It's about being treated like I have no other responsibilities. Like I'm just here to be at everyone's beck and call. I love you, but I need you to understand that." "I do get it," she said quietly. "I'm sorry, your name. I'll talk to Mom and the rest of the family." "Thanks," I said, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. I just wanted to feel like my boundaries matter. After the conversation with Lisa, I thought things might get better, but the situation still lingered. The rest of the family continued to treat me like I was the one who was in the wrong, and I could feel myself growing more and more frustrated. One day, when I was hanging out with my dad, he casually said, "I know you've got your own life going on, but family is important. You should really help your mom out more." I could feel my patience wearing thin. "Dad, I do help out. But I can't keep sacrificing my time without any acknowledgement. I have my own goals, my own responsibilities. I need to stop putting everyone else's needs before my own." He looked at me, disappointment etched on his face. "I just think you're being a little selfish." That was the moment when it really hit me. It wasn't just about babysitting anymore. It was about my family's refusal to see me as an individual, someone who had needs and goals of my own. They didn't understand why I couldn't just drop everything for them anymore, and I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine. That conversation with my dad left me feeling drained, but also more determined. I had finally recognized that this wasn't just about babysitting, this was about my family's entire approach to me as a person. They saw me as a caregiver, a helper, someone who existed solely to meet their needs. It was like my own dreams and desires were invisible to them. As the days passed, I found myself feeling increasingly disconnected from everyone. It wasn't just the conflict with my family, it was the way they treated me, like I owed them something. I had always been the dependable one, the one they could count on without question. But I was beginning to resent that role. I wasn't a robot, and I wasn't their personal assistant. One evening, my mom called me into the living room. She had that tone she used when she was about to have a serious conversation, and I braced myself for another round of guilt tripping. When I sat down, she looked at me with a soft expression, but I could tell she wasn't happy. "We need to talk about the babysitting situation," she began. "You know that we've always relied on you to help out. I understand that you have other things going on, but you're a part of this family. You can't just refuse to help when we need you." I felt my blood pressure rise. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "I'm not refusing to help, Mom. I'm just saying I need to be treated with respect. I can't do everything for everyone. I need my own time too." "You're being unreasonable," she said sharply. "You're the only one who can do it. Everyone else has their own responsibilities." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "So, what? You're saying I don't have a life of my own? That I should just put my own things on hold to cater to everyone else?" She sighed. "It's not like that. We're just asking for a little help. It's what family does for each other." I shook my head, feeling the anger bubbling up inside me. "I'm not saying I won't help at all, Mom. But I can't keep being the one to pick up all the slack. You've never asked anyone else in the family to step up, so why is it always on me?" She looked away, avoiding my gaze. "I don't know. It's just always been that way." "Well, I'm changing that," I said firmly. "I'm done being the only one who does everything. If I keep doing this, I'm going to lose myself." There was silence in the room. I could tell she didn't know what to say to that. She had never seen me stand up to her like this before. "Fine," she said at last, her voice softening. "I'll talk to your father. But don't think you can just stop helping altogether. You're part of this family, and you can't just walk away from your responsibilities." "I'm not walking away, Mom," I said, trying to stay calm. "But I'm setting boundaries. I need you to respect that." She didn't respond right away, but I could tell she was processing what I said. After a moment, she gave me a small nod. "I'll try to understand." I left the living room feeling a mix of relief and frustration. At least I had spoken my truth, but the road ahead was still unclear. I wasn't sure if my family would actually respect my boundaries, but I knew I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine. I had to take control of my life. The next few days were tense. My mom and dad seemed quieter around me, almost as if they were trying to figure out how to handle the situation. My siblings were a bit confused too, but they hadn't said anything directly to me. They had probably heard the arguments, but no one was willing to acknowledge them openly. Then, one day, my cousin Lisa called me. "Hey, I heard what happened with your mom. Are you okay?" I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Not really. It's like no matter how many times I tell them I need space, they don't get it." "I get it," Lisa said sympathetically. "It's hard to set boundaries when your family doesn't respect them. But you're doing the right thing. You shouldn't feel guilty for taking care of yourself." "I know," I said, feeling comforted by her words. "It just sucks because they don't see it that way. They think I'm being selfish, but I'm just trying to have a life." "You're not selfish," she reassured me. "You're setting boundaries. And that's something they'll have to get used to." I hung up the phone feeling a little better, but I knew this wasn't going to be an easy road. My family wasn't going to change overnight. I would have to keep standing my ground, even when it felt like no one understood. I knew the journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but I had committed to setting boundaries, and I wasn't going to back down now. Over the next week, my family's behavior toward me fluctuated. Some days, it seemed like they were trying to adjust, giving me more space and acknowledging that I had my own life outside of the house. Other days, it felt like they were testing my limits, pushing me to see if I would cave and go back to my old role. It was a constant back and forth, a delicate dance of asserting my independence while not completely alienating everyone around me. The worst days were when they would guilt-trip me into helping out. My stepdad, who was the more passive-aggressive of the two, would drop little comments about how things were so much easier when I was around to help. He'd say things like, "I don't know how we'd manage without you," or "It's like you're the only one who cares enough to get things done." Those comments would hit me harder than I'd like to admit. It wasn't that I didn't want to help, it was that I didn't want to feel like I had no other choice. I wanted to be needed, but I didn't want to be the only one doing the work. One evening, my mom and stepdad called me into the living room again, and I knew it wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. They were both sitting on the couch, looking at me expectantly as I took a seat. My mom started first, her tone hesitant. "We've been thinking," she said, her voice careful, "and we know that you're feeling overwhelmed with everything. We understand that you need time for yourself." I waited, unsure where this was going. She seemed genuine, but there was still a part of me that was skeptical. "But," she continued, "we still need your help. You know how it is around here, and it's just hard for us to keep up with everything without you." I felt my heart rate increase. There it was again. That sense that they couldn't function without me, that I was the only one who could hold everything together. I took a deep breath and spoke calmly. "I understand that you need help, Mom, but I can't be the one to do everything. I'm not saying I won't help at all, but I need to have my own time too. I've got school, work, and a life outside of this house. You can't just rely on me to fix everything." She looked at me for a long moment, her face softening. "I get it, I really do. I just don't know how we'll manage without you so much. It's been this way for so long." "That's exactly why it's not healthy," I said firmly. "I'm not the one who's supposed to carry this family on my shoulders. Everyone needs to step up." For the first time in a long while, I felt like I was actually being heard. My mom didn't immediately respond, but she seemed to be thinking about what I said. There was a long pause before she spoke again. "I'll talk to your stepdad. We'll try to find a way to make things more balanced," she said quietly. "But I need you to understand that we can't just stop everything we're doing and pretend like nothing has to get done." "I understand," I said, nodding. "But I'm not going to be your default solution anymore. We'll have to find a way to make things work for everyone, not just me." The conversation ended there, and I left the living room feeling a mix of relief and frustration. I wasn't sure if they were really going to make the changes I needed, but I had said my piece. Now, it was up to them to decide if they wanted to respect my boundaries. The next few weeks were a bit of a roller coaster. My parents did try to get my siblings more involved, but it wasn't perfect. There were still moments when they'd ask me to help out, and I'd have to remind them that I wasn't going to drop everything just because they asked. But little by little, they seemed to understand. My siblings started doing more around the house, and there were fewer moments of tension, but the hardest part was when I had to say no to helping with my younger brother's school project. It wasn't that I didn't want to help him, I cared about him a lot, but I had my own work to do, and I couldn't prioritize his project over my own responsibilities. When I told my mom I couldn't help, she seemed disappointed. "I thought you would be there for him, like you always are," she said quietly. "I am here for him, Mom," I replied, my voice steady but firm. "But I can't keep putting my own life on hold. He'll figure it out, and I'll be there for him when I can, but I can't do everything." There was a long silence before she finally nodded. "I know. You're right. I just don't want to see you getting overwhelmed again." "I won't be," I said confidently. "I'm learning to set boundaries, and I'm not going to feel guilty about it anymore." And for the first time, I felt a sense of peace. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't easy, but I had taken a step toward living life on my own terms. I had learned that setting boundaries didn't make me a bad person, it made me someone who valued my time and my well-being. As the weeks passed, I started noticing subtle but meaningful changes. My siblings seemed to be figuring out how to take on more responsibility around the house. My younger brother, who had previously been dependent on me for everything from homework help to making sure he didn't forget his lunch, had started making his own decisions. He even came up with his own creative solutions to problems, like organizing the family's laundry schedule or helping my mom with grocery shopping. It felt like a win for everyone. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. There were days when I'd come home from school, exhausted from balancing my own responsibilities, and I'd walk into the house to find my parents having yet another conversation about how they couldn't handle everything. My stepdad would make passive-aggressive comments, like, "It would be nice if someone could help around here without being asked," or, "We can't run a house without help, can we?" I had to bite my tongue and remind myself that I couldn't let them manipulate me into feeling guilty. I had set my boundaries, and I wasn't going to let them chip away at that progress. Instead, I'd calmly remind them that I had my own things going on, and that I wasn't going to be the only one carrying the weight anymore. I know it's hard, but I can't just keep stepping in when things get tough. Everyone needs to pitch in, I'd say. We've been doing it this way for too long. It's time for everyone to step up. Most of the time, they'd look at me with a mixture of frustration and resignation, but they didn't argue. It was clear that they were starting to realize the truth in what I was saying. There were a few times when I had to deal with moments of weakness. One particularly tough day, my mom called me at school, sounding distressed. "Sweetie, I know you're busy, but we really need you. Your stepdad is getting really frustrated, and I don't know how much longer I can deal with this." I could hear the stress in her voice, and it made me feel conflicted. I wanted to help her, of course, but I also knew that if I went back into the same pattern of rescuing them, I'd be undermining everything I'd worked for. "I know, Mom. I understand that things are tough, but I need you to understand that I can't keep doing everything. I have my own life, and it's not fair for me to drop everything every time you ask." I could hear her sigh on the other end. "I get it, but you're the only one who seems to understand everything. It's hard to know where to turn when you're not around." I took a deep breath. "I know it's hard. But you can't just depend on me all the time. You have to find a way to manage without me." It was a tough conversation, and I knew it wasn't the last one we'd have. But I was starting to see the small changes that were happening. My mom was slowly starting to learn how to lean on others, and I could tell she was making an effort to get my stepdad to pitch in more as well. My younger siblings were becoming more self-sufficient too, and that was a huge relief. One day, I walked in after school and found that the house was surprisingly quiet. I peeked into the kitchen and saw my stepdad making dinner, a task that, in the past, would have been left to me when my mom wasn't home. He looked up as I walked in and gave me a small smile. "I thought I'd take care of dinner tonight," he said. I raised an eyebrow, surprised but pleased. "Really? That's a first." He chuckled. "Yeah, well, it's about time I started pulling my weight around here." It was a small victory, but it felt like progress. I'd noticed that my stepdad had begun to step up more, taking on tasks that used to automatically fall to me. My mom was also putting more effort into organizing family responsibilities. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. The real turning point came when we sat down for a family dinner a few weeks later. For the first time in what felt like forever, everyone was genuinely contributing to the conversation, and there was no underlying tension about chores or responsibilities. My siblings talked about their day, my mom and stepdad shared their plans for the weekend, and even my younger brother joked around with my stepdad in a way I hadn't seen before. It felt like a moment of relief. I could see that things were shifting in the right direction. The family dynamic was changing, and it felt good to know that I wasn't shouldering the burden of everything anymore. Later that evening, my mom pulled me aside. "I know it hasn't been perfect," she said, "but thank you for pushing us to change. It's hard for all of us, but I can see that we're all starting to do more." I smiled, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. "It's not easy, but we'll figure it out. I just need to keep making sure that I'm taking care of myself too." She nodded, her eyes softening with understanding. "You've taught us a lot, and I know it's not always easy for you. But I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself." As I walked away, I felt a mix of pride and relief. I had managed to create the space I needed for myself without destroying my relationship with my family. It wasn't perfect, but I had found a way to make it work. Things weren't always smooth, and there were still moments of tension. But overall, the changes had been positive. My family was learning to share responsibilities, and I was learning to say no when I needed to. It was a journey, but one that I was proud to be on. And most importantly, I had learned that I didn't have to be the one to fix everything. I didn't have to be the hero who solved everyone's problems. I could take care of myself and still love my family, and that realization made all the difference. As things started to get better, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Sure, there were still moments where my stepdad would slip back into old habits or my mom would get overwhelmed, but I had learned to stand my ground and take care of myself. I realized that I wasn't obligated to be the one who fixed everything, and that sometimes, Stepping back was the best thing I could do for everyone involved. But now, I'm wondering if I made the right call. Am I the asshole for standing up for myself and refusing to keep taking on everything around the house? Should I have just kept going with the flow and taken care of everything to keep the peace? My family still isn't thrilled about my decision, but I feel like I'm finally putting myself first. So, what do you think? Am I the a-hole for refusing to babysit the household? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this story and want to see more like it, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hi Reddit. My name's Caleb. I'm 23, and this is the story of how my birthday turned into one of the most humiliating nights of my life. At least until things took a turn I wasn't expecting. I've never really been the kind of kid to get a lot of attention at family events. I grew up in a house where my parents had a very clear idea of how family works, and apparently, that idea always revolved around my younger brother, Ethan. He's 3 years younger than me, 20 now, and from the moment he could walk, he seemed to operate under the unspoken rule that the world, and especially my parents, owed him everything. Meanwhile, I learned early on that being responsible, hardworking, and patient didn't automatically earn you any credit at home. My achievements were quietly noted, if at all, while Ethan's smallest accomplishments became major celebrations. It's exhausting to explain to people who haven't lived it, but growing up like that left me with this constant, low-level tension, a feeling that no matter how well I did, it would never matter more than my brother's whims. So when my birthday rolled around this year, I tried to keep my expectations low. I had spent months saving for my first big adult goal, a reliable car that I could depend on for work, school, and basically starting to feel like I was getting my life together. I had been careful, disciplined, and every time I passed by that little savings jar in my room, I felt proud. I thought my parents knew how much it meant to me. I thought wrong. The party itself was awkwardly formal, my extended family milling around, everyone pretending not to notice the quiet tension between me and my parents. My mom was beaming as usual, a little too bright, holding a stack of napkins and fending off relatives asking about my future plans. My dad hovered near the food table, his expression somewhere between distracted and amused, like he was waiting for some kind of punchline he alone could see. And Ethan? Well, Ethan was grinning like the Cheshire Cat, knowing exactly what kind of chaos he could cause. After a few rounds of obligatory happy birthday hugs and small talk that felt like it had been rehearsed, my parents decided it was time for gifts. I sat, heart quietly pounding, imagining the moment I'd finally hold the keys to the car I'd worked so hard to save for. My parents smiled, hands clasped together as they addressed me, and then the words hit like a punch to the gut. "Caleb," my dad began, that strange, practiced tone in his voice. "We've decided to give the car you saved for to your brother." I blinked. My heart lurched. I was certain I had misheard. "Wait, what?" I said, my voice steadier than I felt. My mom nodded, cheerfully, as if she were announcing dessert instead of the obliteration of my hard work. "It just seemed like the right time," she said, brushing imaginary crumbs from her sleeve. "Ethan's been needing it more." Ethan, sitting cross-legged on the floor, laughed. Not a little laugh, but a full, smug, victorious laugh. "Don't worry, Caleb," he said, looking up at me with those infuriating, perfectly innocent eyes that always managed to make him seem like the victim. "You can walk." I stared at him, trying to process the layers of betrayal. My mind raced. I had been so careful, so meticulous, keeping that savings fund secret, working extra shifts, turning down little luxuries, just so I could have this one thing. And now it was gone, handed over like I'd never existed. But my dad wasn't finished. He leaned back slightly, that smug, self-satisfied posture that had cost me countless arguments over the years. "It's just how family works, Caleb," he said casually, as if he were explaining the laws of physics rather than stealing the one thing I'd been saving for. "We give to those who need it most. That's the order of things here." I could feel my hands clench into fists in my lap. My chest tightened, and a hot, slow-burning mix of anger and disbelief filled me. Part of me wanted to lash out immediately, to scream, cry, demand, but another part, the part that had learned to survive this family, told me to stay calm, to not give them the satisfaction of my public breakdown. As they waited for my reaction, my thoughts spiraled. How had it come to this? How was it that my parents could openly favor my brother in such a blatant way and expect me to sit there quietly? Every childhood moment flashed before me. Being ignored when I won awards, being told I was too serious or not fun enough, while Ethan's mistakes were excused, praised, or turned into family jokes. I realized in that instant that this wasn't just about a car. This was a pattern, a lifetime of being the invisible sibling, of my parents' emotional favoritism dressed up as fairness. I glanced around at the relatives, some smiling politely, others clearly waiting for me to make a scene so they could whisper about it later. And that's when I noticed it, a faint flicker of unease in my dad's eyes, just enough to know he had underestimated me. He thought this would break me. He thought I would smile, nod, maybe mutter a quiet, thanks, and that would be the end of it. He couldn't have been more wrong. I inhaled slowly, letting the anger simmer beneath the surface. A smile crept onto my face, small, almost imperceptible at first, but it was the kind of smile that's quiet but dangerous. Not the smile of someone who's defeated, but the smile of someone calculating, someone who's been pushed too far and is suddenly seeing the possibilities. And then I realized, in that moment, that this was going to be my turning point. I didn't have to play by their rules, by their twisted version of family. They had taken something from me, but that didn't mean I had to stay powerless. I looked at the keys clutched in my parents' hands, at Ethan's triumphant grin, and felt a rush of determination that was equal parts fear and exhilaration. They expected me to be small, to fade into the background. They expected compliance. But for the first time in years, I felt the faint, thrilling spark of taking control. I decided right then that whatever happened next, I wasn't going to let them get away with it. Not without a fight. Not without showing them that actions have consequences, even for parents who think they're untouchable. And that's when I noticed my Aunt Muriel giving me a subtle, almost imperceptible look from across the room. A look that said, without words, don't let them do this to you. It was the tiniest encouragement, but enough to fuel the plan that was already beginning to form in my mind. I let the moment stretch, holding the gaze of every person in the room. I didn't speak yet. I just let them feel the tension, the shift in the air. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. At that point, my hands were still clenched under the table, but my mind was racing. Every slight, every dismissal, every insult from my parents and Ethan, every single one, was being stored like evidence, every slight a piece of the puzzle for what was coming. I wasn't sure yet exactly what form it would take, but I knew this. They had opened the door, and I was about to walk through it. And just when the room seemed to hang on the edge of silence, my smile widened, faint but dangerous. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing against the small, leather-bound folder I'd brought with me to the party, just in case anyone doubted I was serious about my plans for the future. It was my little secret, and no one in that room knew what it contained yet. I was ready. After that initial flash of resolve, the room settled into an awkward silence, the kind that seems to stretch long enough for you to hear your own heartbeat. I let it sit there for a moment, watching my parents' faces carefully. My dad's smugness had wavered slightly, just enough for me to notice the micro-expressions he thought I'd miss. Mom, on the other hand, was doing her usual juggling act, a tight-lipped smile plastered on her face, acting like everything was perfectly normal. Ethan, though, remained untouchable. That grin of his could have won awards for entitlement. It was the same grin he had worn the day I got a B in high school, and he got an F. Yet somehow our parents made it seem like he'd earned a gold star while I was the disappointment. I tried to calm myself, taking slow breaths, letting the initial shock settle. I had to think strategically. This was the moment where I could either let the injustice crush me or use it to my advantage. I chose the latter. But even with that decision made, the sting of betrayal burned. All those years of being careful, responsible, and considerate seemed to be worthless in their eyes. The car wasn't just a car. It was a symbol, a representation of me finally reaching a milestone that no one in my family had acknowledged. And now, in one condescending motion, it had been handed to Ethan like it was nothing. The party continued around us, but the atmosphere had shifted. My relatives tried to carry on, pretending nothing had happened, but I noticed the glances my parents exchanged when they thought I wasn't looking. I knew that smirk my dad had been hiding behind was a trap. They thought they were clever, that they had me figured out, but I wasn't about to play the victim role they were scripting. As the evening progressed, the subtle mistreatment began to escalate. My parents made passing comments about how I couldn't possibly need a car right now because I had a perfectly good job walking distance from home, while Ethan's needs were described with elaborate detail, complete with excuses for his every shortcoming. They recounted how he had been saving for his future, which, of course, meant buying video games with his allowance, and how giving him the car was just the right thing to do. Every sentence felt like a slap, every casual remark a confirmation that my parents had firmly cemented the hierarchy I'd spent my life resisting. I tried to stay composed, sipping on my soda and keeping my hands folded, but my jaw ached from clenching. I could feel the heat creeping up my neck, my cheeks warming. I wanted to stand up, shout, demand fairness, but experience told me that wouldn't work. Not here, not in front of everyone who had always been trained to overlook me, to assume my silence meant submission. Instead, I let my thoughts spiral, turning every insult, every slight, into mental notes. Every comment became data, every joke at my expense a reminder that this family had taken pleasure in my invisibility for years. Then came the cake. My mom brought it out with the kind of dramatic flair she always reserved for moments that weren't actually important. I could see in the corner of the room how the neighbors and cousins leaned in, waiting for a scene, or at least, I imagined they were. Ethan, naturally, went straight for the front of the room, taking center stage. As my mom lit the candles, she gave Ethan a little wink and whispered something I couldn't quite catch. Probably a reminder of how important he was, how special this day was for him, despite it being my birthday. When it was time to blow out the candles, my dad gestured for me to go first. I froze, realizing the trap immediately. It was a staged photo opportunity. My parents clearly wanted me to put on a brave face, smile, and be grateful for what I didn't get. I stared at the cake, at the flickering flames, at the eyes of everyone in the room. Then I leaned back and said nothing. The silence felt heavy, oppressive, but I didn't move. That's when Ethan laughed again, this time louder, more pointed. "Come on, Caleb. Make a wish," he called, his tone dripping with mockery. "Maybe next year you'll actually get something." A few relatives chuckled awkwardly, unsure if they should intervene or let it slide. My mom's smile faltered just slightly, my dad's jaw tightened. I could sense that the calm they thought they'd maintained was starting to crack. And honestly, I didn't care. By the time the party was winding down, the cumulative weight of the favoritism and blatant disrespect had reached a breaking point. But I wasn't angry in a fleeting, explosive way. I was quiet, calculated, and sharp. I started replaying every instance of unfairness, every memory of my parents dismissing my achievements, every time Ethan had been excused or rewarded for things I had done better, harder, faster. It wasn't just the car, it was everything. And then it happened, the shocking betrayal that finally pushed me over the edge. It wasn't my parents. Well, not directly. It was my cousin Ezra. He had always been one of those funny relatives who seemed harmless, but had a knack for picking the perfect moment to humiliate others. He sidled up to me while I was clearing the remnants of cake from the table. "Hey Caleb," he said, voice too casual. "Mom told me you were saving up for that car. She said it's gone now." I froze. My stomach sank. I had assumed, foolishly, that the secrecy of my savings had been enough, that even if my parents decided to take the car for Ethan, nobody else would know the specifics. But Ezra had been looped in. And worse, he wasn't just repeating information. There was that gleam in his eye that told me he was enjoying my embarrassment. I felt my hands clench into fists again. My head was buzzing with a mix of fury, disbelief, and shame. It was one thing to be betrayed by my parents, predictable as that had become. But a cousin? Someone I had once considered neutral, maybe even supportive at times? That stung in a different, sharper way. I forced myself to breathe. I couldn't react yet, not publicly. My heart was pounding, my face burning, but I needed to stay in control. I needed to strategize. And yet, in that instant, I realized the depth of the isolation I had grown up with. My parents had always taught me, through actions and omissions, that I was secondary. And now, Ezra's little comment was confirmation. Even my extended family wasn't really on my side. By the time everyone started leaving, I felt smaller than I had in years, even though a part of me, the part that would not be defeated, was already planning the next moves. My parents exchanged satisfied glances with Ethan as they said their goodbyes, clearly proud of the way they had orchestrated the evening. Ethan, of course, left with a bounce in his step, grinning as if he had just won a grand prize. I lingered behind, pretending to help clean up, all the while letting the anger simmer. My mind raced, connecting dots, making plans. I could almost taste the satisfaction of turning the tables, but I also realized how much I had underestimated the layers of resistance I would face. Every ally I thought I might have, like Muriel or other distant relatives, was either silent or complicit. I had to play this smart. I had to wait for the right moment, the perfect opportunity to make them realize that underestimating me had been a catastrophic mistake. And that was the thing. Until that moment, I had been reactive, quietly enduring the injustices as they came. Now, I realized I had a choice. I could either stay the victim, continue to silently bear their favoritism, or I could start taking deliberate, careful steps to reclaim what was mine, not just the car, but my dignity, my voice, my presence in the family. As I went to bed that night, my anger had settled into a cold, focused determination. I couldn't undo what had happened, and I couldn't confront them in the heat of the moment without giving them the satisfaction of drama. I needed leverage. I needed strategy. And most of all, I needed patience. Because the next time they saw me, they wouldn't just see Caleb, the quiet, overlooked older brother. They would see Caleb, the one who had finally realized he didn't need their approval. The one who had every intention of making them regret the way they had treated him for all those years. And somewhere deep down, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. The betrayal had cut deep, but it had also awakened something I hadn't felt in a long time. The drive to be acknowledged, to be feared even, and to make sure my parents and Ethan finally understood exactly what it meant to underestimate me. The next few weeks were some of the hardest I'd ever experienced. At first, I felt completely hollow, like a part of me had been stripped away along with the car and my parents' acknowledgement. Every time I thought about the party, I felt that same tight knot in my chest, the betrayal replaying like a broken record. At work, at school, everywhere I turned, I felt the weight of being invisible, like the world, or at least my family, had decided I was meant to exist only on the sidelines. It wasn't just the car. It was the culmination of years of being overlooked, dismissed, and treated as though my achievements didn't matter. I spent that first week alone in my room more than I cared to admit, staring at the small, now empty jar that had held my savings. It was just a jar, but it had represented all the late nights, the extra shifts at work, the moments of restraint when I could have spent my money on things I enjoyed. And now it was gone, handed to my brother like it had been nothing. The unfairness of it all crushed me. I questioned myself constantly. Why hadn't I seen this coming? Why had I let myself be vulnerable enough to hope that my parents would actually honor my effort? But after the first wave of despair, something shifted. I realized that wallowing in misery wasn't going to help me. If anything, it would just play into their hands. I needed to channel the anger, the frustration, into something that could actually change the dynamic. The first step was regaining my sense of worth outside of their approval. I started small, running errands, organizing my apartment, picking up small freelance projects I had been putting off. Each tiny victory, each completed task, reminded me that I had value, that I could succeed on my own terms even if my parents refused to acknowledge it. It was during one of those late nights working on freelance designs that I had an epiphany. I realized that my parents and Ethan had grown arrogant because they believed they were untouchable. They thought I would continue to accept being overlooked. They thought my silence equaled weakness. If I wanted to reclaim control, I couldn't meet them on their terms. I had to operate in ways they couldn't predict, quietly building something they would never see coming. I started small at first, carefully documenting everything I had achieved that year, my freelance income, my savings, the extra projects I had taken on, and all the ways I had been responsible, while Ethan spent time gaming or leaning on my parents' generosity. I created spreadsheets, kept receipts, and even wrote down the moments when I had been explicitly dismissed or insulted. It became almost therapeutic, turning my anger into a structured record of facts. Every time I looked at it, I felt a spark of empowerment. Alongside that, I started taking care of myself in ways I had ignored during years of trying to please everyone else. I returned to my morning runs, ran farther and faster than I had in years, and began training in small bursts of strength exercises at home. My confidence grew not because anyone told me I was worthy, but because I could see it in the mirror, in my stamina, in the subtle improvements that only I noticed at first. It was my foundation, my secret weapon. One afternoon, I decided to test the waters. I called a friend who had always been supportive, someone outside of my toxic family bubble, to show them some of my designs and recent work. Their response was enthusiastic and validating in a way I hadn't realized I needed. "Caleb," they said, "you're doing amazing. I can't believe how much you've built on your own. Don't ever let anyone make you feel otherwise." I repeated it in my head over and over, letting it sink into my system. The words became a lifeline, a reminder that my value wasn't determined by my parents' approval or Ethan's smugness. Slowly, I began to rebuild my life with a focus on independence and long-term strategy. I found a more reliable car, not the one I'd saved for, but one I could actually afford without parental help. I drove it with quiet satisfaction, imagining the looks on my parents' faces if they ever realized what I had done without them. I started organizing my finances meticulously, tracking every penny and planning for bigger goals, ones that would eventually make my parents' arrogance meaningless. Every step I took, every milestone I achieved, felt like a small victory in a silent war that had been brewing for years. But my rise wasn't without obstacles. My parents continued to interfere in subtle, painful ways. They would casually drop by my apartment under the guise of visiting, but mostly to make me feel small. My mom would comment on how Ethan deserved a new laptop or how I should consider getting a real career instead of wasting my time on freelance work. My dad would question my spending choices, subtly undermining my confidence. And Ethan? Well, Ethan continued to flaunt the car he didn't deserve, his smug laughter echoing in my mind every time I thought about the birthday party. It was during one of these visits that the real breaking point occurred. I had just returned from a long day of work and a run, feeling better than I had in months, when they showed up unannounced. My mom walked in with that insincere smile, glancing around my apartment like she was inspecting my life. Ethan came in behind her, dropping his keys on the counter with an exaggerated flourish. "Check it out," he said. "This is the car I'm driving now. Isn't it great?" He laughed, looking at me as if he expected me to feel defeated. I took a deep breath, forcing my expression into calm neutrality. But inside, my mind was racing. I could feel that familiar anger rising, but this time it was paired with clarity. I was no longer the powerless older brother I had been at the birthday party. I had built something they couldn't touch. I had success, strategy, and leverage. And most importantly, I had patience. I let them continue for a few moments, watching their satisfaction and superiority bubble to the surface. And then I made a subtle move that would begin the real shift in power. I reached for a folder I kept hidden in my apartment, the one I had brought to the birthday party but never revealed. It contained contracts, records, and documents proving not only my financial independence, but also some clever ways I could challenge their assumptions about ownership, inheritance, and even the car itself. It was my secret, my weapon, and the first step in a quiet, precise plan of reclamation. As I opened it and let the papers fall onto the counter, I watched their expressions shift. My mom's smile faltered first, followed by Ethan's eyes widening just slightly. My dad's jaw tensed in a way that told me he had underestimated me once again. That's when I realized something important. This wasn't about shouting, fighting, or dramatic confrontations. This was about strategy, patience, and subtle power. I didn't need to explode to prove a point. I needed to make them realize that their underestimation of me had consequences. That night, as they left my apartment, I sat alone, going through the folder again, mentally rehearsing the steps I would take. Every document, every calculated move was another brick in the foundation of what I was building. I felt a sense of empowerment I hadn't felt since I first started saving for that car. The betrayal, the favoritism, the humiliation, they had all fueled something far stronger than anger. They had given me purpose, direction, and an opportunity to rise quietly but effectively. And somewhere deep down, I knew that when the time came, I wouldn't just reclaim what had been taken. I would make sure they understood, in no uncertain terms, that every slight, every insult, and every act of favoritism had consequences they hadn't imagined. For the first time in years, I felt in control. I was no longer the overlooked older brother. I was Caleb, the one who had been underestimated, dismissed, and taken for granted. And I was quietly preparing to change the rules of the game entirely. The week after I quietly started putting my plan into motion, felt like living in two separate lives. On the surface, everything looked normal. I kept taking on freelance jobs, showed up for shifts, ran in the mornings, smiled when neighbors nodded hello. But underneath that calm was a slow, deliberate current of preparation that took up most of my mental energy. The betrayal at the birthday party had lodged in me like a splinter, and now I was carefully cutting around it, extracting it, and using it to build something that would not be easy for them to ignore. I wasn't interested in a messy, public meltdown. I'd seen how that played out my whole life. I wanted something cleaner, something inevitable. I wanted consequences that would land precisely and with clinical clarity. I wanted them to see what their favoritism had cost them, and to feel the discomfort of knowing they were the architects of their own embarrassment. I started by turning the notes and receipts I'd been keeping into a usable narrative. The folder I had brought to the party, my little paper fortress, grew into something substantial. There were bank statements showing deposits and transfers, screenshots of messages where my mom had asked about the car money, photos of the jar I'd been saving in. Ridiculous, I know, but the picture of that empty jar was more damning than I expected, and a timeline I'd written out with the precise dates of when I'd worked extra shifts and refused to spend money on weekends so the savings would grow. I even had a rough ledger showing how much I'd saved, month by month, and an estimate of how much it would have purchased in private sale prices. All those little details were the scaffolding I needed, not because I wanted to argue about numbers, but because facts are hard to dismiss when presented carefully. I also started building allies, quietly and strategically. Muriel, my aunt who had given me that tiny, encouraging look at the party, became the first person I confided in. I didn't tell her everything at once. I laid things out in measured pieces. How the car had been my goal, how I'd been saving for it for months, how the day had gone down. She listened without interruption, and when she finally spoke, her voice was softer than I expected. "Caleb," she said, "you deserve better than being treated like an afterthought." It was the kind of validation that doesn't seem like much when you hear it, but later, on nights when the doubt crept back in, I'd replay her words like a mantra. Muriel wasn't the only person I reached out to. There was Jonah, an old college classmate who now did small-scale videography and social media promos for local businesses. He'd always been the sort of person who could make a moment look bigger in the right way, and I knew the power of a well-timed, well-shot clip. I didn't ask him to make anything public, at least not yet. I asked him to help me document, discreetly, the things that would be undeniable. Pictures of the car with a visible registration, timestamps on photos, a short interview where I explained my timeline and my saving strategy. Jonah was practical and quietly supportive. He understood the point wasn't to expose, for the sake of drama, but to create clarity. He agreed to help and promised discretion, which mattered more than anything. I also started testing my parents in small ways, baiting them gently to see how far they'd go. At first it was subtle. I mentioned in casual conversation that I was looking at used cars online and asked innocuous questions about their favorite models. My dad, predictably, would scoff and say things like, "Why do you need to rush? You've got time." My mom would add a practical note about maintenance costs, but there was always this undertone of a lesson being taught, that I was young and inexperienced, and that their decisions were rooted in wisdom I apparently lacked. Ethan, when he was around, would chime in with those smug little remarks that pretended they were jokes, but everyone in the room always knew who the payoff was for. The answers I got were consistent, and that consistency became useful. If they were openly dismissive in ordinary moments, they'd be predictable at a crisis point too. There was one moment, though, that felt like a tiny fracture forming in their armor. During a Sunday dinner they'd insisted I come to, Aunt Muriel slid a small envelope into my hand underneath the table. "For when you're ready," she whispered. Inside was a single, crisp receipt, an old grocery store printout that had my name on it because I'd paid for something for the family months ago when Mom claimed she forgot her wallet. It was so insignificant on its face that I laughed, but Muriel's look told me it was meant to remind me of something larger. People notice. Small acts don't vanish into the air. They're recorded, internally or otherwise. That envelope was more symbolic than anything else, a quiet ally's way of saying she was with me, if I wanted her in the fight. While allies were important, the plan also required timing. I knew from experience that my parents liked to orchestrate events that gave them control: anniversaries, graduations, yearly barbecues. because those moments let them set the narrative. I needed to pick one of those events where the audience would be large and the stakes would be visible. The Community Volunteer Gala, an annual thing my parents attended and bragged about, was perfect. They loved the civic image it gave them. The neat tables, the polite applause, the way people complimented them on their involvement. I could imagine the scene clearly. A room full of people who saw them as pillars of the community, hearing contradictions about their generosity, seeing evidence that clashed with the image. To prepare for that night, I started framing the narrative. My approach wasn't to storm in and shout. It was to create a sequence of facts and witnesses that would be hard to dismiss. First, the documentation, the ledger, the photos of the jar, the timeline, and the little notes where my mom had asked other relatives about the car money. Second, corroboration. Muriel had agreed to speak if asked, though I hadn't told her precisely what I planned to do. Jonah would be there, quiet, unobtrusive, and would have a short clip ready that showed the dates on the photos and the progression of my savings account. I would also bring printed copies of the timeline, given to people as a handout if necessary, so there was no question that I'd work toward this goal like an adult should. The point was to make the story simple and true. I saved for a car. The money disappeared or was repurposed without my consent. The car ended up with Ethan. While I mapped out logistics, I also rehearsed the emotional arc of how I'd present it. I didn't want to be a spectacle, but I needed to strike a tone that balanced hurt with dignity. I pictured myself standing, explaining calmly, holding a copy of the ledger as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying, "Here, this is what I did. This is how I saved. This is what happened." I imagined the stuttering silence when the room realized my parents' story didn't match the facts, and I found comfort in the idea that clarity often triumphs over charm when both are present in the same room. There were risks, of course. My parents could dismiss my evidence as fabricated, though that seemed unlikely once the timeline and photos were laid out. They could attempt to spin it into some sort of noble gesture. We gave the car to Ethan because he needed it more. I had to anticipate that and prepare a simple counter, showing the transfer of funds, the dates, and the conversations where Mom had inquired about the jar. I also prepared for the possibility that some relatives would stay loyal to Mom and Dad out of habit or convenience. That's where Jonah and Muriel would be crucial. A public hush often breaks when two people quietly corroborate the same facts. Social proof matters in family circles as much as in any other setting. Beyond the public unveiling, I planned practical steps. I had already purchased a modest car that got me where I needed to go, yes, but in legal and social terms, I wanted to ensure my parents couldn't claim any moral high ground. To that end, I reached out to a local community organizer I'd volunteered with in college, not for legal help, but for structure. She knew how to host a small, respectful forum at an event where a truth could be heard without turning into a shouting match. Make it about accountability, she advised when I explained the outline. Make it about the values you were taught, and let people draw their own conclusions. It was the perfect framing, not revenge for revenge's sake, but an examination of how family values can be weaponized. I also began to nudge Ethan, subtly, not to provoke him directly. He was too reactive and would play the victim publicly, but to test his reactions. I posted, innocently, a photo of the new car I'd bought with my savings. Nothing flashy, just parked outside my building, and tagged a local mechanic I used. Ethan commented, "Nice ride," with that same smirk that always grated on me. I replied politely, "Thanks. It's getting me where I need to go." It didn't rattle him, but it planted a seed. I'd moved on, quietly and effectively, and I wasn't broken by what they'd done. Sometimes the best insult is your own quiet competence. As days turned to weeks, the plan took form in my head as more than a simple reveal. It felt like a code being cracked. Every document, every ally, every casual test of their reactions was a piece of a machine that would, when turned on, hum with an inevitability that my family couldn't control. There was a cold thrill in that, less about hurting them and more about asserting a truth that had been buried for too long. I had questions for myself in the quiet hours, about what I'd become if revenge consumed me entirely, but the clarity of purpose steadied me. This wasn't about bitterness, it was a correction. The night I chose was 2 weeks after I'd first spoken to Jonah, a Thursday that coincided with the volunteer gala. The building where the gala would be held had an upper room that overflowed with local people who respected my parents. I imagined faces there who had once complimented them for being so selfless. Their awe of my parents had been a kind of currency, and I planned to devalue it carefully. I walked through my script one last time with Muriel over coffee, then with Jonah, who had prepared a succinct montage that showed dates and receipts in a clean, unadorned way. He insisted it be short, no grandstanding, because brevity often communicates seriousness. I made printed packets for a few key people I thought might sway others, like neighbors who'd witnessed my extra shifts, and the community organizer gave me a brief primer on keeping the tone measured. As I dressed for the event that night, smoothing a shirt that suddenly felt like armor, I experienced a strange mixture of nerves and relief. There was no going back to the unreadable, conciliatory version of myself who had let things slide. I'd stepped into a different posture, calm, prepared, and purposeful. The folder in my bag was heavy but not oppressive. It felt like the right tool for the job. On the walk to the venue, I kept rehearsing the opening line in my head. I'm not here to make accusations. I'm here to lay out what I saved for and what happened. When I arrived, the room was warm and full of polite chatter. My parents stood together, Kate, my mom, elegantly poised, my dad charming in that way that had always gotten him the benefit of the doubt. Ethan hovered at her side, looking bored and entirely unconcerned. The sight of them, smiling, comfortable, unchanged, stung more than I expected. For a moment, I considered leaving, taking the easier path of erosion and silence. Then I saw Muriel giving me that small nod from across the room, and Jonah standing by the back with a camera. The packets were folded neatly in my bag. The community organizer had taken a seat near the front. It felt like a board had been set, the pieces in place. I told myself to breathe. This wasn't about theatrics. It was about truth. I rose from my seat, smoothed my shirt again, and started toward the microphone that had been set up for community remarks. As I moved, I felt 1,000 small memories float up. The nights I'd worked extra, the "you're too serious" comments, the casual dismissals that had become my family's default comfort. They existed as fuel now. I kept walking, each step measured, my palms steady despite the pounding of my heart. When I reached the front of the room, I turned and looked at the crowd, at the people who'd raised my parents up for years, and then at my family, who'd sat comfortably on their throne of assumed goodness. I cleared my throat. The click of Jonah's camera was a quiet punctuation in the background. I began, calm and steady, and the room quieted in that instant where everyone realizes something is about to happen. The first sentence left my mouth and felt like a key turning. And then, just as the attention landed fully on me, and just as a ripple of curiosity moved through the crowd, my phone buzzed in my pocket with a message I hadn't expected. I saw the preview, a single line from a number I recognized, but had not planned on hearing from tonight. I read it, and felt a cold lurch in my stomach. The line was short, and it changed everything in a way I hadn't anticipated. I stood there, the words on the tip of my tongue, the packed folders heavy in my hand, the crowd leaning in, and suddenly the room felt like it was about to tilt. I looked up at my parents' faces, then at Muriel, at Jonah, and at the sea of people who had come to celebrate charity and community. My mouth opened to continue, but the moment had been diverted. The message had shifted the frame entirely, and I had to decide, in an instant, whether to move forward with the plan as rehearsed or to respond to this new variable that suddenly made everything more dangerous and more personal. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of years and the pull of the choice in front of me. The next step I took would change the course of the night, and perhaps more. My palms were steady now, but inside, that cold lurch wouldn't leave. I folded the packet once more, tightened my grip on the folder, and looked at the microphone. The room waited. I looked down at my phone one last time, the message still glowing in the corner of the screen. It was from my Aunt Muriel, a simple, urgent note. Don't wait. This is your moment. Just be calm and precise. I took a slow, deliberate breath, sliding the phone back into my pocket, and stepped up to the microphone. The room was dead silent now, every eye fixed on me. My parents sat stiffly in the front row, my dad's jaw tight, my mom's smile now faintly strained, Ethan leaning slightly forward with a mixture of curiosity and condescension. They had no idea what was coming next, and I was ready to make sure they felt every bit of the consequences of their arrogance. I cleared my throat, and my voice, when it came out, was steady, calm, unshakable. Thank you all for letting me speak tonight, I began. I know this isn't a typical part of the program, but I need to share something that's important, not just to me, but to the idea of fairness that many of us value in our community. I paused, letting my words settle, watching the subtle narrowing of my parents' eyes. Ethan shifted uneasily on his chair, sensing he might be the target, but not knowing how. I held up the folder I had carried all this time. This folder contains documentation that I've been keeping for months. It shows the effort I've put into saving for a car I had planned to buy and the actions that prevented me from getting it. I want to make this very simple. Here are the facts. I worked extra shifts, I saved money diligently, and I kept track of every step along the way. This jar, I held up a printed photo of the jar that had been my savings vault, represents months of work and responsibility. And yet, on my birthday, the car I had saved for was given to my brother instead. My parents claimed it was just how family works. I let that line linger. The words were deliberate, almost surgical, piercing the polite haze of the gala. I started passing copies of the timeline and receipts to key people in the room. Neighbors, family friends, people whose eyes would carry weight. Jonah's camera quietly captured everything from the back, documenting my calm delivery. Muriel gave me a subtle nod from across the room, silently confirming her support. I glanced at my parents, seeing their faces tighten as they realized the narrative they'd controlled for so long was unraveling. Their practiced smiles and confident postures had no purchase here. For the first time, the room's attention was fully mine. Ethan's grin had faded entirely now, replaced with that flicker of unease that comes when you realize someone you underestimated has been building a silent storm. I didn't shout. I didn't make threats. I let the facts speak. I am not asking for sympathy, and I am not demanding punishment. I am showing what responsibility looks like and the choices that were made at my expense. I think it's important that everyone here understands that treating someone unfairly, even within families, has consequences. And yes, this includes giving a car to someone else because they are the preferred child. I watched my dad open his mouth, probably to make some half-hearted defense, but I raised a hand to forestall him. Please, don't. The facts are here for everyone to see. You can explain, or you can listen. But either way, the truth doesn't require argument. His eyes flickered with something I hadn't seen in years, a hint of fear, or maybe the dawning realization that the scaffolding of their moral authority was cracking. I continued, more firmly now. I also want to point out that my brother, Ethan, has been treated as though he could do no wrong, while I have spent years proving myself only to be dismissed. That favoritism may feel comfortable for some, but it doesn't make it right. I looked directly at him, my gaze unwavering. It doesn't give anyone the right to assume success comes without effort or to laugh at someone else's hard work. You may have the car now, but you don't have the truth. That has always been mine. The room was completely silent. Even the neighbors who had been politely chatting before were leaning forward, eyes wide, flipping through the papers I had handed them. The social dynamic had shifted. For decades, my parents had been seen as gracious, generous figures. But now, under the scrutiny of witnesses, the facade was cracking. Every detail, the receipts, the messages, the timeline, proved that their generosity had never been consistent. It had been selective, arbitrary, and damaging. My mother's lips pressed together in a tight line, the smile she had relied on for deflection gone entirely. My father's hands tightened into fists on his knees. Ethan looked pale, caught somewhere between humiliation and disbelief. For the first time in my life, I saw that their power wasn't inherent. It was conditional, fragile, and dependent on my silence. I had taken that silence and transformed it into leverage. I took a step closer to the microphone. I want to make something very clear. This isn't about revenge in the traditional sense. It's about accountability. I am not the problem here. I am not the one who laughed at a sibling's efforts or dismissed responsibility. I am simply pointing out the reality. I paused, letting that hang. And sometimes, pointing out the reality is all it takes to change it. Then, I did the last piece. I pulled a set of keys from the folder, the keys to the modest car I had quietly bought for myself after the birthday betrayal. I held them up for everyone to see. This car, I said calmly, was purchased with the money I saved, all by myself. No one helped me, no one claimed it, and no one got to decide for me. I didn't need approval. I didn't need their permission. And now it's mine. A ripple of murmurs went through the room. My parents froze, caught in the awkward silence that comes when reality contradicts perception. Ethan's mouth opened, then closed, and finally he muttered something that didn't carry across the room. The crowd was shifting subtly, some nodding at me, some just staring, absorbing the spectacle of a family dynamic flipped completely on its head. I didn't gloat. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I let the quiet strength of calm competence do the work for me. The papers, the evidence, the car, they all spoke for themselves. I had transformed years of mistreatment into undeniable proof of my responsibility and success. I had flipped the script entirely, and I watched the consequences unfold with a serene sense of satisfaction. My parents tried to regain control in small, faltering ways. My mom's voice quivered slightly as she said, "Caleb, this isn't. You don't have to make a scene." I shook my head slowly, letting the words sink in. "It's not a scene, Mom. It's the truth." My dad tried to interject, but his usual charm and force of personality held no sway here. People had already seen the facts, read the timeline, and witnessed my calm explanation. For the first time, their reputation as generous, reasonable figures was destabilized, and the acknowledgement was happening publicly, not privately. Ethan slouched in his chair, no longer smirking, no longer trying to charm anyone. His entitlement had run into a wall he didn't see coming. Evidence, witnesses, and my composure. I could almost feel the slow sinking realization that he would no longer automatically be the favored one, that he was now accountable in a way he had never been before. As I finished speaking, I placed the folder down on the table, letting it sit visibly. "I don't expect this to make everything right," I said softly, almost conversationally, "but it does change the foundation. I am not invisible anymore. I will not be dismissed, and I will not be taken for granted." I looked at the room, at my family, and then at everyone else. There was a moment, a rare, beautiful moment, when the balance of power felt reversed, when history could no longer repeat itself in the same way. The applause started quietly, then grew steadily. It wasn't raucous or overly dramatic, but it was meaningful. People nodded at me, whispered to each other, and glanced at my parents with a new understanding. I caught Muriel's eye and saw that subtle, proud smile that confirmed she knew I had succeeded, not through force, but through intelligence, patience, and determination. Jonah, at the back, gave a small thumbs up. I stepped away from the microphone, letting the moment exist without interference. My parents were flustered, Ethan sulking quietly. They had no words that would undo what had been revealed, no charm that could overwrite the documentation and calm presentation I had orchestrated. My years of mistreatment, my careful savings, my strategic patience, they were all finally validated, not in secret, but openly. And as I gathered my things to leave, walking past my stunned family, past the witnesses who now understood the full story, past Ethan who looked at me with a mixture of shame and disbelief, I realized something important. This wasn't just about a car, or about winning a single argument, or even about exposing unfairness. It was about reclaiming myself entirely. For the first time, my worth wasn't tied to anyone else's judgment, and the satisfaction was deeper than I had imagined possible. I glanced back once at my parents, their expressions carefully neutral now, but betraying every crack I had been hoping to expose. I held my head high, and my final thought as I walked out of the room was simple, powerful, and complete. I was finally free, and no one in that room could ever take that away from me again. I'm Henry, 28, and I've always been the responsible one in my family. Or at least that's how I've seen myself. My parents, Margaret and Thomas, have a history of favoring my younger sister, Eliza, who's 24. She's the dreamer and artist of the family, according to Mom. While I've spent most of my adult life grinding it out to prove I can make something of myself without their constant guidance or interference. For the past 6 months, I've been working double shifts. Mornings at a cafe, evenings at a warehouse, sometimes skipping meals just to make the numbers work. My goal was clear: save enough to move out, rent a small apartment, and finally have a space that was mine, where I could feel like I was building a life on my own terms. Every paycheck went straight into my savings account, every cent earmarked for that deposit. One night, after a particularly brutal 14-hour day, I sat down at my laptop to check my account and froze. It was almost empty. Not a few hundred missing, but thousands. My stomach sank. At first, I thought it was a banking error. Maybe a fraud alert or a glitch. But when I called the bank, the trail led straight back to my parents. I didn't know whether to scream, cry, or both. I just sat there, staring at the screen, my heart pounding in a way that made me feel sick. It wasn't just money. They'd taken my future, my independence, the small piece of stability I'd clawed for. I confronted them the next day. I needed to stay calm. I wanted to understand if there was any chance they'd admit wrongdoing. But mostly, I wanted to make them realize just how wrong this was. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table, her tablet in hand, a cup of tea steaming beside her. She looked up and smiled like everything was perfectly normal. "Henry," she said, her voice smooth, almost rehearsed. "I know this looks bad, but it's an investment. For the family. For Eliza. An investment?" I echoed, my voice tighter than I meant. "You emptied my account, Mom. The account I've been working double shifts to build. And you call that an investment?" She didn't flinch, just tilted her head, eyes glinting with that same condescending patience she's always had when I question her. Then Dad, who had been silently reading the newspaper, slammed it down and raised his eyebrows. "What's so amusing about that, Henry?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady the anger that was rising like a tide inside me. "You remember that account you cleared out? The one you think you were investing in for Eliza?" I let a pause stretch, long enough for them to feel a flicker of unease. It wasn't just money. It was my emergency fund, my safety net. The account I opened with my first paycheck from my internship when I was 19. Every cent in there represents hours I spent working my hands to the bone so I could have a future without leaning on you or anyone else. Dad's jaw dropped. For a split second, I thought maybe they'd feel something resembling guilt. But Mom just smiled again, faintly, like she was enjoying a private joke. "Henry," she said, calm and deliberate, "money is just a tool. Eliza's boutique is going to succeed, and she'll make more than you ever could on your own. This isn't theft. It's smart planning." Eliza, who had been scrolling on her phone the entire time, finally looked up with a shrug. "You're overreacting, Henry. It's just money. You always make a mountain out of a molehill." I felt my face heat up, but I kept my voice steady. "This isn't just money. This is about respect. About boundaries. About the fact that you treat my life like it's disposable whenever it suits you. I'm not a child, Mom. I'm not some bank account you can empty because it fits your idea of what the family needs." They exchanged a look, subtle but unmistakable, a flicker of annoyance mixed with the certainty that they were right, and I was being unreasonable. That's when I realized something important. If I wanted them to truly understand, if I wanted them to feel the weight of what they'd done, I couldn't yell or plead. I had to be deliberate, patient, smart. I let a small, deliberate smile cross my face. "Henry," Dad said cautiously, "what exactly are you smiling about?" I met their eyes, letting the silence stretch just long enough for it to feel heavy. "The account you just emptied? It's not what you think it is. And what you just did, it's going to change everything." They looked at me like they hadn't expected that. Their confidence, which had felt untouchable moments ago, started to crack. I spent the next few days in a kind of quiet fury. I went to work, smiled at customers, lifted boxes, swept floors, served coffee, all while my mind ran through every possible way to deal with what Mom and Dad had done. I couldn't just let it slide, not after everything I'd sacrificed to earn that money. At the warehouse, while unloading shipments, I noticed how carefully I could track every detail. Inventory slips, delivery schedules, passwords for my online accounts. I made mental notes about control, about having leverage. It wasn't just about money anymore. It was about demonstrating that they couldn't treat me like an accessory to Eliza's ambitions. One evening, after a 14-hour shift, I came home and overheard Mom and Dad in the living room. Eliza wasn't there, which meant they were strategizing without her interference. "I don't see what Henry's problem is," Dad said, leaning back in his armchair. His tone carried that mix of superiority and irritation he always had when something didn't go his way. "He's dramatic like always. We did the right thing. Eliza needs this boutique, and he has plenty of time to earn more money." Mom sipped her tea, eyes glinting with that cold logic she always seemed to reserve for family decisions. "Henry will come around. He always does. He doesn't understand long-term thinking, but that's okay. He'll learn. Eventually." "Eventually?" I muttered under my breath. staying in the shadows of the hallway. I didn't make a sound, but their words made my blood boil. They truly believed they had the moral high ground, that my sacrifices were insignificant compared to what they thought was family investment. Over the next week, I began to pay closer attention to their patterns, their schedules, even the way they managed Eliza's boutique. I realized just how overconfident they were. They assumed that their moral authority and their control over Eliza gave them complete immunity from scrutiny. That arrogance would be their downfall. I started small, testing the waters. I looked at how they handled the boutique's finances, which were surprisingly sloppy for people who like to think they were meticulous. Receipts were half-filed, invoices left unchecked for weeks. Mom relied heavily on Eliza's judgment, which was impulsive at best, meaning there were gaps, big gaps, that I could use to my advantage. One night, I decided to confront Eliza directly, but not in the way she expected. I didn't want an argument. I needed information. "Eliza," I said, leaning against the doorway of her room. She was painting another sample for her boutique, completely absorbed. "Can I see your business ledger?" She blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean the actual finances. Every expense, every deposit. I need to understand exactly what Mom and Dad have been doing with that money they took from me." She hesitated, brushing a streak of paint from her hand. "Why? Why do you even care? You're overreacting. Mom and Dad are just helping me, like they said." I kept my voice calm, but firm. "I care because it's not just about the money. It's about the principle. I want transparency. I want to see it all." She sighed, but her curiosity got the better of her. She pulled out a small binder from under her desk. "Fine, but you better not freak out," she muttered. As I flipped through the pages, I realized just how deep the mismanagement went. Every dollar they had taken from my account was listed, funneled into what they called startup expenses. But half of it was unaccounted for, vanity purchases disguised as boutique essentials. I could see the designer shelves they bought, the expensive signage, even a set of cameras that were clearly for decoration rather than security. That night, I stayed up until 3 a.m., planning. I mapped out every financial hole, every inconsistency. I realized I didn't have to confront them directly anymore. I could let their own arrogance and mistakes do the work. I could quietly take control of the narrative and ensure they felt consequences without knowing exactly where it came from. Over the next week, I tested my first move. I made discreet changes to the online accounts connected to the boutique. Password resets, updated access permissions, small but noticeable. I didn't lock them out, not yet. I just made sure that if they tried to access funds without oversight, I would know. Then came the small victories. I noticed Dad's frustration when he couldn't immediately access the boutique account. Mom tried to call me into the living room to discuss something important, but I ignored her calls, letting the tension build naturally. They began to snap at each other quietly, their conversations filled with thinly veiled blame. I could hear snippets while doing dishes or making coffee. Mom questioning Dad's judgment, Dad accusing her of overstepping. It was like watching a storm brew in slow motion, and I was safely outside, watching it unfold. I also started planting seeds of doubt in Eliza. Nothing direct, just subtle questions about certain purchases or inconsistencies in bookkeeping. She didn't notice my agenda, just thought I was being helpful or perhaps slightly annoying. But she was young, naive, and eager to trust anyone who seemed interested in her success. That made her malleable. By the second week, I had enough information to really begin manipulating the situation. I wasn't in a rush. I wanted them to unravel on their own, to feel the tension of losing control while they still believed they were untouchable. Every day I watched them make mistakes. Every day I saw their arrogance, their belief that they were untouchable, grow. And then came the first real opportunity. I noticed a pending transfer that Mom had scheduled from one of the boutique's accounts into an obscure third-party vendor. The amount was large, enough to trigger a serious question if it disappeared. I checked the paperwork, the authorization forms, everything. It was sloppy, incomplete, and traceable. I smiled, leaning back in my chair. This was it, the opening I'd been waiting for. One wrong move, one oversight, and they would have no idea what hit them. That night, they came to me, pretending to be calm and rational. Mom tried her usual gentle persuasion, while Dad attempted the stern, authoritative approach. "Henry," Mom said softly, "we think you're overreacting. Maybe we should talk this through like adults." Dad's tone was clipped, controlled. You're making a bigger deal out of this than it deserves. We are the adults here, and this is for the family. I let their words hang, smiled again, small and deliberate. For the family, I echoed. Funny you say that. Because the family you're protecting so desperately? It might not look the way you think very soon. Both of them froze, and I could see the first flicker of unease cross their faces. Their eyes searched mine, trying to figure out if I was bluffing. But I wasn't. I had everything lined up. Every misstep they had made, every assumption they had taken for granted, they were about to collide with consequences they hadn't even imagined. After that night, I didn't sleep well. I kept going over every detail in my head. The accounts, the transfers, the receipts, the way Mom and Dad thought they could manipulate me without consequences. I realized I needed to be meticulous. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about showing them that their sense of control was an illusion. I started small, testing the waters again, but with more subtlety this time. I didn't block their access entirely, but I created a paper trail that would make them look sloppy and careless. I filed copies of invoices they hadn't entered properly, flagged missing receipts, and began keeping a record of every decision they made regarding Eliza's boutique. Every step I took was calculated. I wanted them to think they were untouchable, while I quietly collected the evidence I would need. I also began feeding Eliza little pieces of information that seemed accidental. A comment about a missing invoice, a question about a payment that seemed off, nothing direct enough to alert Mom or Dad, but enough to make her start questioning their management. She was still naive, still eager to trust them, but she began to hesitate, to wonder whether their decisions were always as perfect as they claimed. That hesitation would be important later. One evening, I stayed late at the cafe after my shift, poring over the boutique's online accounts and cross-referencing them with the bank statements I'd obtained through a few clever requests. It was slow work, painstaking, but I found inconsistencies everywhere. There were transfers to vendors that didn't exist, duplicate invoices, and funds moved into accounts that didn't match the boutique's name. Mom and Dad were sloppy, so overconfident in their control that they didn't notice the gaps I was seeing clearly. I began to plan my next move. I wasn't going to confront them directly yet. Confrontation at this point would only alert them to my awareness. I needed leverage, something that would make them squirm before they realized how much I knew. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. Mom had arranged a meeting with a local supplier, a small boutique furniture company that provided display shelves and racks. She didn't realize that the meeting had been scheduled in a way that would let me intercept the emails and messages without her noticing. I printed out copies of their emails and receipts, making note of payments that had been double processed, invoices with incorrect amounts, and even a few checks that were supposed to go to legitimate vendors but had bounced back or been returned. I organized everything into a binder, neatly labeled, as if I were preparing it for an audit. That night, after a long shift at the warehouse, I sat in my apartment with the binder spread out in front of me, going over every line. Every error, every transfer, every misuse of funds, they were all there. And all of it traced back to their carelessness and arrogance. I realized that if I exposed even a fraction of this, I could make them realize just how vulnerable they had left themselves. I didn't want to alert them that I was onto them, so I started leaving subtle traces of my awareness around the house. A ledger slightly out of place, a note about a missing receipt left where Mom would see it, a casual question about a payment that made Dad pause for a second too long. Small, almost invisible gestures, but enough to unsettle them. It worked better than I expected. Mom began double-checking her notes. Dad became visibly tense, and even Eliza started to notice that something was off. She came to me one evening while I was reviewing the binder and whispered, "Henry, are you keeping track of everything?" I smiled, letting the tension linger. "Just making sure we know exactly where we stand." Her eyes widened, and I realized I had the leverage I needed. She trusted me more than she trusted them, and that trust was going to be crucial. Over the next week, I started manipulating the boutique's finances more actively, but still subtly. I changed a few passwords, rerouted some automatic transfers, and set up alerts that would notify me if any large withdrawals were attempted. Each time Mom or Dad tried to move money without proper oversight, I knew immediately. I began documenting everything. Every questionable decision, every mismanaged payment, every time they ignored proper procedure. I kept detailed notes, cross-referenced with receipts and bank statements. By now, it was becoming clear to me that they didn't just lack respect for my independence. They genuinely believed that they were entitled to take whatever they wanted from me, simply because they were my parents. That sense of entitlement would be their undoing. Then came the perfect opening. Dad scheduled a large transfer to a vendor that didn't exist, an amount that would have been impossible to explain if anyone asked. I intercepted the transfer, redirecting it temporarily to an account I had set up under my control. It wasn't permanent, but it was enough to make them realize, later, that someone was watching. Mom called me that evening, trying to sound calm, but there was tension in her voice. "Henry, I noticed something strange with the boutique's account today. Did you touch anything?" I let a small smile cross my face, casual but deliberate. "I might have. I just wanted to make sure everything was in order. Wouldn't want any mistakes slipping through, right?" She paused, the silence stretching. Then came the quiet, clipped tone of someone realizing they had underestimated their opponent. "Henry, I don't understand. Why are you doing this?" I leaned back in my chair. "I'm not doing anything yet. I'm just paying attention." Over the next several days, the tension in the house became almost unbearable. Dad snapped at small things, Mom grew defensive, and even Eliza began questioning their decisions more openly. The house, once a place where they believed they ruled unchallenged, became a pressure cooker. I watched it all unfold, quietly documenting, noting every slip, every hint of panic, every sign of their confidence cracking. Then came the moment I had been waiting for. Mom tried to access the boutique's account to approve a large shipment of furniture, and the system flagged the transfer. She froze, then called Dad. The conversation I overheard from the hallway was tense and brittle. "Thomas, this can't be right," she said, voice tight. "Someone has changed the account. I can't authorize the shipment." Dad's response was sharp, defensive. "What do you mean changed? Are you saying someone is interfering?" "Henry." I stayed silent, letting the tension build. I could hear the panic in their voices, the fear that they had finally lost control. And then Dad said the words that confirmed everything. "He's trying to sabotage us." I smiled, quietly, almost imperceptibly. They had no idea. They thought I was reacting emotionally, but in reality, I had every detail lined up. I had their mistakes documented, their arrogance exposed, and I had the leverage to take control of the situation in a way they would never see coming. I knew, in that moment, that this was just the beginning. They were so blinded by their sense of entitlement and self-righteousness that they had no idea what was coming next. I didn't need to act immediately. Their fear, their uncertainty, was working perfectly in my favor, and I intended to let it build until the moment they realized they had no one to blame but themselves. I spent the next several days letting the tension in the house simmer like a storm that was building slowly, invisibly, but inevitably. Dad was unraveling in his own way. Every small inconvenience set him off. His coffee mug left slightly askew, a misplaced pen, the mail not sorted exactly as he preferred. He paced the living room for hours, muttering to himself, as if by sheer force of will he could regain control of a system he had believed was flawless. He tapped on the tablet screen obsessively, scrolling through boutique accounts, rereading receipts, and recalculating expenses, his jaw tight and his temper taut. Each step seemed calculated, but the underlying tension betrayed his panic. Mom, on the other hand, hovered incessantly over her own tablet, sitting at the kitchen table for hours, double-checking transfers, invoices, and receipts. Her eyes were sharp and focused, but they darted nervously from one screen to the next. There were moments when she would let out a quiet sigh, pressing her lips together, her hands trembling slightly as she scrolled through the boutique's online accounts. Even the way she arranged her pens and documents on the table became frantic and fidgety, a reflection of the storm brewing behind her composed exterior. And then there was Eliza, normally cheerful, carefree, and convinced that Mom and Dad's judgment was infallible. She began noticing cracks, small ones at first. A forgotten receipt here, a duplicated payment there, a moment when Dad snapped at her for asking a simple question. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but to someone paying attention, it was enough. I could see the doubt forming in her eyes, the tiny hesitation in her voice when she recounted what she knew. I knew then that the time to act had arrived. I had waited patiently, letting the tension grow and the cracks widen. I had everything I needed, meticulous records of their sloppy bookkeeping, the mismanaged transfers, the evidence of how they had taken money from me without permission. But confrontation wasn't enough. I needed exposure, accountability, and for them to truly comprehend the consequences of their entitlement. The morning I chose, I called Eliza into my apartment under the guise of discussing some business ideas for her boutique. When she arrived, I had everything laid out, every ledger, receipt, email, and note detailing exactly what Mom and Dad had done. I showed her, carefully, the transfers from my account, the frivolous purchases disguised as necessary boutique expenses, the gaps they had left in documentation that would have gone unnoticed if I hadn't been paying attention. Her face went pale, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. They did all this? To you? I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady despite the satisfaction building inside me. Yes, and it wasn't just about the money. Every transfer, every withdrawal, every mismanaged expense was about control, about making me feel like my work, my life, and my independence didn't matter. They assumed I would just accept it without question. Eliza looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers nervously. I had no idea, she whispered. Exactly, I said softly. That's the problem. They don't see the impact of their entitlement. They think it only affects me, but it hurts everyone in this family, including you. Her eyes lifted to meet mine, full of both fear and trust, and I realized I had her fully on my side. She agreed to help me confront them, but we would do it carefully, strategically. We needed to ensure that Mom and Dad would see the consequences clearly, without leaving room for manipulation or excuses. That evening, I invited them over under the pretense of wanting to discuss the boutique's finances and my savings. They walked in confident, smug even, assuming I would accept whatever explanation Mom had concocted. I brought out the binder and spread it across the table, opening it to the first page and pointing deliberately to the entries. Let's go through this, I said. Every transfer, every bounce check, every misuse of funds. Let's start with the account you emptied from me without permission. Mom's face turned ashen, a flicker of fear passing through her carefully maintained composure. Henry, this isn't. It's not as bad as it looks, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Dad leaned back in his chair, jaw tight, eyes narrowing. I don't understand. Where did you get this information? I allowed a faint, controlled smile to cross my face. I've been paying attention, watching, listening, keeping records. I let you make mistakes, hoping that eventually, your arrogance would expose you. And it did. I handed the binder to Eliza, and she began reading aloud some of the transactions. Every line seemed to hit them harder than the last. The unauthorized transfers, the payments to non-existent vendors, the double-processed invoices. Mom's hand trembled as she reached toward the papers, but Eliza pulled back firmly. You stole from Henry, she said, her voice steady now. You took what he earned and used it for your own plans. And Dad, you enabled it. You justified it. You treated him like he didn't matter. Dad opened his mouth to respond, but I cut him off sharply. Save it. I'm not interested in excuses. I want acknowledgement. I want understanding. And make no mistake, there is no forgiveness here. You took from me what I earned. You assumed I would accept it because I'm the responsible one, the one who works while you manipulate. That ends now. Mom tried to argue, desperately spinning the situation into a lesson about family investment and supporting Eliza's dreams. But even Eliza interrupted her, shaking her head. The truth was undeniable. The evidence, meticulous and irrefutable, spoke louder than their words. I didn't need to escalate further. The weight of exposure, the shame, the realization that they were finally powerless over me, it was enough. Mom and Dad had always believed they could manipulate reality through authority and entitlement. That belief had been shattered. The following days were quiet but tense. I moved forward with my plans to rent my apartment, using money I had carefully safeguarded in hidden accounts and through my legal oversight of the boutique's finances. Mom and Dad had to confront the reality of the damage they had done, not just financially, but emotionally and morally. Their arrogance had blinded them, and now they had no choice but to face the consequences of being seen for what they truly were: entitled, manipulative, and reckless. Eliza, surprisingly, stepped into responsibility in small ways. She apologized for her blind trust in their manipulation and promised to run the boutique with transparency from now on. I accepted her acknowledgement, but I did not forgive my parents. They had made their choice, and they lived with the consequences. By the time I signed the lease for my apartment, the atmosphere in the house had completely shifted. Mom and Dad were subdued, no longer able to assert control, no longer able to dismiss me. Every word I spoke carried weight. Every boundary I set was respected. They had become villains in their own story, trapped by their hubris. I moved into my apartment with a sense of calm satisfaction. I had independence, space, and clarity about what it meant to protect myself against people who assumed their authority could override my life. Mom and Dad still existed in their bubble of arrogance, but now it was a bubble I could observe from a distance, harmless, powerless, and finally accountable for the choices they had made. For the first time in years, I felt completely free. And it was theirs to watch, powerless, as I built a life they could no longer control, using the lessons they had unwittingly taught me about manipulation, entitlement, and the value of standing firm. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hi everyone. I'm Delia, 39F, and I'm writing this from the guest room of a friend's house where I'm staying for a few days, just until the air clears. Or, more accurately, until the dust settles from what's become a full-on family eruption. This isn't something I ever thought I'd post, and it still feels strange to even type out. But when people show you exactly who they are, not once, not twice, but over the course of years, eventually you either swallow it for the sake of peace, or you finally decide enough is enough. I've been the peacekeeper for most of my life. But this time, I couldn't keep swallowing it. Let me take you back. Not to the bridal shower, not yet, but to the beginning. Because this story didn't start with lemon tarts or whispered comments. It started in childhood, in a house where there were 2 daughters, but only one was ever seen as the prize. My sister, Brielle, 36F, has always been my father's favorite. There's no polite way to phrase that. It wasn't just something I imagined growing up. It was something people said to me, sometimes with a smile, sometimes with a shrug, as if that was just the natural order of things. Your sister's such a star. Delia, must be hard living in her shadow. Brielle's always been a handful, but look at her go. You must be so proud to support her. Support her. That's always been my role, hasn't it? The quiet sister. The one who handled the logistics while Brielle twirled in the spotlight. The one who drove across town to pick up forgotten costumes for her dance recitals. Who stayed up late to help her with homework she'd left until the last minute. Who took on an extra shift at her college job to send her a little money when her card was declined. And to be clear, I never resented her, not then. I loved her. I still do, in some strange, tangled way. But loving someone doesn't mean excusing their behavior, especially when they grow up into a person who treats others like tools to be picked up and put down as needed. Brielle is magnetic. People are drawn to her. She has that effortless kind of charm that makes others want to please her. My father, Raymond, was always her biggest admirer. When she sang at school assemblies, he recorded every moment. When she won her high school pageant, he bought extra newspaper copies. When I got my degree, he told people I'd done all right for myself. No fanfare, no framed photo, just a nod. After college, I built a quiet but steady career in project management. I'm not flashy, and I don't need attention. But I worked hard, saved carefully, and last year I got a promotion that allowed me a bit more comfort. Around that same time, Brielle got engaged to Nolan, her boyfriend of 3 years. Now, Nolan is a whole conversation on his own. He's sweet, a little naive, and deeply smitten with Brielle. The kind of man who carries her purse without question, who laughs a little too hard at her jokes, who apologizes when she's the one late to dinner. He doesn't see the way she looks through people when she's done using them. Or maybe he does, and he's made peace with it. When they announced the engagement, I was genuinely happy for her. I offered, sincerely, to contribute toward the wedding. I told her I'd cover the venue deposit, which was no small amount. I said it without expecting anything in return. That's always been my default. Fill in the gaps, smooth out the wrinkles, and maybe, just maybe, they'll see you for it. She hugged me, said I was the best sister in the world, and for a while, it felt like maybe this time would be different. The planning started. I handled all the early communication with the venue, emails, calls, contracts. Brielle was always too busy. Ivy, our cousin, 34F, started showing up more and more in the group chats. Ivy has always been loyal to Brielle in a way that feels strategic, like being close to her somehow elevates her status. She never misses a chance to remind people how long they've been inseparable. Soon, Ivy was answering questions directed at me. She started dropping comments like, Brielle prefers if we keep the vibe more modern chic. Delia. Let's not overcomplicate things with too many details. Too many details? I was the one keeping the schedule from falling apart. Still, I let it slide. After all, this was Brielle's day. That's what everyone kept saying. Then came the vendor changes. Without telling me, Ivy and Brielle swapped the caterer I'd coordinated with for someone trendier. They removed the string quartet I'd already booked for the ceremony and replaced it with a friend of Ivy's who DJ'd part-time. And when I asked about it, Brielle smiled and said, "Oh, we didn't want to bother you with the little stuff." The little stuff. I began to sense that my involvement was more convenient than appreciated. When money was needed, I got a flurry of messages. When decisions were being made, I was conveniently left out. Then came the bridal shower. I hadn't been asked to plan it. Ivy handled that, but I still offered to bring desserts, knowing how much Brielle used to love the lemon tarts I made when we were kids. I arrived early, box in hand, ready to help. That's when the whispers started. As I placed the tarts on the table, I heard one of Brielle's friends murmur to another, "Wait, she actually showed up?" They laughed, not realizing I was within earshot. I brushed it off, sat quietly, smiled. But with every toast, every speech, I felt myself shrinking into the background again. Even my father's words, "Let's be honest, Brielle's the one who matters here," felt like a punch dressed as a compliment. And then Ivy, loud enough for the front table to hear, joked, "Delia, these lemon tarts are incredible. You've really missed your calling. Maybe you should just be the caterer instead." More laughter. I looked around the room. These people, some I'd known for years, were laughing like I was the joke. Like I had no place here beyond setting tables and cleaning up afterward. I didn't get angry. I didn't storm out. Instead, I calmly reached into my bag and pulled out a thick, folded document. The original venue contract. I looked at Ivy, then at my father, then at Brielle, who had gone pale. For a few seconds after I placed the contract on the table, no one said anything. The laughter froze in the air, still hanging between Ivy's smirk and my father's raised glass. You could almost hear the shift in the room, like someone had turned off the music even though nothing was playing. I didn't unfold the contract yet. I just looked at it, then at Brielle. Her expression flickered. For a moment, she was the little girl I used to know, eyes wide, unsure, like she'd been caught sneaking cookies before dinner. But that lasted all of 2 seconds. Her face reset into a polite smile, the kind she used for dealing with store clerks and distant relatives. "Delia," she said slowly, "what are you doing?" I reached over and gently unfolded the document, printed on thick paper, neatly highlighted, my initials carefully penned in the margins. "You remember this, right?" I said, keeping my voice light. "The venue contract. My gift to you." My father cleared his throat. "Now isn't the time." I didn't look at him. I looked at Brielle. "I was going to let it go," I continued. "All of it. The ignored messages. The decisions made behind my back. The comments. I figured, hey, it's your big day. Maybe I was overstepping. Maybe I should have just played caterer." That last line hung in the air longer than it needed to. Ivy laughed, too loudly. "You're seriously bringing paperwork to a bridal shower?" I looked at her then. "Yes," I said calmly. "Because for weeks now, I've been treated like a service provider. Not a sister. Not family. Just someone who makes desserts and pays invoices. So I figured I'd behave accordingly." My dad finally stood up from his seat. "That's enough, Delia. You've made your point." But I hadn't. Not yet. I turned one of the pages. "According to this contract, the deposit is refundable up to 60 days before the event, which, conveniently, is still 2 weeks away." Brielle's eyes darted toward the paper. "You wouldn't." Her voice was soft, but it carried across the room. Some of her friends shifted uncomfortably in their seats. "You don't get to decide what I would or wouldn't do," I said. "Not after this." I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I kept my tone even. That seemed to unnerve them more than any outburst would have. The venue was a charming old manor outside the city, elegant without being flashy, tucked into a grove of elm trees. Brielle had fallen in love with it the moment we toured it. She took selfies with every floral arrangement, sent Nolan videos of the fountains, and insisted this was the one. And now, That perfect venue? It was hanging in the balance, right there, between my fingers. I could see the gears turning in Ivy's head. She was calculating, trying to find a way to spin this, to embarrass me, to regain the upper hand. So what? She scoffed. You want a thank you card? A standing ovation? Because we didn't throw you a parade? No, I said, folding the papers again, slowly. I wanted to be treated with basic respect. And when that didn't happen, I decided I wouldn't fund a celebration I'm not even welcome at. At that moment, Brielle stood too. She wasn't smiling anymore. You know what? She said, and her voice had that icy tone she reserved for people she was about to humiliate. Maybe this was a mistake. All of it. You offering to help, pretending like you were doing it out of love. But this, she gestured to the contract. This isn't love, Delia. This is petty. I nodded. Maybe it is. But if standing up for myself makes me petty, I can live with that. There was a beat of silence. Then my father stepped between us. I think it's time you left, he said. Not a suggestion, a command. I looked at him. At the man who used to ask me to drive Brielle to dance practice, who called me reliable, dependable, never special, never exceptional, just useful. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. His tone was enough. I picked up the contract and slid it back into my bag. You're right, I said. It is time. As I turned to leave, I heard murmurs behind me. Some people awkwardly clapped their hands together to distract from the tension. Others just sat frozen, unsure of what they'd just witnessed. But no one, not one person, tried to stop me. No one said, wait. No one said, thank you. Outside, the sun was still shining. The air smelled like freshly cut grass, like summer was holding on for just a few more weeks before giving way. I walked to my car, sat down, and exhaled. I had expected to feel regret or guilt, but instead, I felt a strange sort of clarity. Like I'd been walking with a weight I didn't even realize I was carrying. But the story doesn't end there. 2 hours later, I got a message from the venue coordinator. Hi Delia, just confirming the cancellation. Funds should be returned to your account within 5 to 7 business days. The silence after I walked out of that bridal shower was deafening, but also strangely clarifying. I didn't cry on the drive home. I didn't replay every word in my head like I used to when Brielle said something cutting or my dad brushed me off. I just drove, window cracked open, lemon tart still sitting untouched on the passenger seat. I didn't go home that night. Instead, I called my friend Martina, someone I've known since college, someone who had once been on the receiving end of Brielle's condescending smile and Ivy's polite dismissals. Something happened? She asked the moment she heard my voice. Yeah, I replied, watching the streetlights pass. And I think I'm done pretending. She didn't ask questions. She just said, you're always welcome here. So I stayed at her place for a few nights. And in that small guest room, surrounded by old books and the soft ticking of a wall clock, I started thinking. Really thinking. Not just about what they'd said to me at the shower, but about the pattern, the long, slow erosion of boundaries, the way they took my help like it was owed to them. I'd been useful to them, but not valued. That was the distinction I'd never fully put into words before. They liked me when I was solving problems. When I was quiet, agreeable, easy. But the moment I expected anything in return, dignity, recognition, basic kindness, I became inconvenient. And the truth was, I hadn't just walked away from a wedding contribution. I had walked away from a role I had spent years unconsciously accepting. No more. The day after the shower, I woke up to 12 missed calls and 7 messages from my dad. Raymond, call me back. Let's be reasonable. Raymond, this behavior is beneath you. Raymond, you're still family. Let's talk this through. He didn't mention the things he hadn't said at the shower, like, thank you, or, I'm sorry. Just more expectations, more directives, like I was a child who needed to be managed. Brielle finally sent a message around noon. Brielle, I know you're upset. I'm not going to apologize for how I felt, but this was not the way to handle it. Not the way to handle it. That made me smile, not because it was funny, but because it was so perfectly Brielle. Even when she felt cornered, she found a way to imply that I was the one who had crossed a line. I didn't reply. Not yet. Instead, I started going through everything I still had access to. See, Brielle and Ivy had taken over most of the fun decisions, but the paperwork, the finances, that had been mine. And I had kept receipts. Literally, every invoice, every email thread, every agreed-upon payment that went through my account. She might have removed me from the group chat, but I was still the one listed as the primary contact for the florist, the lighting company, and the transportation service, all of which I had kindly paid deposits for. Deposits that, unlike the venue, weren't refundable, but were still in my name. And that gave me options. So I made a spreadsheet. I itemized everything I had paid for: the linen rentals, the chair upgrades, the monogram napkins that Ivy insisted were a classy touch. I listed every vendor that I had coordinated, and most importantly, I noted every contract where my name, not Brielle's, was the official signatory. I didn't do anything drastic yet. I just gathered information. Because the real power wasn't in canceling anything. It was in letting them feel the pressure of not knowing when it might happen. By midweek, the messages started getting more pointed. My dad called Martina's house phone. He hadn't used that number in years. "Tell Delia to call me," he said. "She's not thinking clearly." Martina looked at me. "You want me to say anything back?" I shook my head. "Not yet." Then Ivy called me directly. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Hi, Ivy," I said, my voice calm. There was a long pause. Then, "Delia, listen, I think we got off on the wrong foot at the shower." "Did we?" "Well," she continued, her tone sugary and strained. "Some things were said in the moment. No one meant to hurt your feelings. Brielle's just been so stressed lately." "I see," I said. "And that makes it okay to mock me in front of 20 people?" She hesitated. "No, I'm just saying, maybe this whole thing got a little blown out of proportion." "And which part, exactly, is out of proportion?" I asked. "The part where I contributed thousands of dollars and was then asked to play caterer? Or the part where I was told the wedding isn't about me, so I should stay quiet and just keep paying?" Another pause. Then her voice sharpened. "Delia, I'm calling because we need to move forward. The wedding is in 8 weeks. If you're going to withdraw your support, you should at least give us time to replace it." There it was. "We need you, but only under their terms." "Let me think about it," I said, and hung up. But I wasn't thinking about helping them. I was thinking about timing. Here's where things started to shift. I contacted the vendors I was still legally responsible for: florals, lighting, linens, and informed them that all further communications should go through me. I asked them to redirect any final balances to Brielle's new event coordinator, whose name I provided, but not her contact information. Then I drafted a letter, formal, clear, and polite. In it, I stated that I was withdrawing from any financial and organizational responsibility for the event due to mistreatment and a breach of agreement on the family's part. I attached the letter, along with the spreadsheet of paid invoices and non-refundable deposits, and emailed it to my father, Brielle, and Ivy. I gave them 7 days to assume ownership of all outstanding contracts. No one responded, but I know they read it, because 2 days later, the florist called me. "Hi, Delia. I just wanted to confirm. Your sister's assistant reached out, claiming the invoice was being redirected. Can I verify the new payment method?" I smiled. "Of course. But please note that I am no longer affiliated with this event. If they want to take over the account, they'll need to re-sign the agreement and submit a new deposit." "Oh," she said. "They didn't mention that." I bet they didn't. That weekend, Brielle showed up at Martina's house. She didn't knock. She stood at the edge of the walkway, arms folded, sunglasses on. I saw her from the window. "I just want to talk," she called out. Martina glanced at me. "You want me to ask her to leave?" I shook my head. "No, I'll handle it." I stepped outside. The air was crisp, almost cool for late summer. "Delia," she said, "you've made your point, but you're blowing this out of proportion." "I don't think I am." "Okay, maybe we didn't handle things the best way, but this is my wedding. You said it was your gift. Now it feels like you're trying to ruin it just to prove a point." "I'm not trying to ruin anything," I said. "I'm just removing myself from something I was clearly never welcome to be a part of. But you were part of it. You're my sister." I looked at her carefully. "Am I? Or am I just the person you call when something needs fixing?" She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "I'm not angry anymore," I said. "Truly. But I'm also not going to pretend this didn't happen." "So that's it?" she asked. "You're just walking away?" "For now," I said. "But you'll see. This isn't the end." And it wasn't. After Brielle showed up at Martina's house, I didn't hear from her again for almost 2 weeks. Not a single message. Not from her. Not from Ivy. Not even from my father. I thought I'd feel nervous. Maybe even guilty. But instead, I felt still. Like for the first time in years, I wasn't bracing myself for the next comment, the next request, the next way they'd try to shape me into someone quieter, smaller, more convenient. Of course, just because they weren't speaking to me didn't mean they weren't scrambling behind the scenes. Through mutual acquaintances and a few very chatty vendors, I learned the venue had officially been canceled. The florist refused to rebook under such short notice. The string lights Ivy had picked out were no longer available. They had tried to move the wedding to a banquet hall in the city, one that looked more like a corporate conference center than a wedding space. The guest count had been reduced. A new round of paper invitations had to be printed. Apparently, Brielle was furious. Ivy called it a logistical nightmare. My father reportedly said I had sabotaged my own sister's most important day. They weren't entirely wrong. But it wasn't sabotage. It was clarity. While they tried to rebuild their vision of a perfect day, I was quietly working on something else. About 3 weeks before what would have been the original wedding date, I reached out to Mrs. Armand, the director of the community mentorship program I used to volunteer with. She had once asked me, back when I was still working weekends with them, if I'd ever consider hosting a donor appreciation night. I'd love to, I told her, but I'd want it to be meaningful, not just dinner and speeches, something they'd remember. Now I had a perfect location available, an elegant countryside manor with a courtyard, rose-lined paths, and a fully paid deposit. I called the venue and asked about repurposing the date. They were more than happy to oblige. So instead of a wedding, I hosted something better. We called it the Pathmakers Celebration. It honored local educators, small business owners, and young adults who had completed their first year in college with support from the program. I used the funds I had set aside for the remainder of the wedding expenses to rent a shuttle for students and purchase professional headshots for their future resumes. A local string quartet, the same one Brielle had dropped, volunteered to play for the evening. It was simple, heartfelt, and exactly what I needed. The night went smoothly. Guests mingled over soft music and sparkling cider. Students shared stories of their dreams and struggles. At one point, a grandmother of one of the scholarship recipients took my hand and said, "You don't know what this means to them. You think you're just helping behind the scenes, but they'll remember this for the rest of their lives." I smiled, and for once, I didn't feel like I was in anyone's shadow. The day after the celebration, the same weekend Brielle's rebooked wedding was scheduled to take place, I finally got a message from my father. "Raymond, I heard what you did. You're making this about you now." I stared at the screen for a moment. Then I typed a single sentence and hit send. No. I'm finally making it not about you. I didn't expect a reply, and I didn't get one. Out of curiosity, I checked social media later that evening. The photos from Brielle's wedding were carefully curated. Tight angles, cropped backgrounds, lots of smiles. But there was no hiding the shift in tone. The guest list had thinned. The decorations were simpler. Ivy looked exhausted in every photo, and Brielle, well, she smiled the way someone does when they're pretending nothing went wrong. I never commented. I didn't even like the posts. I just closed the app and let the silence speak for itself. That was 4 months ago. I haven't spoken to Brielle since. I haven't spoken to my father either. Ivy sent me a short message, a very formal, "Hope you're well," which I ignored. And you know what? I don't miss them. My life has gotten quieter. Not in a lonely way, but in the sense that the noise of constantly trying to prove my worth is finally gone. I've started volunteering again. I've made friends who don't expect anything from me but honesty and shared laughs. I even took a short trip up the coast, something I'd been postponing for years. For a long time, I thought standing my ground would make me bitter, that choosing distance over reconciliation would feel cold. But instead, it feels like peace. They painted me as the villain for walking away. That's fine. Let them. Because I know the truth. I wasn't the villain. I was the one who finally decided the story didn't have to keep going the way they wrote it. And for the first time in a long time, I like where it's going. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.
Hi, I'm 16F, and I've been holding on to this for a while because I genuinely don't know if I'm overreacting or not. My parents, who are in their late 30s, are the kind of people who think they're still in their 20s. They love to party, go out with friends, and enjoy life, which I get. Everyone deserves a break. But the problem is, their break usually means dumping my 2 younger siblings, aged 7 and 4, on me. It started small. A few hours here and there while they went to dinner or saw a movie. I didn't mind at first, I mean, they're my siblings, and I love them. But over the past year, it's gotten completely out of hand. Now, they'll go out multiple nights a week, leaving me to handle dinner, homework, bedtime routines, and everything else. And it's not like they ask me, they just expect it. The last straw happened last Saturday. My parents announced at 5 p.m. that they were heading to a friend's housewarming party. No prior warning, no asking if I was free. I had plans with my best friend to study for finals, and I told them as much. They brushed it off, saying, "It's just one night, you'll survive." When they came home at 3 a.m., 3 in the morning, I was still awake because my 4-year-old sister had a nightmare and wouldn't stop crying. I was furious but bit my tongue because I didn't want to cause drama while everyone was tired. The next morning, I finally snapped. I told my parents that I was done being their free babysitter and that if they wanted to go out so often, they needed to hire someone. My mom looked shocked and said, "But you're family. It's your responsibility to help out." My dad chimed in, saying I was being ungrateful because they pay for my clothes, food, and extracurriculars. Now, here's where I might be the asshole. I told them that paying for basic necessities doesn't give them the right to treat me like an unpaid nanny. I said I deserve time for myself and my studies and that I'm not a parent, it's their job to take care of their kids. My mom got really quiet, and my dad said, "Fine, if that's how you feel, we'll figure something out." Since then, things have been tense. They've barely spoken to me unless it's necessary, and I overheard my mom telling my aunt that I was selfish and too young to understand the sacrifices of parenting. My aunt called me later and told me I should apologize because my parents just need a break sometimes. Now, I'm second-guessing everything. Am I being selfish? Should I have just sucked it up and kept helping out? Or was I right to stand my ground? After that argument, I decided to stick to my guns, but things got even worse. My parents started pulling the classic passive-aggressive moves. For example, when my dad came home with groceries, he loudly muttered, "Guess we need to start teaching the kids how to cook since someone can handle their responsibilities." My mom chimed in, saying, "Not everyone understands what it means to sacrifice for family." It felt like every single comment was a jab aimed at me, and honestly, it was exhausting. A couple of days later, they went out again without saying anything. I thought maybe they'd finally hired a babysitter, but no, my siblings just wandered into my room around 8 p.m. asking when dinner was. Apparently, my parents assumed I'd just take care of it even after our argument. I ended up making them some pasta because I didn't want them to go hungry, but I left the mess in the kitchen for my parents to deal with. When they got home around midnight, they didn't say a word to me, but my mom banged pots and pans around the kitchen the next morning, clearly annoyed. Then came the big blow-up. My mom sat me down at the kitchen table and said, "We need to have a serious conversation about your attitude." She started going on about how hard it is to be a parent, how they both work full-time, and how I don't appreciate everything they do for me. She said it's not too much to ask for me to help out with the kids since they're giving me a roof over my head. I told her that I do help out, a lot. I help with laundry, dishes, cleaning, and watching the kids more than any 16-year-old I know. I said it's not fair to dump everything on me just because they want to relive their youth. That's when she lost it. She said I was out of line and that I didn't know what real stress was because I didn't have a job or bills to pay. At that point, I was shaking, but I held my ground. I told her I understand that parenting is hard, but it's not my job to raise my siblings. I said I deserve to have my own life and focus on school without constantly being called on to parent 2 kids that aren't mine. Her response? "If that's how you feel, maybe we should rethink how much freedom you have." I didn't even know what she meant by that, but it sounded like some kind of weird threat. I told her, "You can't ground me just because I said no to babysitting. That's insane." She stormed off, leaving me sitting there feeling completely drained. The tension in the house was unbearable after that conversation. My mom barely spoke to me unless it was to ask, or rather, demand, that I do something for the family. My dad just kept giving me these disappointed looks, like I'd betrayed them somehow. But the kicker was when my mom told me she and my dad were going to have a family meeting that evening. I could already tell it wasn't going to go well. At dinner, my parents sat me down at the table with my siblings present. My younger brother and sister had no idea what was going on, so they just sat there quietly, eating their food. My mom started by saying something like, "We've been reflecting on the recent events, and we feel like this family needs to get back on the same page." I stayed quiet because I knew this wasn't going to be a two-sided discussion. My dad chimed in and said, "We all have to pull our weight, And right now, it feels like you're not doing that." That's when I snapped. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I said, "I'm the only one who's been pulling their weight. You expect me to cook, clean, babysit, and still manage school and my own life while you two just do whatever you want. How is that fair?" My mom looked like she was about to explode. She said, "We're your parents. Everything we do is for you and this family, and you have the audacity to act like we're the problem?" I responded, "Yes. Because you're treating me like a live-in nanny, not your child." My voice cracked at the end because I was so angry and frustrated. My dad told me to watch my tone, which only made me angrier. "Why is it okay for you to disrespect me by dumping all your responsibilities on me, but I can't even speak up without being told to calm down?" My little siblings started crying at this point, which made me feel awful. I wasn't trying to upset them, but I was at my breaking point. My mom told me to leave the table if I was going to act like this, so I did. I went straight to my room, slammed the door, and cried into my pillow for what felt like hours. The next day, my parents didn't speak to me at all. It was like I'd been put into some kind of silent punishment. But what really set me off was when I overheard my mom on the phone with my aunt. She was talking loudly enough that it was clear she wanted me to hear. She said something like, "I don't know where we went wrong with her. She's so selfish and ungrateful." That hurt more than anything else. I'd always tried to be a good daughter, and hearing her talk about me like that made me question everything. Was I really selfish? Was I the problem? I started spiraling, wondering if I'd been too harsh or if I should have just sucked it up for the sake of peace. But then something happened that made me realize I wasn't crazy. My aunt, the one my mom had been complaining to, called me later that evening. She told me she'd heard both sides of the story, and while she understood my parents were stressed, she thought it was unfair for them to put so much on me. She even offered to talk to my mom on my behalf, but I told her not to bother. It would probably just make things worse. After the call with my aunt, I felt a mix of relief and sadness. It was nice to hear someone finally validate my feelings, but it also reinforced just how little support I had in my own home. My parents seemed so set in their belief that I was the problem, and I honestly didn't know if anything would ever change. A few days later, things escalated even more. My mom announced at breakfast that they were planning another night out, this time, a fancy dinner with some of their friends. Without even looking up from her coffee, she casually said, "You'll be watching your siblings again tonight." I froze. My siblings looked at me nervously, probably sensing that I wasn't going to just go along with it this time. I took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I'm not available tonight. I have plans." The room went silent. My mom finally looked up at me, her eyes narrowing. "Excuse me?" she said, her tone icy. "I have plans," I repeated firmly. "You can either find someone else to babysit or stay home." My dad chimed in, his voice stern. "What plans could you possibly have that are more important than helping your family?" "Plans for my own life," I shot back. "You two get to go out and enjoy yourselves whenever you want, but I'm expected to give up all my free time. It's not fair." My mom slammed her coffee mug down on the table. "We're your parents. We've sacrificed so much for you, and this is how you repay us? By being selfish?" I stood up, my hands trembling with anger. "I'm not being selfish. I'm setting boundaries. You can't just keep taking advantage of me and expect me to be okay with it." At that point, my mom started yelling about how ungrateful I was, and my dad told me to stop acting like a brat. My siblings were clearly uncomfortable, their eyes darting back and forth like they didn't know whose side to take. I felt a pang of guilt for putting them in the middle of all this, but I knew I couldn't back down. That evening, my parents left without saying another word to me. They didn't even try to ask if I'd changed my mind, they just assumed I'd cave and watch my siblings like always. But I didn't. Instead, I called my aunt and asked if she could come over and help. She showed up within an hour, bringing snacks and games for my siblings to keep them entertained. When my parents came home later that night, they were furious to find my aunt there. My mom started yelling about how I'd embarrassed them by dragging someone else into her family business. My aunt, bless her heart, wasn't having any of it. She calmly told my parents that they were being unfair and that I had every right to set boundaries. My dad tried to argue, saying it was just babysitting, but my aunt cut him off. "It's not just babysitting when it's constant. She's your daughter, not your nanny." After that heated confrontation, the atmosphere at home was tense for weeks. My parents barely spoke to me unless it was absolutely necessary, and even then, their tone was cold and clipped. I felt like I was walking on eggshells constantly. My siblings, on the other hand, seemed confused. They'd quietly ask me things like, "Are you mad at mom and dad?" Or "Why don't you want to hang out with us anymore?" That broke my heart because it wasn't about them, it was about my parents' lack of respect for my time and boundaries. The turning point came one evening when my mom called a family meeting. I'll admit, my heart sank as I walked into the living room and saw my parents sitting there, arms crossed, looking like they were ready for battle. My siblings were there too, sitting awkwardly on the couch. My mom started off by saying, "We've been thinking about what happened, and we're trying to understand your point of view." I blinked, caught off guard. Was this an attempt at a truce? My dad quickly added, "But we also think you've been incredibly disrespectful. This family works because everyone contributes, and it feels like you're trying to opt out of your responsibilities." There it was. The classic guilt trip. I could feel my frustration bubbling up again, but I forced myself to stay calm. "I'm not trying to opt out," I said carefully. "I've always helped out when I could. But you've been treating me like a live-in nanny, and it's not fair. I need time for myself too." My mom sighed, clearly exasperated. "We're your parents. We've done so much for you, raising you, providing for you. Don't you think you owe us a little help in return?" That hit a nerve. "I do help," I said, my voice rising despite my best efforts. "But this isn't just a little help. It's constant. Every time you want to go out, I'm the one who has to step up. When do I get to have a life?" My dad leaned forward, his brows furrowed. "You make it sound like we're abandoning you with your siblings. We're just trying to have some time to ourselves. Don't you think we deserve that?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I'm not saying you can't have time to yourselves. But why does that time always come at my expense? I have school, a part-time job, and my own life to manage. You act like it's selfish for me to want some balance." My mom rubbed her temples, clearly frustrated. "You're making this so much bigger than it needs to be. When we were your age, we helped out at home all the time. It's just what families do. You're being dramatic." That was the last straw. Dramatic? Seriously? You've been dumping all the responsibility of parenting onto me, and when I finally stand up for myself, I'm dramatic. I stood up, shaking my head. "This isn't about helping out. It's about you taking advantage of me and calling it family responsibility." There was a long, uncomfortable silence. My siblings were looking down at their laps, and I felt a pang of guilt for bringing this tension into their lives. But I knew I couldn't back down. Finally, my dad broke the silence. "All right. If that's how you feel, then we need to figure out another solution." My mom shot him a sharp look, but he ignored it. "Maybe it's not fair to rely on you as much as we have been. We'll start looking for a sitter to help out." For a moment, I was stunned. Had I actually gotten through to them? But then my mom interjected. "We'll look for a sitter, sure. But don't think this means you're completely off the hook. You're still part of this family, and you're still expected to pitch in." I sighed. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was progress. "Fine," I said. "I'm okay with helping out sometimes. But it has to be reasonable. I need time for myself too." After that conversation, things started to change, slowly, but surely. My parents did hire a sitter, though they still asked me to help out occasionally. It wasn't perfect, but at least I didn't feel like the weight of the entire household was on my shoulders anymore. Even though there was some progress, I couldn't shake the feeling that my parents still didn't fully understand my point of view. The sitter they hired was only part-time, and there were still plenty of days when they'd call me last minute to step in because something came up. At first, I was accommodating. I wanted to believe they were trying to meet me halfway. But the more it happened, the more it started to feel like old habits creeping back. For example, one Friday night, I had plans to hang out with my friends, something I rarely got to do because of how busy I'd been. Just as I was about to leave, my mom stopped me in the hallway. "Hey, can you watch the kids tonight? The sitter canceled, and we already made reservations," she said, not even waiting for my response before heading toward the door. "Mom, I told you I have plans tonight," I said, my voice tight with frustration. She paused and turned around, clearly annoyed. "It's just one night, okay? You can see your friends anytime." "No, Mom. I can't just see my friends anytime. You've made sure of that," I shot back, and this time, I didn't budge. "You're treating me like a safety net again, and it's not fair." My dad came over, clearly overhearing the conversation. "What's the big deal? You're already here. It's not like we're asking for a lot." That was the moment I realized they hadn't truly learned anything. They still saw my time as expendable, as something they could use whenever it was convenient for them. "Actually, it is a big deal," I said firmly. "You hired a sitter because I told you I couldn't keep doing this. If the sitter cancels, that's your responsibility to figure out, not mine. I'm not the backup plan." The room went silent for a moment, and I could feel the tension thicken the air. My mom's face hardened. "Fine," she said curtly. "We'll figure it out." And they did. But the vibe in the house shifted after that. My parents were colder toward me, not outright hostile, but there was this undercurrent of resentment. They didn't say it, but I could tell they thought I was selfish, that I was making life harder for them. For a while, I started questioning myself. Was I being unreasonable? Was I really just making things more difficult for everyone? But every time I started to feel guilty, I reminded myself of all the sacrifices I had made over the years, the canceled plans, the sleepless nights, the constant stress. I wasn't being selfish. I was setting boundaries. One day, my little brother came up to me while I was studying. He looked hesitant, but eventually, he said, "I heard Mom and Dad talking about you. They think you don't love us anymore because you don't want to babysit." Hearing that broke my heart. "That's not true," I told him gently. "I love you guys so much. But sometimes, even people who love each other need to set boundaries. It doesn't mean I don't care about you. It just means I need to take care of myself too." He seemed to understand, but I couldn't help feeling angry that my parents would put those kinds of ideas in his head. It was manipulative, even if they didn't realize it. After that conversation with my little brother, I realized I had to be crystal clear about my boundaries, not just with my parents, but with myself. I wasn't going to let guilt or manipulation change my mind. When my parents tried to pull me back into the old patterns, I stuck to my guns. I reminded them of the sitter, suggested alternative solutions, and, when they tried to guilt-trip me, I calmly but firmly shut it down. "I love this family, but I'm not going to sacrifice my own life to make things easier for you," I told them during yet another tense conversation. It wasn't easy. They still made comments about how family helps family or how back in their day, kids respected their parents more. But the more I stood my ground, the more they seemed to adapt. They even started using the sitter more regularly and stopped asking me to cancel my plans last minute. I could tell they weren't happy about the changes, but I didn't need them to be happy about it, I just needed them to respect it. The real turning point came a few weeks later when my mom, out of nowhere, apologized. "I didn't realize how much we were putting on you," she admitted. "We've been so focused on what we needed that we didn't think about how it was affecting you." That small acknowledgement meant the world to me. It didn't erase all the frustration, but it felt like progress. Now, things are much better. My parents still have their moments, but they're learning to respect my time and my life. And as for me, I've learned that setting boundaries doesn't make you selfish, it makes you strong. So, am I the a-hole for refusing to babysit my siblings 24/7? Also, please subscribe to this channel for future updates.
When I was 17, I didn't know what credit was. I thought it was some adult magic, like taxes, or mortgages, or why my dad could yell at the TV during football, and somehow that was normal. My name is Tyler, and I'm 25 now. I've learned a lot since then. I've learned how to fix a busted radiator with a $9 socket set in a YouTube video at midnight. I've learned how to juggle 3 jobs without falling asleep standing up. And I've learned, painfully, piece by piece, that family doesn't always mean loyalty. Sometimes, it means debt collectors and betrayal wrapped in Sunday dinner smiles. Back then, we lived in a weather-beaten house just outside Fort Wayne. Indiana winters are cruel, and that house held the cold like a grudge. My room was in the attic. No insulation, one tiny window, and a floor that groaned like it was tired of holding me up. But I didn't complain. That was the unspoken rule in our house. Don't complain. Ever. My parents, Scott and Denise, were the kind of people who believed struggle built character, as long as it wasn't theirs. They saved their sympathy for outsiders and their expectations for me. I was the oldest of 3. My brother Kyle, 2 years younger, had a natural charm that got him out of almost everything. Teachers adored him even when he turned in assignments late. My sister Haley, the youngest, was the princess from birth. Blonde curls, blue eyes, a voice that could switch from sweet to shrill in a heartbeat. She got what she wanted by sheer force of will. I was the quiet one, the one who fixed the Wi-Fi, mowed the lawn, and helped with groceries without being asked. The reliable one. I used to take pride in that. Until it broke me. The first sign that something was off came just after my 19th birthday. I was working part-time at a mechanic shop, saving money for community college. Every paycheck, I'd squirrel away a few $100s, hoping to cover tuition without loans. I didn't want to start adulthood in debt. Irony has a twisted sense of humor. One afternoon, I got a letter in the mail, thick envelope, official looking. I opened it at the kitchen table while Mom stirred spaghetti sauce and Kyle shouted at the Xbox upstairs. It was from a bank I didn't recognize. I skimmed it, confused, then read it again slower. My name. My social security number. A loan for $22,000. Approved and disbursed. I thought it was a mistake. A scam, maybe. I stood there, stunned, letter in hand. Mom, I said, did you sign me up for a loan? She didn't turn around. Just kept stirring. Don't make a scene, Tyler. What? My voice cracked. This says I took out a loan. 22 grand. I didn't. What is this? She sighed, like I was being difficult on purpose. Finally, she turned to face me, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Your father and I had to use your name. We needed help, and the bank wouldn't approve us anymore. I just stared. I felt like the floor had shifted under me. You used my name? It's not a big deal, she said quickly, eyes narrowing. You're part of this family, and we needed a loan to consolidate some things. Kyle needed braces. Haley's school trip. Some house repairs. But it's in my name. You're 19, Tyler. You'll have plenty of time to build credit again. My mouth opened and closed. I didn't even know what to say. I felt violated, betrayed, confused. I'd always trusted my parents. Always believed they were doing their best. But this was something else. This was stealing. When Dad came home that night, I tried to bring it up again. He didn't let me finish a sentence. You live under our roof, he said. You think that's free? You think feeding you all these years didn't cost money? I'm not saying that, I whispered. But this ruins my credit. I was going to apply for financial aid. For college. We'll figure it out, he said, already brushing past me. Don't make a scene. It's for the family. That became the mantra, the shield they used whenever I protested. It's for the family. Like I wasn't part of it. Like I was just the body they used to get ahead. I didn't tell anyone. Not my friends, not my boss, not even my girlfriend at the time. I swallowed it, because what else could I do? I thought maybe they'd pay it off fast. Maybe they'd fix it. Maybe I could still save for school. A year later, they took out another one. I found out when I applied for a student credit card and got denied. Another letter came in the mail. This one for a $15,000 personal loan. Same bank. Same story. My name, my number, their hands. That night, I confronted them. I was shaking, not with fear, but rage I didn't know how to process. I laid the letter on the table, waited. Dad barely glanced at it. We needed it. For what? I asked. Kyle's car. His broke down. He needs to get to work. What about Haley's wedding fund? Mom added. We've been saving, but it's not enough. You know how expensive venues are now. My vision went blurry. So my future just doesn't matter? You're young, Mom said again, as if that was some kind of shield. You'll bounce back. I wanted to scream. I wanted to break something. But instead, I just stood there while they moved on like nothing had happened. Dad turned on the TV. Mom started folding laundry. And I felt myself crack a little. That was the night I decided something. I didn't say it out loud, but it settled in my bones like concrete. I was done waiting for them to do right by me. I was going to fix this, but not for them. For me. What I didn't know then was how deep the hole really went. Because the loans were just the start. And my parents weren't nearly done using me. The summer I turned 21, I learned the sound of my breaking point. It didn't come with shouting or some big dramatic outburst like in the movies. No, it was quiet, almost polite. Just the soft click of my car being towed from the front of the mechanic shop where I worked, right after my shift ended. I stood there, greasy and sunburned, holding a bottle of orange Gatorade and a bag of gas station chips. I thought maybe I parked in the wrong spot. Maybe there was a mistake. But when I called the number on the flyer the driver had slapped onto the shop door, the woman on the other end asked for my name, put me on hold, then came back with a bored voice and said, "Yeah, looks like it was repossessed. Missed payments. Loan defaulted." I just stood there for a full minute, silent. I didn't take out a loan for that car. I finally said, heart thudding, "I bought it used cash." Another pause. Then, "Well, sir, according to our records, the vehicle was used as collateral in a personal loan 2 years ago. It defaulted. That's why it was taken." I don't remember the rest of that call. I remember the ground feeling soft, unsteady. I remember walking home, 5 miles, in steel-toed boots. My boss texted me asking what happened. I didn't answer. I didn't have words for what I was feeling. When I got home, Kyle's new silver Civic was parked in the driveway. Shiny, spotless, not a scratch. It hadn't been there that morning. I stared at it for a long time before I walked inside. The air was thick with the smell of garlic bread and lasagna. Haley was laughing in the kitchen, probably on the phone with her fiancé, and my mom was humming as she pulled dinner from the oven. Dad sat on the couch with a beer in hand, eyes glued to the news. I didn't even ask. I just held up the flyer and dropped it onto the table. Mom looked over, smile fading. "What's that?" "My car got taken," I said flatly. "Repossession." Apparently, it was used as collateral for a loan. She winced. "Tyler." "No," I said. "No more Tyler. No more brushing it off. Did you take out a loan in my name again?" Silence. Then Dad set his beer down with a loud thud. "Don't come in here accusing us like we're criminals." "You are," I snapped. "You used my name. Again. You didn't even ask." "We needed a loan to help Kyle get a reliable car," Mom said, folding her arms like that justified it. "His old one kept breaking down, and he's got a real chance at that sales job." "What about me?" I asked, voice rising. "What about my job? I was using that car to get to work, to earn money, to survive, and now it's gone." Dad stood up. "Don't raise your voice. We're still your parents." "Parents?" I laughed, sharp and bitter. "Parents don't steal their kid's identity 3 times and ruin their credit before he can legally drink." Haley poked her head in from the kitchen. "You're being dramatic." That was it. That was the moment. Not the loans. Not the repossession. Not even the smug way Kyle acted like he earned that Civic. It was Haley, looking at me like I was the problem. "You know what?" I said. "Fine. I'll find a way to fix it. But don't expect me to play along anymore." "Don't be selfish," Mom snapped. "We're a family. We help each other." "Funny how that only goes one way," I muttered. I walked out that night and didn't come back for 3 days. I slept on a friend's couch and borrowed his bike to get to work. I didn't return until I was sure I wouldn't scream just walking through the front door. When I did get home, nobody greeted me. My parents acted like I was being petty. Kyle had the nerve to say, "You're still mad about the car? Dude, chill. I'll drive you if you need a ride." I declined. That month, I opened a separate bank account under a different name, my middle name, and an old address from college applications. I started saving in secret. Every paycheck, I put away half. I picked up night shifts and weekend jobs, skipped sleep, skipped meals, and slowly began building a financial wall between me and my family. I stopped leaving documents around the house. Started locking my bedroom door. Haley got married the next spring. It was a huge affair. White roses, crystal chandeliers, custom invitations with gold foil lettering. The whole thing screamed money. I assumed her fiancé's family was rich. Then I overheard my mom talking on the phone late one night while I passed by the kitchen. "Yes, it was all from that third loan," she whispered. "Well, Tyler doesn't really need a wedding. He's not even dating anyone." I stood there in the dark, fists clenched so hard my nails left crescent moons in my palms. I didn't confront her. I couldn't. Not then. If I said something, I might actually lose it. So I swallowed it again. Quietly. For now. At Haley's wedding, I played my part. I smiled for photos, gave a polite toast, and watched my parents beam with pride. I listened to guests compliment the family. I watched my dad cry during the father-daughter dance. And I wondered if they even saw me anymore, or if I was just a walking social security number to them. After the wedding, things got colder. I spent less time at home, more at work. I applied for a second apartment using a roommate's name, paid cash, and moved out without telling anyone. When my mom called the next morning and found my room empty, she left 6 voicemails in a row. "Tyler, where are you? Tyler, this isn't funny. Tyler, come home now. We're your family." I never returned the calls. I texted Kyle once. "Tell mom and dad I'm fine." Just needed space. I didn't block them. I wanted them to see. Every time I got a promotion, every time I paid off a credit card someone else had opened, I posted it. Quietly. Not bragging. Just leaving breadcrumbs. Letting them know I wasn't gone. I was just done. But they weren't done with me. A year later, I checked my credit report again. A new credit card had been opened under my name. $4,800 charged to it in less than 3 months. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. This time, I didn't ask. I went straight to the bank, flagged the fraud, closed the account, and filed a police report. And for the first time, I included names. Scott and Denise Harper. Relationship, parents. I didn't tell them. Not yet. I waited. I wanted them to hear from someone else first. And they did. I came home from work a few days later to find Dad waiting outside my apartment building. He looked older than I remembered. Gray in his beard. Wrinkles in his forehead. He stood when he saw me and started talking before I even reached him. You called the cops on your own family? I shrugged. Wasn't personal. Just protecting my identity. That's your mother you're accusing. No, I said calmly. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. The account was opened from your IP address. Her voice is on the verification call. I heard the audio. His mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. We needed help, Tyler. You always need help, I said. And I'm always the one paying for it. We raised you, he snapped. No, I said. You used me. Big difference. He left after that. Furious. Said I was being cold. Said I was abandoning the people who loved me. And maybe, in some twisted way, they did love me. But they loved me like an ATM. Like a tool. Like a safety net. Not like a son. It's been almost 2 years since that day. I've moved twice, changed numbers, even legally altered parts of my name. My credit is almost clean now. I own my car outright. I work in logistics for a major trucking company and do freelance auto repair on the side. I don't owe anyone anything. Not a cent. But then last month, the doorbell rang. And when I opened it, I saw them. Mom. Dad. Both thinner, older. Tired. They looked like the wind could blow them over. Tyler, Mom whispered. Her eyes were red. We didn't know where else to go. Dad cleared his throat. The house is in foreclosure. We've got 60 days. We need help. I let them talk. Let them explain the medical bills, the late payments, the desperate borrowing. I nodded, patient, while they laid out the sob story. And when they were done, I just smiled. Funny, I said. I could help. But you taught me not to. Then I closed the door. And that's not even the end. Because what they did after that, that's when things really got crazy. I wish I could say slamming that door was the end of it. That everything after was peaceful. That they took the hint and left me to my life. But if there's one thing I've learned about people like my parents, it's that they don't understand boundaries. Not when it comes to what they believe they're entitled to. Especially not when it comes to me. For about a week after I turned them away, it was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that doesn't settle, just hovers. I tried to convince myself it was over. That maybe they were finally realizing I wasn't the same kid who used to apologize for things I didn't do. I went to work, hit the gym, stayed busy. But in the back of my mind, I could feel it brewing. Then came the letter. It wasn't handwritten. It wasn't even sent through the mail. It was hand-delivered, wedged into my apartment mailbox without a stamp. Folded neatly, typed, and then signed. You owe us everything. We gave you life, food, shelter. This attitude of superiority, it's disgusting. You're not better than us, Tyler. And when we lose the house, just know it'll be your fault. Not ours. Yours. I read it twice. Then again. It wasn't even angry. It was cold. Calculated. Like someone had written it while sipping coffee and feeling nothing at all. That scared me more than if it had been some rant in red ink. Because it meant they believed it. Every word. They truly thought I owed them my life. That night, I sat on my bed for hours, staring at the ceiling fan as it spun in slow circles. I thought about how far I'd come. About how hard it had been to claw my way back from the hole they threw me into. About the nights I'd come home with $4 in my bank account and a fridge full of nothing. About the relationships I'd ruined by constantly working, by not having the energy to be present. About the birthday I spent alone eating instant noodles while Mom posted photos of Haley's baby shower online with a cake that probably cost more than my monthly rent. I hadn't hit rock bottom when they stole my credit. I hadn't even hit it when they took my car. The truth is, I didn't have a rock bottom. I had a slow, quiet collapse. 1,000 small humiliations. A constant, gnawing sense that I didn't matter. Not to them. Not to anyone. But somewhere in the middle of that collapse, I started building something. The first brick was honesty. I stopped lying to myself about who they were. I stopped excusing it, justifying it, pretending it would get better if I just worked harder or stayed quiet long enough. The second brick was distance. Real distance. Not just moving out, but cutting emotional ties. No more looking for their approval. No more hoping for an apology that would never come. And the third brick? That was mine. I stopped doing things because I had to. I started doing them because I wanted to. I signed up for night classes in logistics management. Slept 4 hours a night. lived off caffeine and willpower, took a promotion at work that paid less per hour but came with a path, one that didn't end with me under someone's thumb forever. It was hard. I won't lie. There were weeks I didn't think I'd make it. Weeks where I'd sit in the dark with my phone off, just tired in my bones. But slowly, something shifted. I paid off another card. Got approved for a lease in my own name. My boss pulled me into his office one morning and said, "You've got a mind for this. Ever think about running your own team?" That night, I cried for the first time in years. Not because I was sad, because someone finally saw me for what I could be, not just what I'd survived. Around that same time, I stopped checking my parents' Facebook profiles. I didn't need to see the pity posts or the vague updates about someone in the family who turned their back on us. I was done playing the villain in their story. And just when I thought they'd finally let go, I got a call from Haley. I almost didn't answer. But some part of me, the part that still remembered teaching her how to ride a bike in our cracked driveway, picked up. "Tyler." Her voice was tight, like she was holding something back. "Can we talk?" I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. "I don't know. Can we?" There was a pause. "I'm not here to argue. I wanted to say I'm sorry." I didn't respond. I didn't know how bad it got. I don't know what I thought. That you'd be fine, I guess. That you always land on your feet. Because I had to. I said, quieter than I meant to. Because no one else would catch me. "I know," she whispered. "I know that now. Mom and Dad, they're losing everything. And part of me, God, I feel awful even saying this, but part of me thinks they deserve it." "They do," I said. She sighed. "I just didn't want you to think I was like them." I let that hang in the air. I didn't know if I believed her, but I could hear something in her voice, something raw, something I recognized. The sound of someone waking up. "I need time," I said finally. "Okay." We hung up. I didn't feel better. I didn't feel worse. Just still. But that call was the beginning of something. A few days later, I got a LinkedIn message from a recruiter. Logistics coordinator position. Full benefits. Remote flexibility. Salary double what I was making. I thought it was a scam. Almost ignored it. But I checked the company. It was real. I sent in my resume that night. Got an interview 3 days later. And when they offered me the job, I stared at the email for a long, long time. Because in that moment, I realized something. I'd made it. Not just financially. Not just professionally. I'd made it out. Out of the guilt. Out of the cycles. Out of the belief that my worth was tied to how much I could endure. I accepted the job. Signed the papers. Sent in my resignation at work, and my boss actually hugged me. "You were one of the best I've had," he said. "Go do something amazing." I did. I moved to a better apartment. One with a balcony and a washer/dryer that didn't sound like a rocket launch. I bought a couch that wasn't secondhand. I went on a real vacation, just 3 days in a cabin up north. No cell service, just trees and silence. And for the first time in my adult life, I breathed without a weight on my chest. But just when I thought the past had finally let go of me, it grabbed back. A letter arrived. This one was official. Cream envelope, courthouse seal. A civil suit. Filed by Scott and Denise Harper. Claiming I owed them financial support. That I had benefited from living under their roof for years and now had an adult obligation to contribute to their well-being. Citing some obscure state code about filial responsibility. I sat on my new couch, hands trembling, and read the letter 3 times. And then I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was insane. They were suing me. Suing me. After everything they'd taken. After everything they'd done. They were still trying to take more. That was the real turning point. Not the loans. Not the car. Not even the letter shoved in my mailbox. This was war. And I was done playing nice. I didn't respond to the letter right away. I let it sit on my kitchen counter, unopened except for that first read. Every morning, I'd pass it while pouring my coffee. Every night, I'd glance at it as I set my keys down. Like a silent dare. I wasn't scared. Not anymore. But I wasn't rushing into anything either. I wanted to feel the weight of it. To remember that this wasn't some petty drama. My parents were trying to legally extract money from me, after everything they'd stolen. They'd taken my credit, my name, my peace of mind, and now they wanted my consent to keep draining me. That wasn't going to happen. I let 2 days pass. 3. On the 4th day, I emailed my lawyer. Technically, he wasn't my lawyer. He was a guy named Marcus I'd met during a workshop on identity theft recovery 2 years earlier, when I was still dealing with the fallout of the loans. He'd spoken plainly, had a dry sense of humor, and stuck around after the session to answer my questions. We kept in touch. I'd emailed him maybe twice since. But now I needed him. I forwarded the suit to him, along with a short message. Looks like my parents are trying to sue me for not being a better ATM. Thoughts? He called me 10 minutes later. This is absurd, he said, laughing into the phone. Filial responsibility statutes are rarely enforced, especially in Indiana. And even when they are, they usually apply to cases where the parent is incapacitated and the child is both financially capable and somehow morally responsible. Well, I said, I am financially capable now. Yeah, Marcus replied. But morally? After they stole your identity, racked up debt in your name, and tanked your credit before you could legally drink? I think we're good. I want to fight it, I said. But not just that. I want to expose them. I want a paper trail. I want it all documented. I don't want them just embarrassed. I want them boxed in. No more chances to play the victim. There was a pause. You're serious. I've never been more serious. Another pause. Then let's talk strategy. And just like that, the setup began. The first thing Marcus did was help me file a countersuit. It wasn't just a defensive move, it was aggressive. We gathered all the documentation, the fraudulent loans, the credit card statements, the repossession report, the police report I'd filed years ago. We pulled my credit history from age 18 onward, annotated every line that didn't belong. We requested recorded customer service calls from banks that still had them on file, ones where my mother's voice could be heard, pretending to be me. Your parents are going to claim they did it for your benefit, Marcus warned. That they were just helping you. That you knew and agreed. We need to prove malicious intent. A pattern. Oh, I said, there's a pattern. And I had proof. The letter. The one they left in my mailbox. The emotional blackmail disguised as entitlement. I'd scanned it the day it arrived, even though it made my skin crawl. I sent it to Marcus. This alone doesn't prove identity theft, he said. But combined with the loans and the police report, it paints a picture. What's next? I asked. Discovery. We send them a formal notice. If they want to pursue this, they'll have to hand over financial records, communication logs, all of it. Good, I said. Let's make them dig their own hole. He laughed. You really are your own man now. I didn't reply to that, but it stayed with me. While Marcus got the legal wheels turning, I started my own parallel plan. Reputation. See, the thing about my parents is that they cared what people thought. Image was everything. Church potlucks, neighborhood barbecues, Haley's baby announcements on Facebook. They curated a version of our family that looked so wholesome you could slap it on a cereal box. I was the black sheep, the one who moved away and stopped calling, who forgot where he came from. I hadn't spoken to most of our extended family in years, not because I didn't want to, but because every conversation somehow got filtered through mom and dad. They controlled the narrative. Time to change that. I started reaching out. Not with rage, not with accusations, just facts. I called my Uncle Tom, Dad's older brother, a man I hadn't spoken to since I was 19. We made small talk for a while before I gently steered the conversation. Did you know Mom and Dad took out loans in my name? He paused. What? No. What are you talking about? So I told him. Not all the messy emotional stuff. Just the numbers. The fraud. The debt. I told him about the repossession, the lawsuits, the letter. By the end, he was silent. Why didn't you say anything sooner? He finally asked. I thought I had to protect them, I said. But now, I just want the truth out there. I'm not looking for pity. I just don't want to be the villain in their version anymore. He didn't say much after that. But 3 days later, Haley texted me. Did you talk to Uncle Tom? Mom's freaking out. I didn't respond. I kept going. Aunt Linda, Cousin Rachel, even Pastor Greg from our old church. Each time, I kept it factual. Calm. And each time, I could feel the tide shifting. People started seeing the cracks in the image. Whispers started. Texts flew. And my parents? They panicked. The legal response came a week later, a half-hearted request to settle quietly, accompanied by a vague denial of wrongdoing. Marcus and I laughed over it. They're hoping you'll fold, he said. They don't know me anymore. At the same time, I was preparing another layer of the plan, one they wouldn't see coming. Media. Not TMZ, obviously, but local papers. One in particular, the Fort Wayne Sentinel. They had a Real People, Real Stories section, a column that featured identity theft victims and financial abuse survivors. I'd read it before. Quiet, Powerful stories. I emailed the editor. Told her I had one of my own. She called me the next day. Are you okay with your name being public? She asked. This could blow back on you. I thought about that. The old me would have hesitated. Would have worried about making waves. But the new me? I want it out there, I said. Every word. We set up an interview. I gave her everything. Documents, letters, emails, quotes. She fact-checked, interviewed Marcus, even asked Haley for comment. Haley declined, but texted me privately that she supported me. I'm not ready to speak out, she said. But I'm not against you. Just be careful. I thanked her and waited. The article dropped on a Monday morning. The headline was simple. He was just 19 when his parents stole his identity. Now he's fighting back. It was fair, balanced, but it didn't pull punches. It detailed the loans, the fraud, the emotional toll. And it named names because I gave permission. That afternoon, I got 50 messages. Some from people I hadn't spoken to in years. Some from strangers. A few were survivors of similar abuse. One woman wrote, I thought I was the only one. My father did the same thing to me. Thank you for sharing. But the one that stood out? A voicemail from my father. No hello. No greeting. Just this. You're destroying this family. For what? A few bucks? Pride? You think the world's going to love you now? They won't. You'll always be ours. I saved the voicemail. Then I sent it to Marcus. Admissible? I asked. Oh, absolutely, he replied. By the end of that week, the tone of the lawsuit shifted. Their lawyer, someone they probably found through a Google ad, filed a motion to dismiss their own suit. But it was too late. Because my countersuit? That was still on. And it was gaining traction. They didn't show up to the hearing. Marcus had warned me that might happen. People like them? They're great at making threats, but not so great at following through when the spotlight's pointed at them. Still, I had to see it for myself. I sat in that quiet courthouse room, arms crossed, heart steady, and watched the judge call out Scott and Denise Harper twice before sighing and turning to Marcus and me. Well, he said, that simplifies things. We won by default judgment. A clean, satisfying slam of the gavel. Everything we'd filed, the documented identity theft, the illegal use of my social security number, the fraudulent loans, the emotional and financial damage, it was all entered into the record. They had 30 days to respond before enforcement would begin. Garnishment, liens, asset seizure. They didn't respond. Not even when they got served at what was left of their house, a rundown place with brown grass, a sun-bleached for sale sign, and 3 boarded windows. I didn't need to be there to picture it. I'd driven past once. Just once. I saw my dad sitting on the porch, hunched, staring at nothing. Mom wasn't there. According to Haley, she'd started staying with a friend after the article dropped. She's embarrassed, Haley told me. Won't even go to church. People ask too many questions. She should be embarrassed, I replied. That's called consequence. I know, Haley said softly. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I'm just letting you know. 3 weeks after the judgment, Marcus and I filed the final papers. Garnishment on their remaining savings account, which held just under $6,000. Not enough to pay back what they owed, but enough to make them feel it. Enough to matter. The bank froze the funds within 48 hours. That's when the calls started again. Blocked numbers. Strange voicemails. Mom crying. Dad angry. One message stood out. Dad's voice, cold and sharp. You're destroying your own blood over money. You think this makes you powerful? You're just a bitter child with a lawyer. I saved it. Forwarded it to Marcus. Then I turned off my voicemail completely. But revenge isn't about rage. Not the real kind. It's not shouting or smashing things or seeing them beg. It's knowing, really knowing, that you've outgrown them. That they can't hurt you anymore. That you've built something they can't reach. Still, that didn't stop them from trying one last time. A month after the funds were frozen, I came home from work to find a letter taped to my apartment door. Sloppy handwriting. Torn notebook paper. You've made your point. We get it. You win. But you need to stop. We're still your parents. Families move on. Haley thinks you've gone too far. Please stop before you make this worse. I stared at that line. Haley thinks you've gone too far. For a long time. Then I picked up the phone and called her. She answered on the first ring. Tyler, I got a letter taped to my door. You said that. What? She paused. No, I didn't say that. Are you serious? I'm looking at it right now. Her voice dropped. I swear on everything, Tyler. I never said that. I haven't even seen them in a week. I believed her. And something inside me snapped clean. Because even now, even in the final moments, they were still trying to triangulate. Still trying to turn the only sibling I had left into a weapon. Still reaching for anything they could twist. So I made one last move. I wrote a letter. Not to them, to everyone else. I posted it on social media. A public update. Not dramatic. Not angry. Just clear. Some of you have asked why I went public. Why I sued my parents. Why I didn't let it go. Here's why. They stole from me. For years. Not just money, but time, peace, opportunity. They used my name to fund their wants and ignored my needs. They never apologized. Never made it right. I tried silence. It didn't work. I tried distance. That didn't work either. So I chose truth. If that makes me a villain in their story, so be it. I'm proud of the man I've become, because I built him without their help. This chapter is closed. Don't ask me to reopen it. I logged out after posting it. Let the ripples hit without watching. 2 days later, Haley sent me a screenshot. The family group chat, which I hadn't been part of for years, was blowing up. A few relatives defended me. Some stayed quiet. One aunt said I should have kept it private. Haley replied, "They didn't keep their abuse private. Tyler has every right." That night, I slept with my phone off for the first time in years. No buzzing. No guilt. No waiting for a shoe to drop. And for the first time in my life, I felt something I hadn't felt in over a decade. Peace. Haley and I started talking more after that. Slowly. Cautiously. We didn't pretend the past didn't exist, but we didn't let it own us either. She told me she was thinking about therapy. About what she'd ignored, what she'd accepted as normal. "I'm not proud of how I stood by," she said once, during a long walk in the park. "But watching you stand up for yourself, it's made me rethink everything." "I'm not perfect," I said. I was angry. Still am, sometimes. "You earned that anger," she replied. "Just don't let it be the only thing that drives you." I didn't. I made space for other things. Laughter. Sleep. Weekend trips. Cooking for myself without counting calories or cost. I dated again, slowly, carefully. Let someone see the version of me I'd fought to become. As for my parents, last I heard, they moved out of the house just before foreclosure finalized. Dad got a part-time job somewhere out of town. Mom stopped posting on Facebook. They went quiet. Not because they found peace, but because they finally ran out of stories to tell. They weren't the victims anymore. They were just names on a court record. And I was the one who walked away clean. Not bitter. Not broken. Just free. And that was the first thing they taught me that I actually wanted to remember. Hi everyone. I'm Nadia, 21F, and I want to share a story that still makes my chest tighten every time I think about it. It's about a graduation day that didn't go the way I'd hoped, and the fallout that followed. To understand the full picture, I should probably explain a few things about my family first. I'm the youngest of 3 kids. My brother Julian, 28M, is the oldest, and my sister Marlena, 25F, is the middle child. I used to joke that my parents practiced on them and got tired by the time they got to me. But the truth isn't very funny when you live through it. Julian has always been the center of their world. Ever since he was little, he was praised for everything he did, whether it was deserved or not. He once won second place in a spelling bee, and my parents threw him a whole barbecue with a sheet cake and banners. When I actually won first place in mine 3 years later, my mom said, "Oh, you're just like your brother," and handed me a half-eaten cookie from the kitchen. Marlena was different. Not quite as adored as Julian, but she learned to play along. She sided with them often, echoed their opinions, and stayed in their good graces. That earned her a certain level of approval, conditional, of course, but enough to get by. I used to try too. I tried hard. Straight A's. Volunteering. Always being polite. But nothing stuck. I was invisible unless I made a mistake. It wasn't outright cruelty. Not at first. It was subtle things. Skipped school plays. Forgotten birthdays. Why can't you be more like Julian? And you know how your father gets. I learned early on to keep my expectations low and my mouth shut. That was the safest way to exist around them. Still, I hoped, naively, that college would change things. I went to a university about an hour and a half from home. Far enough to breathe, but close enough to drive back for holidays. I kept them updated with short messages, sent them my grades, even called them now and then when I had good news. Most of the time, I got one-word replies, if that. Marlena once told me, "They're busy, Nadia. You're not the only person with things going on." So I stopped sharing as much. But graduation felt like it mattered. Not just to me, but symbolically. After 4 years of juggling coursework, part-time jobs, sleepless nights, and self-doubt, I was finally walking across that stage. I had earned every credit, paid my own way, and even earned a departmental award for academic excellence. My professors were proud of me. My classmates admired me. And I wanted my family to see that version of me, the one who had made it. The ceremony was scheduled for early June. I sent out the formal email with the date and details 2 months in advance, then followed up with printed invitations for those who didn't check their inboxes often. I wrote personal notes in each one. I handed them to my parents when I came home for Easter. My dad looked at it and said, "We'll see." My mom said, "That weekend's always busy." Still, I hoped. I didn't hear anything for a while. When I tried to confirm plans in the family group chat, Julian never responded. Marlena gave a vague, "I'll check with work." My parents were silent. I reminded them again a week before the ceremony. My dad called me that night, not to talk about the event, but to ask if I could help Marlena with a resume she was putting together. No mention of graduation. On the day of the ceremony, I woke up early. I did my own hair, my own makeup, and wore a dress I bought secondhand. I slipped on the honor cords I'd earned and pinned my department's medal to the inside of my gown. My roommate Leanne offered to drive us to campus, and I accepted. She and I had grown close over the years. She had been my emergency contact more than once when no one else picked up. As we drove past the rows of parked cars and families walking toward the stadium, I kept scanning for mine. Maybe they were running late. Maybe they'd surprise me. Leanne squeezed my hand. "They'll show," she said gently. I smiled, not trusting myself to speak. Inside, the energy was electric. Graduates laughing, hugging, lining up for photos. Some were nervous. Others were radiant. I tried to stay calm, focused. My name was going to be called. I had earned this moment, even if I had to hold it alone. The rows filled. The ceremony began. When they called my name and I stepped forward, I looked out over the crowd. I didn't see them. Not anywhere. I told myself maybe they were seated farther back. Maybe I just missed them. But as I walked back to my seat, diploma in hand, it hit me. They weren't there. They never planned to be. After the ceremony, I stepped aside while the crowd surged out of the venue. I stood under a shady tree and tried to breathe. Leanne found me. She held out her arms, and I let myself be hugged. "Come on," she said, pulling back. "Let's take a photo. Just us." I smiled and nodded. We posed, and she snapped the picture. Me holding my diploma, my cords, and my medal, standing beside someone who had been there through every tough semester, every late-night breakdown, every moment of doubt. She handed me the phone, and I stared at the photo for a long time. Then I posted it online with a short caption. "Family is who shows up." I didn't tag anyone. I didn't say anything cruel. I just needed to say something. And that should have been the end of it. But a few hours later, after the sun had gone down and I had changed into pajamas, there was a knock at my door. A hard, deliberate knock. Leanne froze on the couch. We weren't expecting anyone. I walked over, hesitant, and peeked through the peephole. Standing in the hallway were my parents. Both of them. Behind them, a few steps back, was Julian. Marlena wasn't there. I opened the door slowly. "Hi," I said, unsure what else to say. My dad's jaw was tight. "We need to talk." My mom stepped forward without waiting to be invited in. Julian looked annoyed, arms crossed, like this whole thing had disrupted his evening. "About what?" I asked, still standing in the doorway. Dad glanced toward Leanne, then back at me. In private, my heart started to race. They weren't here to apologize. They weren't here because they missed me. They were here because they'd seen the post. I didn't move from the doorway. "Why are you here?" I asked again, this time more firmly. My mom narrowed her eyes like she'd just been insulted. "We're not doing this in the hallway. Invite us in." Julian sighed behind her, like this was a major inconvenience. "Come on, Nadia. You put that online and thought we wouldn't respond." That stopped me. I had barely spoken a word about them for years. I had never posted anything mean or public about my family. Not even when I was in high school and crying in my room because they forgot my birthday 2 years in a row. And now, the one time I posted a simple sentence, that was what brought them to my door. Leanne stood up from the couch, sensing the tension. "Do you want me to stay?" she asked gently. I nodded. My mom's lips tightened at that. "We need to speak as a family, not with outsiders listening." "She's not going anywhere," I replied. There was a long pause. My dad finally said, "Fine." Just let us talk. I stepped aside. I didn't want them in my space, but I knew they wouldn't leave quietly. They walked in, not with humility or even hesitation, but like they were entering their house. Mom sat at the end of the couch, closest to the TV, and crossed her legs. Dad stood, arms behind his back, as if he were about to give a speech. Julian stayed by the door with his arms crossed and an expression that hovered between smugness and annoyance. I stayed standing. No one spoke for a moment. Then Mom said, "That post was disrespectful." My head tilted slightly. "Disrespectful?" "Yes," she said. "Implying that your family doesn't care about you? That we weren't there for your graduation? Do you have any idea how that made us look?" So there it was. Not, "We're sorry." Not, "We should have been there." Just how it made them look. Leanne was silent beside me, but I could feel her tension rising. She knew my story. All of it. Dad cleared his throat. "Your post made people talk. Your aunt called. Your cousin Amelia messaged your mother, wondering why we weren't in any of the pictures. People are asking questions. They're concerned," my mother added sharply, "and embarrassed for us." "Not for me?" I asked. That caught them off guard for a second. Julian jumped in, arms still folded. "You really thought it was a good idea to drag the family on social media just because we didn't make it to your graduation? You're not the only person with things going on, Nadia. You didn't even RSVP," I said, voice low. "I sent you all invitations 2 months ago." I followed up. No one replied. Dad exhaled like this conversation was beneath him. "We have lives, Nadia. Your brother had a conference. Your mother was organizing the charity banquet. I had meetings. We don't always have time to drop everything." "For one day," I said, voice quieter now. "One afternoon? You didn't even call. You didn't even ask how it went." My mom shook her head, clearly growing impatient. "We thought you'd understand. You've always been so independent. You're not a child." "I'm not," I agreed. "But I'm still your daughter. I thought, just this once, you might want to show up." There was a flicker of something in her eyes, but it wasn't regret. It was irritation. Julian scoffed. "You're making a big deal out of a college graduation. Plenty of people don't even go to those." Leanne spoke up for the first time. "That might be true, but you weren't plenty of people. You were her family, and you didn't even send a text." Mom turned sharply. "I don't think we need commentary from someone who isn't part of this family." "Neither did I," Leanne said, looking at me, "until you showed up at her door like this." That's when Dad stepped forward, trying to regain control. "Look, we didn't come here to fight. We came to tell you that this kind of behavior, posting things like that, hurts our reputation." "Your reputation," I said. "But what about mine?" "What about it?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "I worked for that degree. I earned every part of it on my own. I paid for school. I paid rent. I juggled work and classes and health issues and still graduated with honors. I never asked you for anything, even when I should have. All I wanted was for you to sit in a chair for 2 hours and clap when they called my name." "You always exaggerate," Mom said. "We were planning to call you after." Julian looked at her. "Were we?" She didn't answer. Dad took over again. "You're not being fair. Life doesn't revolve around you." "No," I said, my voice steady now, "but it also doesn't revolve around Julian. And yet somehow, everything always comes back to him." Julian's jaw tightened. "Don't make this about me. It's always about you. Ever since we were kids, it's been Julian this and Julian that. He got a participation trophy, and you bought him dinner. I got scholarships, and you said, 'Good. Less debt for us to worry about.'" "I don't remember that," Mom muttered. "Of course you don't. It didn't matter to you." There was a long silence. The air felt heavy. I could feel years of resentment sitting just beneath my skin. I had swallowed so much for so long, told myself not to complain, not to start trouble. But this time, they had come to me. They had started this. Dad looked at me like I was the one being unreasonable. "We came to fix this before more people get the wrong idea." "That's what you're worried about?" I asked. "What other people think?" He nodded. "Yes, that, and the division this is causing." "You caused the division," I said. "Not just today. For years." Mom stood up. "You're clearly upset. Maybe we should come back another time when you've had time to calm down." "I am calm," I said. "That's the difference. You think I'm emotional, but I've been calm this entire time. And still, none of you asked me how my graduation went. No one spoke. Not Julian. Not Mom. Not Dad. You just barged in here because you were afraid someone might finally see you the way I always have." Dad took a breath, like he wanted to say something. But then he closed his mouth. I watched as their carefully built story, the one where I was the ungrateful daughter and they were the concerned parents, began to crack. Mom smoothed her blouse, trying to collect herself. Well, if you're going to act like this, don't expect us to come around next time. I stepped toward the door and held it open. I won't. They filed out slowly, each of them avoiding my eyes. Dad was the last to leave. He paused in the doorway and said, "You're making a mistake." "No," I replied. "I'm finally telling the truth." And then I closed the door. When the door clicked shut behind them, I just stood there for a moment, my hand still on the knob. I didn't feel victorious. Not yet. I didn't feel anything. Really. Not anger, not sadness. Just a strange kind of stillness, like the quiet that comes right before a storm breaks. Leanne approached me gently. "Are you okay?" I nodded. "Yeah," I said, my voice flat. "I think I'm just done." We didn't talk about it much more that night. She stayed over, just in case, and we watched a movie half-heartedly until we both fell asleep. But the next morning, when I woke up and scrolled through my messages, I saw the ripple effect had already begun. There were texts from my Aunt Rhea, asking what happened and why I didn't invite my parents. She assumed they had been left out. There was a message from Emilia, my cousin, saying the post was a bit passive-aggressive, followed by a thumbs-up emoji, like that somehow made it okay. Even Marlena had texted. "Mom's really upset. I don't know what you said to her, but she cried all night. This drama isn't good for anyone. Just delete the post. No congratulations. No, I'm sorry we missed it. Just guilt and image control, thinly disguised as concern." That's when it started to shift inside me. Not the kind of bitterness that eats away at you quietly, but something more focused, more clear. For so long, they had taken up space in my life without earning it. I had given them chances, year after year, hoping they'd change or notice or try. But they never had. And now that I was finally standing still and letting them show themselves for who they really were, they were panicking. Because I wasn't playing my part anymore. I didn't delete the post. In fact, I pinned it. And then I made another. This time, it was a photo collage, images from the ceremony, the speech, the moments after when Leanne and my small circle of friends had thrown confetti outside the venue. We were laughing. I was crying, but smiling. The caption read, "To the people who showed up, thank you. I'll never forget who stood by me. And I won't pretend anymore for the ones who didn't." The reaction was mixed. People from school loved it. Professors commented, proud. Classmates shared it. My department reposted it on their page. But the family? That was different. I didn't hear from my parents again for over a week. But they weren't silent. I heard from others instead. From extended relatives I barely knew, messaging me with their own guilt-laced variations of what happened. I ignored most of them. But behind the scenes, I started building something. You see, there's something important I haven't mentioned. While I was in college, I started a project. At first, it was just a side hustle, tutoring, digital workshops, and a little online platform that helped high school students prepare for entrance exams. I called it Next Step. It grew quietly. I didn't talk about it much because I knew how my family operated. If I brought it up too early, they'd dismiss it. If it started to succeed, they'd try to take credit. So I kept it quiet, until it wasn't small anymore. By senior year, I had over 1,200 users across the country, a few part-time tutors on contract, and even a modest grant from a small educational nonprofit that loved the mission. I'd been working with a mentor, Dr. Rosemont, one of my professors, who encouraged me to build it into something real. And I did. That summer, I officially filed for incorporation. I put my name on every document. My name, not the family's, not Julian's, not anyone else's. And then I started planning something bigger. I didn't want revenge in the loud, dramatic sense. I didn't want shouting matches or public takedowns. What I wanted was quiet, undeniable proof. I wanted them to see what they threw away. To see that all the times they overlooked me, all the moments they told me to be more like Julian or just stay quiet, I had been building something stronger than their approval, my independence. And I was going to show it. Strategically, I started small. At a family gathering that July, an annual barbecue hosted by Aunt Rhea, I showed up. They weren't expecting me. I hadn't attended the year before, or the year before that. I knew the rules of those events. Julian was the centerpiece. Marlena helped coordinate. I was the shadow, if I was mentioned at all. But this time, I walked in wearing my own merchandise, subtle but clean branding from Next Step, and carried business cards I had designed the week before. Leanne came with me. She was the one who suggested I go in the first place. "Let them see you," she had said. "Let them really see you." I wasn't there for drama. I smiled. I said hello. I answered questions when asked. And when people inevitably asked, "So what are you up to now?" I told them, calmly, professionally. I watched as my parents' expressions stiffened when Uncle Ron said, "Your daughter's got quite a business going." She showed me her platform. "You know, you should be proud." My mom gave a thin smile. "Yes, well, we've always encouraged her to be independent." I almost laughed, but I didn't. Instead, I looked her in the eye and said, "That independence came in handy." Julian didn't say much at all. He kept glancing at me like he wanted to ask questions, but couldn't find the words. Marlena approached me later, near the drinks table. "You're really going all out with this thing, huh?" I nodded. "It's more than a thing. You know they feel left out, right?" "Do they?" I asked, pouring myself some lemonade. "Or do they just feel left behind?" She didn't have an answer. In the weeks that followed, things escalated. Not because I forced anything, but because I stopped hiding. I was invited to speak on a local education podcast. I accepted. I started a mentorship series at my former high school. The principal remembered me, welcomed me. I even got a small feature in our university's alumni newsletter about young entrepreneurs in education. It included a photo of me holding my graduation medal. Leanne took that picture. And again, I posted it. Not to rub it in, just to mark the moment. And then one day, I got a message from someone unexpected. "Julian, hey, you free to talk sometime? There's something I want to ask you about your business." I stared at it for a long time. I didn't respond to Julian's message. Not right away. For years, he had stood silently at my side while our parents ignored me, dismissed me, and measured me against him. He never once used his position in the family to speak up for me, never acknowledged what I went through, and now that I had built something of value, he wanted a seat at the table. I let the message sit in my inbox for a full week. Then I replied, "Hi, Julian. I appreciate your interest, but I've already put together a great team. Hope you're doing well." Short, civil, final. His read receipt appeared within a minute. He never replied. That was the beginning of the end. Not for me, but for them. Word got around fast that I had declined his request. It wasn't dramatic or loud, just another ripple in the family's carefully constructed image of control. Suddenly, I wasn't the shy, overlooked youngest anymore. I was the one who had options, who said no, and I didn't owe anyone an explanation. I kept growing next step. By the end of the year, we had doubled our user base and partnered with 2 local school districts. I hired Leanne part-time to help manage communications, and we applied for an innovation grant in early January. We got it. We were invited to present at a regional education summit in March. They asked if I had a mentor I'd like to invite to speak with me. I chose Dr. Rosemont. She cried when I asked. In April, I was nominated for a Young Entrepreneurs Award by my alma mater. It came with a feature in a local business magazine and an award dinner. I got the invitation in the mail and just stared at it for a while. Because this time, the guest list was in my hands. I brought Leanne as my +1. I invited Dr. Rosemont. And I left the family field blank. By summer, the silence from my parents had turned into a distant hum. I no longer found myself wondering what they thought. I no longer craved their approval. I no longer checked the family group chat, which had slowly faded into inactivity after I stopped replying. But that didn't stop them from trying again. In late June, just as I was finalizing our summer workshop schedule, I received a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a neatly folded sheet of paper, typed, signed in blue ink. It was from my mother. "Dear Nadia, we heard about your recent award. We're glad you're doing something productive with your time. Your father and I would like to meet and talk about moving forward as a family. It's time to let go of what happened at graduation. We're willing to forgive the things that were said. If you're ready to act like an adult and speak to us respectfully, we're here." I read it twice. I read it 3 times. And I laughed, quietly to myself. Because even in a letter that was supposed to be some kind of peace offering, she couldn't help but twist the narrative. They were willing to forgive me, as if they were the ones who'd been mistreated, as if it was all just a little misunderstanding. I didn't reply. I folded the letter again, placed it in a folder I keep for records, and filed it away. I didn't need closure from them. I had found it already. The last time I saw any of them in person was at a cousin's wedding in early September. I hadn't planned to go. I wasn't even sure I was invited directly, My cousin Mira had always been kind to me, but I suspected my parents had quietly discouraged her from including me. Still, a mutual friend invited me as a guest, and I decided, after much thought, to attend. I arrived late on purpose, just in time for the reception. When I walked into the hall, I saw them instantly. My parents at one table, Julian and Marlena at another. They saw me too. My mother stiffened. My father looked away. Julian had the audacity to smile slightly, as if we were on good terms. I didn't approach any of them. Instead, I found my table, the one full of friends and colleagues who had become my real support system. I shared stories, danced, and laughed until my cheeks hurt. I caught my mother watching me once. She looked confused. Not angry, confused. As if she couldn't quite understand how I had turned out fine without their approval. How I had found joy without their presence. How I had become more the moment I let go of trying to be enough for them. So where am I now? I'm stable. I'm thriving. I'm not waiting anymore. Next Step has continued to grow. We recently expanded into tutoring for students with learning differences, a cause close to my heart, since I spent years working with peers who felt forgotten by traditional systems. Leanne and I are still close, closer than ever. She's been promoted within the company, and she now leads one of our regional partnerships. I'm building a life surrounded by people who care without condition, who show up, not for appearances or pride, but because they want to. My parents still live in the same house, still play the same games, still make themselves the victims in every story. But not in mine. Not anymore. I didn't get loud revenge. I didn't destroy them publicly or yell until they understood. Instead, I built something strong and silent. I walked away, and I kept walking. And in doing so, I took back every piece of myself they ignored. Because sometimes the loudest thing you can do is succeed without them. And make sure they know it. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Sunday brunch was supposed to be this easygoing thing. A bit of toast, some eggs, some laughter, and maybe a passive-aggressive comment or two if my aunt had a mimosa too many. But that day, that Sunday, it felt like a trap. The sunlight filtering through the window didn't soften the edge in my mom's voice. The clink of silverware didn't distract me from the look in her eyes. That morning, everything changed, and it started with her slamming her palm down on the table and saying, "Sign the check." Now, my name's Troy, I'm 29, and I've always been the nice one in the family. I used to think that was a compliment. It meant I wasn't loud like my Uncle Paul, or bitter like my Aunt Cheryl, or sarcastic like my cousin Damon. But I've come to realize nice was just the family's polite way of saying I was compliant. Bendable. Safe. The one they could lean on without asking, guilt without confrontation, manipulate without worrying I'd ever really push back. I wasn't naive. I saw the patterns. I just never thought they'd go as far as they did that morning. And I definitely didn't expect to be pushed so far that I'd pack my car that very night, freeze every credit card, cancel every subscription they'd guilt me into, and vanish without a single explanation. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Growing up, I was the oldest kid who made it. First one to go to college. First one to land a decent job. I wasn't some tech mogul or anything, just a steady marketing manager at a startup with a good 401k and health benefits. I didn't party, didn't flaunt my paychecks, didn't rub it in anyone's face. But my family treated me like I was some golden goose who existed purely to lay eggs for their convenience. Can you cover dinner? You make more than me. Your cousin's car broke down. Can you help her out? Mom's behind on rent again. She said she'll pay you back this time. That last one, that was a classic. My mom, Michelle, is, how do I put this kindly, someone who thrives on emotional transactions. She's not the worst person in the world, but she has a way of making everything your fault if you say no. A look, a long silence, a comment like, "I guess I just thought family meant more to you." I learned early on that sometimes it was easier to just say yes than to deal with the storm that followed saying no. After college, I got a small condo about 30 minutes from the family home. I helped out when I could, covered a few bills, lent money I never expected back. But in the last year or so, it had been escalating. My mom asked if I could temporarily add her to my Netflix account. Then came the Hulu. Then Spotify, Amazon Prime, a shared grocery delivery app. Each one added in some subtle way until one day I realized half my monthly charges were things I didn't even use. And it wasn't just her. My cousin Damon accidentally shipped his laptop to my address twice, then asked me to forward it, then just started using my Prime for everything. My sister Taylor borrowed my car for a weekend and racked up a speeding ticket I only found out about when I got a collections notice. But even with all that, I still showed up for brunch. Every Sunday, I'd bring pastries, usually some bagels from that overpriced place near my apartment, and sit through the weekly ritual of smiles and fake hugs and underlying tension. I told myself it was just easier to go with the flow. That Sunday started off like any other. Mom greeted me with her usual kiss on the cheek. Damon was already there, scrolling on his phone. Aunt Cheryl was griping about her neighbor's dog again. My sister arrived last, apologizing for being late as usual. We sat around the table, picked at fruit salad, traded surface-level updates, and halfway through a story about my coworker's awkward engagement party, I noticed Mom looking at me with that face. The face that said she'd already decided something and I just didn't know it yet. "Troy," she said, setting down her fork with an air of authority. "We need to talk about the family account." I blinked. "What family account?" She looked genuinely surprised, as if I'd forgotten some critical detail. "The one we agreed on. For household expenses. Groceries. Utilities. It's been hard managing all these different things. We just think it would make more sense if you handled it. You know, since you're the most organized." Damon snorted into his mimosa. "He means you make the most money." My mom shot him a warning glance, but didn't correct him. I looked around the table. "You guys want me to manage a shared bank account?" "It's not about control," my mom said quickly, her tone falsely sweet. "It's about family. We all contribute in our own way. This would just be your way." "Yeah," Damon muttered. "By paying for stuff." I forced a smile. "I already help out with a lot." "You do," my mom agreed, reaching across the table to touch my hand. "And we're grateful. But think about how much smoother everything would run if we streamlined things." My sister chimed in. "And we wouldn't ask you to put a ton in. Just enough to get us through the hard months." I laughed, but it came out dry. "You mean every month?" Cheryl jumped in then, waving her fork. "You're being dramatic. You don't have a family of your own yet. No kids. No mortgage. You've got room." And that was always the justification, wasn't it? Because I wasn't married. Because I didn't have kids. Because I had a spare room in my condo and no one depending on me. My money was apparently free for redistribution. I looked at my mom. "You want me to just hand over access to my account?" "No," she said, and then pulled a folded document from her purse. "We just need you to sign this. It's already set up. We'll all have cards. You'd be the primary holder." She laid it on the table like it was nothing. A shared credit account with me as the responsible party. I stared at it. I didn't say anything. And then, in the dead silence that followed, my mom slammed her hand on the table so hard that Damon flinched and Cheryl's fork clattered onto her plate. "Sign the check," she said again, her voice sharp. "Now." I didn't move. My stomach was turning. Damon leaned over and whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. "He's too soft to say no anyway." My hands clenched under the table. I stared down at the paper. The brunch chatter resumed like nothing happened. My mom reached for her tea. Damon asked for more eggs. Cheryl started talking about needing new tires. And I just sat there, feeling like I'd been body snatched into some dystopian dinner party. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. But something inside me broke clean in two. That night, when I got home, I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time. Then I stood up, opened my laptop, and started combing through every shared account. Netflix, removed. Prime gone. Spotify, logged out on all devices. I pulled out my wallet, froze every credit card I owned, and opened a new checking account. I forwarded my mail, canceled autopays, shut down everything they had access to. Then I packed a bag, tossed in some clothes, my laptop, and a few essentials. I got in my car around midnight and drove. No music, no map, just silence and the occasional buzz of my phone. Missed calls, unread messages piling in. I watched them roll in, and I didn't answer a single one. The calls started just after 7 a.m. I was parked at a rest stop about 2 hours outside the city, sipping burnt gas station coffee and watching condensation bead down my windshield. I hadn't slept, not really. My phone vibrated on the passenger seat every 5 minutes. First it was my mom, then Taylor, then Cheryl, then Damon, then back to my mom again. No voicemails, just call after call. That was their way. No apologies. No explanations. Just a flurry of panic and control the second they lost access to something they thought belonged to them. I didn't answer any of them. By 10 a.m., the text started. Why are you being so immature? We need to talk about this now. You're really just going to cut your whole family off like that. Mom is crying. Hope your little tantrum was worth it. And finally, you're still coming to Uncle Rick's birthday lunch, right? That last one made me laugh out loud. An ugly, bitter sound that didn't feel like it belonged to me. Uncle Rick, another extended family member who never paid for a meal if I was around. The same guy who once joked that if I ever won the lottery, I'd better invest in a bigger dining table because everyone would be over for dinner every night. Yeah, I wasn't going to that lunch. Instead, I drove. Nowhere specific. Just away. I ended up at a motel a few towns over. Nothing fancy, but clean enough. I paid cash. No credit trail. The receptionist barely looked at me when she handed over the key. That afternoon, I turned my phone off. Not silent. Not airplane mode. Just off. And for the first time in a long time, I exhaled. But that peace didn't last long. 2 days later, I drove back into the city. Not home. I wasn't ready for that yet. But I needed clothes. Mail. My work laptop. My plan was to swing by my condo, grab a few things, and be gone in 10 minutes. I parked around the corner, hood up, sunglasses on like I was ducking paparazzi. It felt stupid until I saw Cheryl's car idling near the building's entrance. She was just sitting there, arms crossed, engine running. I backed out of the lot without ever turning off the ignition. Later that night, I logged into my work laptop from a cafe. My email was fine, but my personal account had over 70 unread messages. Half were password reset requests. Someone had tried to get into my Amazon, my Spotify, even my LinkedIn. I tightened all the settings, changed every password, enabled two-factor on everything. The next morning, I checked my old Venmo account. It had been deactivated. Not by me. That was when I knew. This wasn't just about brunch anymore. This was war. I called my bank. Apparently, someone had tried to add an authorized user to my savings account. When I asked who, the rep hesitated and said they couldn't confirm, but the request had come from a branch near my mother's neighborhood. I asked them to lock everything down permanently. New card. New account. No exceptions. Still, I tried not to overreact. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe they didn't realize what they were doing. That little voice inside, the same one that had kept me complicit for years, kept whispering that I was being too harsh. That voice died the next Sunday, because that's when I found out they'd let themselves into my condo. Not broken in. Not forced. Just walked in. Used the spare key my mom had for emergencies. I knew because when I finally worked up the nerve to go back, the place felt off. Nothing stolen. Nothing trashed. Just different. A sweater I hadn't left on the couch. An empty mug in the sink. The window slightly ajar, even though I always kept it closed. Then I checked the fridge. 3 of my sodas were missing. A takeout box I'd been saving was gone. And worst of all, there was a note on the counter. You've made your point. Let's not drag this out. Call me. Mom. I didn't even make it to the bedroom. I turned right around and left. That night, I stayed with a coworker, Brian, who didn't ask questions. He offered me a beer, a blanket, and half the couch. I told him a little, just enough for him to shake his head and say, "Man, your family's wild." Yeah, I said. You have no idea. But it wasn't just wild. It was violating. I felt like I was unraveling. Everything I'd built, every boundary I'd tried to set, had been trampled like it didn't matter. Like I didn't matter. The final straw came 3 days later. I got a call from HR. Apparently, someone had submitted a reference request to my job, pretending to be me, claiming I was seeking a mortgage cosign with a family member. When they asked why the request was being made under a personal email and not a corporate one, the sender claimed I'd been busy and to just process it quickly. My manager flagged it. HR reached out to confirm. I felt sick to my stomach. I called the bank again. This time, I filed a fraud report. Then I called the police, not to press charges, not yet, but to at least get a record on file. Just in case. I didn't hear from anyone in the family after that for a few days. Total silence. Then the messages started again, but softer this time. You really didn't have to make it this dramatic. We were just trying to help you stay connected. This family used to be close. You've changed. You're acting like a stranger. And finally, don't forget, we have the deed. That one stopped me cold. Because they did. Back when I bought my condo, I was fresh out of college. No credit history. Not enough income. My mom offered to co-sign, but with a caveat. The deed would be in both our names, just until you're more stable. I'd always meant to fix that. Always said I'd handle it once I had more savings. But the years passed. I got comfortable, and I trusted her. Until now. I dug through my old records. Sure enough, her name was still listed. Not as an occupant, but as a co-owner. Which meant she could access the property. Which meant she could contest any major changes. Which meant she could sell it. I didn't sleep that night. My mind spiraled through worst-case scenarios. I imagined walking home to find the locks changed, or strangers living there, or a for sale sign out front with her name on it. I contacted a lawyer the next morning. He was calm, methodical, explained my options, said I had a case if I could prove misconduct or breach of trust, but warned it might get ugly. I'm already in ugly, I told him. He nodded. Then buckle up. The lawyer helped me draft a formal notice to rescind access. We filed paperwork to begin the deed transfer process. It would take weeks, maybe months. But it was a start. Then came the shocker. That Friday, my boss called me into her office. She looked concerned. "Troy," she said, "is everything okay at home?" I nodded slowly, wary. "We had someone call the office," she continued. "Claimed to be your emergency contact. Said you were having a breakdown. That you might need time off. That you weren't thinking clearly." My stomach dropped. "Who called?" I asked, though I already knew. She hesitated. "She said she was your mother." I felt the blood drain from my face. "She asked us to check in on you," my boss said carefully. "Said you'd been acting erratic. That she was worried for your safety." I sat there numb. "She even offered to come pick you up." I blinked. "To take me where?" My boss gave a small shrug. "She didn't say." That night, I didn't go back to Bryant's. I didn't go to a motel. I didn't even go to the police. I sat in my car for hours, staring out at the city lights, hands gripping the wheel until my knuckles turned white. This wasn't just about money anymore. It wasn't just brunch, or Netflix, or a shared account. This was control. Full-blown manipulation. A campaign to break me down and force me back into line. And if I didn't act fast, if I didn't outsmart them at their own game, I was going to lose everything. My job, my home, maybe even my sanity. So that's when I made the decision. No more playing nice. No more warnings. No more half measures. I started making a plan. A real one. And when it was ready, I was going to flip the script. But before I could get that far, something else happened. Something I didn't see coming. Because the next time I went back to my condo, I found an envelope taped to the door. Inside it, a photocopy of the deed. With a sticky note. "You should have just signed the check." My hands were shaking as I read it. And that's when I knew. They weren't going to stop. I didn't go inside. I stared at that envelope taped to the door, reread the note. "You should have just signed the check," and something in me cracked. Not in a loud, explosive way. There was no outburst, no shouting into the night air, no fists slamming the wall. Just silence. Just a quiet, exhausted surrender. Not to them, not to what they wanted, but to the reality that this wasn't just a family issue. This was war, and I was going to have to treat it like one. That night, I drove to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth for 4 hours. The waitress came by twice, filled my coffee cup without saying a word, then left me alone. God bless her. I didn't cry. I didn't talk. I just sat there, staring at the window's reflection of myself. Messy hair, tired eyes, a hoodie that hadn't been washed in days. This was what hitting bottom looked like. And I'd let it happen. That was the hardest part. Not the betrayal. Not the money. Not the manipulation. But the fact that I had seen it coming. Felt it coming for years, and still let it unfold. I had handed them the tools to tear me down, and then acted surprised when they started building the gallows. I checked into another motel that night. Cash again, just in case. But this time, I didn't turn off my phone. I didn't ignore the messages. I read every single one of them. "We need to have a family meeting. It's not too late to fix this. I don't know why you're doing this to us. You're going to regret turning your back on blood. You're not yourself, Troy. This isn't the boy I raised." That last one gutted me. Because she was right. I wasn't that boy anymore. That boy was gone. And in his place was someone who was done being used. The next morning, I got to work. I started by emailing my lawyer. Asked what it would take to secure sole ownership of the condo. He said it would be a long process. We'd have to show proof of unequal contributions, demonstrate coercion, maybe even argue psychological pressure. It wouldn't be pretty, but it was doable. So I started digging. Receipts, transfer logs, Screenshots of old texts where my mom told me not to worry about the deed, that it was just paperwork. I built a folder so thick it slowed down my Google Drive. I compiled bank statements showing I'd paid every mortgage payment, every repair bill, every property tax fee. I even found an old voice memo where she joked about being just on paper. I got my lawyer everything he needed. Then I turned inward. It's funny. When you lose everything, when your own family turns on you, when your home becomes a battleground, when the people who claim to love you most become your enemies, you start to ask yourself a question you should have asked long ago. Who am I outside of them? It was a terrifying question, but also a liberating one. I started small. The gym down the street from the motel had a $20 weekly pass. I hadn't lifted weights in years, but something about throwing a barbell above my head made the noise in my brain quiet down. I kept going. Every morning at 6 a.m., headphones in, hoodie up, no excuses. It wasn't about muscle. It was about reclaiming control over something, even if it was just my own body. Next came work. I'd been phoning it in for months, half-focused, missing meetings, dodging responsibilities. But now, I threw myself into it. Pitched new campaigns. Stayed late. Took on extra clients. Not to impress anyone, but because I needed the distraction, the rhythm, the routine. And slowly, people noticed. Brian, my coworker, started inviting me out for coffee after shifts. I said yes. My boss asked me to lead a small team on a trial basis. I said yes. A recruiter messaged me on LinkedIn with a freelance gig that paid almost double my salary. I said yes. I moved out of the motel after a month and into a short-term sublet with a month-to-month lease. Small place. Tiny kitchen. No couch. But it was mine. No shared keys. No one else's name on the deed. No one to let themselves in while I was gone. I bought a whiteboard and stuck it to the wall with cheap adhesive strips. Drew 3 columns. Rebuild. Reclaim. Rise. Under rebuild, I wrote. Finish condo deed process. New mailing address. Emergency savings fund. Therapy. Under reclaim, I wrote. Remove mom from medical emergency contact. Close joint tax prep account. New will. Delete family access from cloud drives. Under rise, I wrote. Promotion. Side income. Vacation alone. Speak my truth. That last one. That one terrified me. Because I knew eventually, I'd have to talk. Not just to them, but publicly. Tell my story. Maybe not on social media, but at least to the people I'd lied to by omission. Coworkers who'd never understood why I never took time off. Friends who wondered why I always had a family thing come up. A girl I dated briefly last year who left after telling me I seemed buried in something I couldn't talk about. And that buried thing? It was them. My family. The ones who'd told me I was selfish for pulling back. Ungrateful for wanting space. Paranoid for installing cameras. Dramatic for getting a lawyer. But day by day, I was becoming someone they no longer recognized. Someone they couldn't manipulate. One night, around 1 a.m., I got an email. Not a message. Not a text. An actual email. From my cousin Damon. Subject, bro, really? You iced us out. Froze the cards. Canceled everything. Now you're trying to get the condo signed over too? Do you have any idea how this is making mom look in the neighborhood? People are talking. She told them you're having a breakdown. That you're not well. But if you keep pushing this, I'm going to tell them what's really going on. Don't make this uglier than it needs to be. I read it twice. Then 3 more times. Then I laughed. Because that was their biggest fear. Not the money. Not the assets. Not even losing me. Their fear was exposure. Their fear was being seen. And that gave me an idea. 2 days later, I booked a meeting with a financial advisor, someone who specialized in family-related entanglements. I brought every document I had. She looked through it all and nodded. You've got a solid case, she said. But you're going to have to be strategic. I told her I was ready. That week, I sent a final letter to my mom. A formal one. Through my lawyer. It wasn't a plea. It wasn't angry. It was cold. Precise. Professional. Effective immediately. You are no longer authorized to access any property, account, or service under my name. Any attempt to do so will be treated as fraud and prosecuted accordingly. A formal petition for sole deed ownership has been filed. All communication going forward will be through legal counsel. There was no signature, just a typed name. Troy. A week passed. Then 2. No word. No calls. No texts. Then, on a quiet Thursday morning, I walked into work and saw an envelope on my desk. No name. No return address. Just a single sheet inside. A printed Facebook post. From my mom. A long one. Public. The kind with too many emojis and vague phrases like, "Some people forget who raised them," and "After all I sacrificed," and "Money changes people." My stomach twisted. Because the comments, they weren't kind. Some were distant relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Others were family friends, all siding with her, calling me ungrateful, saying they couldn't believe Troy would do that to his own mother. I closed the browser. I stood up. I walked to the break room and made a cup of tea. And as I stirred the honey into it, I realized something. I wasn't angry. Not anymore. Because I saw it for what it was. Desperation. She had lost control. And she knew it. It was a small brown house with a crooked mailbox and paint peeling along the window sills. The yard was overgrown, and the gate creaked like it hadn't been oiled since the Obama administration. It looked like time had forgotten it, and truth be told, so had I. Until now. I parked across the street and sat in my car for a while, engine off, watching the porch light flicker. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't even angry. What I felt was closer to clarity, like I'd finally zoomed out far enough to see the entire board, every piece in place, every player unaware of the storm rolling in. Then I got out, crossed the street, and knocked on the door. There was a pause, then shuffling, then a deep, familiar voice. "Troy." When Uncle Reggie opened the door, he looked like a ghost that had somehow aged. Same tall frame, same deep-set eyes, but heavier now. Slower. Sadder. He blinked like he wasn't sure I was real. "I didn't expect you," he said. "Didn't expect to come," I replied. We stood in silence for a beat. Then he stepped aside and let me in. The place smelled like old fabric and onion soup. Same worn carpet. Same dusty shelves. But it was warm. Still had that strange kind of safety that only comes from childhood memories, no matter how fractured. "You still drink that awful peppermint tea?" he asked as he shuffled to the kitchen. I upgraded. I smirked. "Jasmine now." "Fancy," he muttered. "City kid." He made 2 cups and sat across from me at the kitchen table. The same table I used to sit at when I was 8, legs swinging, watching him fix toaster ovens and take apart clocks just for fun. Back then, he was the black sheep of the family. The one everyone warned me about. "Don't go to Reggie's. He'll fill your head with nonsense. You know how he is, always talking about independence and boundaries. He's just bitter 'cause he didn't have a family of his own. And maybe he was bitter, but he never lied to me. He never used me. Never asked for a dime. And most importantly, he warned me. He told me this would happen. And I didn't listen. "I need your help," I said finally, fingers curled around the warm mug. Reggie didn't flinch. Didn't smirk. He just nodded. Figured as much. "What's the angle?" And just like that, the wheels were in motion. We spent 3 hours that night sketching out the rough frame of what I would come to call the clean cut. A full-scale detachment operation, not just from my family financially, but socially, reputationally, and legally. Not a scorched earth attack, but something more surgical, controlled, permanent. The goal wasn't revenge in the petty sense. Not yelling. Not exposing secrets just to hurt. No shouting matches. No late-night texts. This was about removing every lever they had over me and making sure they couldn't touch me again. Step 1. Legal firewalls. We already had the deed transfer process moving, but Reggie knew a guy, an estate attorney who specialized in familial disentanglements. "Trust me," Reggie said. "He's cleaned messes bigger than yours." I met with him 2 days later. He looked like he'd walked out of a noir detective movie. Slicked back gray hair, thin tie, voice like gravel in a blender. He didn't blink much. Just listened. Took notes. Nodded occasionally. At the end of our meeting, he said, "You're not wrong. They're going to escalate." The post was just the start. I figured. He slid a stack of forms toward me. "We're going to restructure everything under a private trust. Name it whatever you want. We'll lock assets under it. Condo, investments, even freelance contracts if you like. No one touches anything without written consent. Not even you. Unless you're in the right state of mind." "What does that mean?" He smiled faintly. "We'll build in safeguards. Psychological evaluations. Backup trustees. You want a clean break? I'll give you one so cold and airtight. It'll make a prenup look like a pinky swear." I signed everything. Step 2. Reputation. If my mother's Facebook stunt taught me anything, it was that they'd try to win through narrative. Make me the villain. The ungrateful child. The greedy success story who turned on his roots. So I beat them to it. I wrote a letter. Not to them. but to the people in the periphery, extended family, old teachers, mentors, coworkers. I kept it classy, honest, a little vulnerable. I didn't name names. I didn't attack. I just told the truth. That I'd spent years confusing generosity with sacrifice. That I'd learned the hard way what boundaries meant. That I was healing. And that I hoped, in time, they'd understand. Some didn't respond. Some did. And a few sent messages that made my throat tighten. Troy, I've seen how they talk about you. You're doing the right thing. Your mom's been spinning her version for years. I'm glad you're telling yours. Proud of you. Always have been. I created a new Instagram. Not for show. Just for me. A digital journal of sorts. I didn't post selfies or success quotes. I posted the little victories. My first home-cooked meal in the new sublet. A sunrise run. The day I bought a secondhand couch. A photo of the whiteboard with the column, Reclaim, fully checked off. And people followed. Quietly. Respectfully. No drama. No family. Just people who saw me. Step 3. Allies. Brian was the first. He offered to go on record as a witness to the workplace interference. Gave a statement about the weird emails, the calls, the stress I'd been under. My boss backed him up. HR too. Then came Jamie. Jamie was my ex. The one who said I felt buried. She saw my new post, day 92. Got the condo keys reissued. No more shared locks. She messaged me. I'm proud of you. I asked if she wanted to grab coffee. She said yes. It wasn't romantic. Not at first. Just two people with shared history and unspoken apologies. But she asked questions. Real ones. And she listened to the answers. Really listened. I told her everything. She didn't interrupt once. When I finished, she leaned back and said, "You've been through hell. But you're still you." And somehow, that was exactly what I needed to hear. The next week, I moved into a permanent place. Nothing huge. A cozy 2-bedroom just outside the city. Low maintenance. Quiet neighbors. Big windows. Natural light. A lease that only had one name on it, mine. Reggie came by to help hang shelves. He brought takeout and a bottle of bourbon older than me. We sat on the floor eating noodles and laughing about nothing. When he looked at me and said, "You know what's coming next, right?" I nodded. Their last move. I nodded again. They're going to try to burn your name down before you can finish the climb. They already started, I said, pulling out my phone. But they forgot one thing. What's that? I have receipts. And I did. I had a folder, literal and digital, of every transaction, every text, every overreach. But more than that, I had a memory. A terrifyingly specific one. I remembered every brunch where they guilt me into paying. Every favor that became obligation. Every time they laughed when I said no, then punished me with silence. Every, we're family, that really meant you owe us. And now, I owed them nothing. But I had one last thing to do. Step 4, the setup. I filed paperwork to host a private event at a local venue. Nothing big. Just enough for 50 people. A catered brunch. Ironically poetic, I thought. I sent out invitations not to my immediate family, but to the fringe. The people they always tried to control the story around. Distant cousins, childhood friends, mentors, colleagues. Neutral observers. The kinds of people who'd ask questions when the versions didn't line up. I billed it as a personal update celebration. No context. Just curiosity. Reggie helped with logistics. Brian handled the presentation tech. Jamie offered to coordinate guest seating. Everyone pitched in, not because they owed me anything, but because they wanted to. That was new for me. The plan was simple. They had spoken for me long enough. Now I'd speak for myself. But I wasn't going to rant. I wasn't going to expose them in the tabloid sense. I wasn't even going to name them. I was just going to tell the truth. In front of the people they worked so hard to manipulate. I was going to tell them what it's like to be treated like a credit card with a pulse. What it's like to be praised for your success while being bled dry behind the scenes. What it's like to finally say no and watch everyone who said they loved you turn into strangers. And I was going to do it with calm, with poise, with a smile. Because I wasn't bitter. I wasn't angry. I was free. And that terrified them more than anything. But just before the big day, before the event, before the presentation, before I could take the stage and claim my name back, I got an unexpected call. Not from my mom. Not from Damon. Not from Cheryl or Taylor. From someone else entirely. Someone I hadn't heard from in years. It was Taylor. Of all people, I never expected my sister to be the one to call me. She hadn't reached out once since that brunch. Not a text. not a like on my posts. She was always slippery that way, never directly cruel, never openly siding with mom, but always adjacent. Silent when I needed her most. She'd say she didn't want to get involved, but I knew that meant she'd benefit from the system as long as it served her. So when her name popped up on my screen the night before the event, my thumb hovered over decline. But I answered. Troy, she said, a little breathless. Are you still doing that event thing tomorrow? I leaned against the kitchen counter. Yeah. What? I think you should know. Mom and Cheryl are planning to crash it. Of course they were. I didn't say anything, so she filled the silence. They were at the salon earlier. Damon was there too. They were laughing, like actually laughing, saying you were putting on a show and that they were going to set the record straight. Cheryl joked that she'd wear a red dress so she'd look good when the photos went viral. I closed my eyes. They think it's a joke, Troy. They think they're going to embarrass you. Mom's already picked out what she's calling her Oscar speech. She even printed out a list of things you've exaggerated. I waited a beat, then asked, why are you telling me? Taylor paused. Because I saw the way they talked about you when you left. And I realized that could have been me. If I ever stood up for myself, they'd turn on me just as fast. Her voice cracked then, so quiet I almost missed it. I'm sorry. It wasn't much. But it was something. Thank you for telling me, I said. And I meant it. After we hung up, I walked over to my little whiteboard. Under Rise, there was one final checkbox left. Speak my truth. I looked at it for a long time. Then I erased it and replaced it with 2 words. Take control. The day of the event, the venue buzzed with energy. It was simple but elegant. Round tables dressed in navy linens. A soft jazz trio playing in the corner. Croissants, mimosas, and a fruit bar that made my brunch-loving co-workers grin with delight. People arrived in waves. College friends, extended cousins, a few mentors from my first job, even my high school English teacher, Mrs. Delaney, who hugged me and whispered, "You always had a voice. I'm glad you're finally using it." They had no idea what was coming. At 11:03 a.m., Reggie tapped my shoulder and nodded toward the entrance. And there they were. Mom in a white pantsuit with gold buttons. Cheryl in firetruck red, just as promised. Damon in sunglasses indoors, chewing gum like he was waiting for a TMZ ambush. They walked in like they owned the place, heads high, smiling like politicians at a ribbon cutting. I didn't stop them. I didn't even look their way. Instead, I stepped up to the podium, adjusted the mic, and began. Thank you all for coming, I said. I called this gathering a personal update celebration. But that's not quite right. People chuckled lightly. What this really is a closing chapter. The final paragraph of a book I've been stuck in for far too long. The room quieted. I grew up thinking that being the good one meant sacrificing silently. That success only counted if you shared it with people who claimed to love you. And that loyalty meant letting people use you, as long as they called it family. From the corner of my eye, I saw Cheryl shift in her seat. I've been manipulated, guilt, financially drained, emotionally isolated, and gaslit by the very people who were supposed to protect me. And for years, I convinced myself that it was love, that this was just what families did, that I was the problem if I couldn't handle it. People were locked in. Even the jazz trio had stopped playing. But over the past few months, I've done the hard work. I've reclaimed my finances, my home, my identity, my peace. And now, I'm here not to ask for validation, but to set the record straight. I clicked the remote. Behind me, the projector lit up. A slideshow began. Screenshots of Venmo charges labeled "Just Groceries" from Cheryl for $498. Amazon orders from Damon's account, shipped to my address. A chart of monthly streaming subscriptions that totaled more than my car payment. And then, a spreadsheet showing I'd paid 100% of the mortgage for my condo for 7 straight years. Murmurs rippled through the room. Cheryl was pale. Damon had stopped chewing. My mom crossed her arms. This is what they took, I said. But the bigger loss was time. Time I'll never get back. The years I spent believing I wasn't enough unless I was giving everything away. I looked directly at my mom then. I was raised to believe that love came with conditions. That saying no made me selfish. That boundaries were betrayals. And I'm done believing that. She opened her mouth. I raised a hand before she could speak. But here's the thing. I continued, facing the crowd again. This isn't a takedown. This isn't a tell-all. This is a rebirth. I've built a new life. One that doesn't run on guilt. One that doesn't require me to shrink so others can feel tall. The final slide was a photo of me, standing in front of my new apartment, smiling. Next to it, a caption, Day 100. No more shared locks. No more shared guilt. I closed the presentation. I'm not asking anyone to choose sides. I just want you to know who I am now, and who I will never be again. The room erupted in applause. Not polite, not pitying, respectful, genuine. And that's when Mom stood up. Troy, she said loudly, I'm your mother. You wouldn't even have that condo if not for me. I co-signed. I sacrificed for you. How dare you humiliate me like this? I stared at her calmly. And then I said, you're right. You did co-sign. But you also used that signature as a leash. And I'm cutting it today. At that cue, my lawyer, who'd been sitting quietly at a side table, stood and handed me a folder. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, this morning, a judge officially approved the deed transfer of Mr. Troy Bennett's property. Effective immediately, he is the sole legal owner of his home. All prior access, emergency keys, co-ownership rights are revoked and nullified. A beat of silence. Then Reggie stood and gave a single clap. Brian joined him. Then Jamie. Then the whole room. Mom stood frozen. Cheryl sat down hard. Damon looked like he wanted to disappear. And I smiled. After the event, a few people lingered. Some asked questions. Others just offered hugs. Mom tried to corner me near the exit, but I stepped around her without a word. She called out once, this isn't over. But it was. Because 2 hours later, she received a cease and desist letter. So did Cheryl. And Damon. And within 48 hours, every single attempt to contact me was legally blocked. Phone, email, social media, silenced. I took a week off work. Went to Oregon. Hiked alone. Read books. Ate meals without guilt. Slept deeply for the first time in years. When I came back, my whiteboard was waiting. Only one thing left to write. I grabbed a marker and added it under Rise. Freedom, achieved. And as I stood in the doorway of my quiet, clean apartment, sun pouring through the windows and not a single voice demanding anything from me, I finally understood what peace really was. It wasn't silence. It wasn't escape. It was clarity. It was knowing you've reclaimed your life from the people who thought they owned it. It was walking away, not because you're weak, but because you're finally strong enough to do it without flinching. And as I turned off the light and stepped into my future, one thought echoed in my mind. They asked me to sign the check. So I signed the eviction notice instead. Hi everyone. I'm Mira, 27 years old, and I want to share something that happened at my grandmother's 80th birthday that still has me reeling. This isn't just some family squabble story. This is years of being the disappointment, the black sheep of every snide comment finally coming to a head. And let me tell you, it's a story about how patience and quiet determination can flip the whole narrative. I come from a family that, on the surface, looks perfect. Aunts, uncles, cousins, all educated, well off, and proud of their proper careers. But beneath that polished veneer, it's a family that values status above all else. And if you don't fit their mold, you're treated like you're invisible, or worse, a joke. Let me take you back a bit, because this didn't happen overnight. Growing up, I wasn't the kind of kid who fit in with the successful crowd. My parents weren't college grads. My mom worked odd jobs, trying to keep us afloat, and my dad left when I was young. So from early on, I knew I had to make my own way. But unlike my brother Marcus, who went to a fancy university and then landed a decent office job, I never went the traditional route. In fact, I dropped out of college after less than a year. Not because I wasn't smart, quite the opposite. I was frustrated by the rigidity and the cost. I wanted to build something real, something useful, but no one in my family understood that. I remember the first family gathering after I dropped out. Aunt Lydia, the self-appointed queen of the family, who prides herself on her Ivy League degree, took one look at me and said, maybe if you'd gone to college like the rest of us, you wouldn't be delivering groceries now. There was a smirk on her face, like she was handing down some great wisdom. Everyone else laughed politely, but I felt my cheeks burn. Marcus chimed in. Seriously, Mira, deliveries? That's not a career. I didn't respond. I just smiled and excused myself. Over the years, this kind of treatment became routine. Every time I saw them, it was the same script. Jokes about how I was wasting my life, comparisons to my cousin's fancy jobs, and subtle reminders that I was the odd one out. But I wasn't idle. While I was working late nights delivering groceries and learning to code online, I was building something on the side. My first attempts at apps failed. Hard. But I kept at it, teaching myself everything I could. I stayed up nights, juggling shifts and deadlines, ignoring the sneers and the silent disapproval. Years passed. I finally developed an app called GridPal, a platform designed specifically for independent delivery drivers to manage multiple orders and routes efficiently. It wasn't flashy, but it worked, and word started spreading. Still, I never mentioned it to the family. Why bother? They wouldn't care. To them, I was still the girl delivering groceries, not a tech entrepreneur. The real test came at Grandma's 80th birthday party. Everyone was there: my parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and of course, Marcus and Aunt Lydia. The atmosphere was stiff, full of forced smiles and subtle judgment. I arrived quietly, wearing a simple dress, trying to keep a low profile. As usual, Aunt Lydia was the first to take a jab. "Still delivering groceries, Mira?" she asked, voice dripping with condescension. Marcus laughed and added, "Yeah, maybe you should have gone to college like the rest of us." The room chuckled, but I stayed calm. I just smiled and said, "Maybe, but I'm working on something that might surprise you." Dinner went on. People talked about their jobs, their vacations, their kids. I kept to myself, watching, waiting. Then came the gift opening. Grandma was opening presents surrounded by everyone's expectant faces. When it was my turn, I handed her a small envelope. Inside was the deed to a house I'd bought for her, a cozy place near town, no stairs, a garden she'd love. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at me. "You bought me a house?" I nodded. "It's all set up. Taxes paid, everything handled." The room went silent. Aunt Lydia's smile vanished. Marcus looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Suddenly, I wasn't the joke anymore. I was something else entirely. After the stunned silence at Grandma's birthday, I could feel the weight of every eye on me. It was like the entire room collectively realized something had shifted, and not in the way they expected. Grandma's hands trembled slightly as she held the envelope. "Mira," she whispered, voice thick with emotion, "I don't know what to say." I smiled softly, trying to keep my own emotions steady. "Just that you deserve a place that feels like home, one that's easier for you." She nodded slowly, eyes misty but shining. "Thank you, dear." The warmth in her voice should have been the moment of peace I'd hoped for. Instead, it was the moment the others began to unravel. Aunt Lydia was the first to break the silence, her voice low but sharp enough to cut. "This is unexpected. I mean, Mira, where did you even get the money for something like that? Last I checked, you were still delivering groceries." Everyone's attention snapped back to me, their polite curiosity replaced with something more skeptical, bordering on disbelief. Marcus's expression darkened. "Yeah, Mira, this whole app thing you mentioned earlier, is it even legit? Sounds like one of those scams people fall for." I could feel the temperature in the room drop. The smiles had frozen, replaced by a kind of cold scrutiny that felt designed to break me down. I took a deep breath. "It's called GridPal. It's a delivery management app that a lot of independent couriers use. I developed it myself, started small, and over time it grew. Eventually, I licensed it to a major logistics company. That's how I was able to afford the house for Grandma." Aunt Lydia's lips pressed into a tight line. "So you're telling us this little project made enough money for you to buy a house? That's quite the story." Marcus scoffed. "Sounds like you got lucky. Or maybe someone else is actually behind it." I could see Elle smirking beside him, clearly enjoying the spectacle. I held their gazes steadily. No one else. Just me. The room stayed quiet for a beat, but it was the kind of silence that wasn't peaceful. It was tense, like the calm before a storm. Then Aunt Lydia leaned in, voice low but venomous. "You always thought you were smarter than us, didn't you? Dropping out, chasing dreams that were never going to work. Well, turns out you might have just gotten lucky. But don't get too comfortable. This family doesn't forget." Marcus nodded, eyes gleaming. "You might have fooled some people, but you haven't fooled me. You're still the girl who can't keep a steady job." I didn't say anything. What was there to say? Their words weren't meant to be truthful. They were meant to wound. But Grandma, bless her, spoke up quietly. "Enough. Mira has done more than most of us here ever have. She's helped me when no one else would. She's made sacrifices I'll never forget." Aunt Lydia rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. Don't make this about you, Grandma. Myra's always been the special case. The family embarrassment. Just wait until the truth comes out. I realized then that the truth was their weapon, a shadow they'd used to try to tear me down. That night, after the party, the whispers began. Snide comments from cousins I barely knew. Cold stares from people who once pretended to care. And worst of all, the Cold War with my own family, who suddenly treated me like I was a threat. In the weeks that followed, subtle sabotage began. Aunt Lydia called my landlord under the pretense of a complaint, trying to find reasons to evict me. Marcus spread rumors at work about the legitimacy of my business, trying to poison any networking opportunities one had. Even some family members who once smiled at me started acting distant. I won't lie, it hurt. More than I expected. But I also knew something else. They were afraid. They were afraid that the black sheep had grown up, and not only that, I'd become someone who could stand toe-to-toe with them. What I hadn't expected was how far they'd go. One afternoon, I got a call from my bank. Someone had tried to freeze my accounts, citing suspicious activity. I spent hours on the phone, trying to clear my name. No one would tell me who had made the complaint. It was anonymous, but I suspected who was behind it. At the same time, my email and social media were flooded with fake profiles accusing me of fraud, scamming delivery drivers, and lying about my success. People I didn't know were commenting, sharing misinformation, and tagging local news outlets. It was a coordinated attack. But instead of breaking me, it fueled me. I went silent for a while. I didn't engage online. I didn't respond to family calls or messages. I focused on my business, strengthening GridPal's infrastructure, improving features, and expanding the user base. Then came the day I received an unexpected package at my apartment. No return address. Inside was a framed photo of me from the birthday party, the moment I handed Grandma the deed. Scrawled on the back in familiar handwriting, "Don't forget who you really are." I knew exactly who sent it. That night, I sat down and started drafting an email. Not to lash out or defend myself, but to outline everything I knew about their sabotage, the landlord, the bank complaint, the smear campaign. I planned to send it to my lawyer, my contacts, and yes, eventually, to the family. I realized something important in that moment. I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting to protect what I'd built, to defend Grandma's future, and to finally show my family that I wasn't the girl they thought I was. After I sent the detailed email to my lawyer and a trusted circle of contacts, I sat back and waited. It wasn't just a threat. It was the beginning of a carefully laid plan. I wasn't about to engage in petty back and forth or let my family's smear campaign fester without consequences. Years of quiet endurance had taught me patience, and now I was ready to turn that patience into power. But first, I had to understand exactly how deep this went. The first move was to dig into the landlord situation. I hired a private investigator, discreet and professional. Within a week, I had a report that confirmed my suspicions. Aunt Lydia had called the landlord pretending to be a concerned neighbor, claiming the apartment was a hub of suspicious activity, hoping to get me evicted. The landlord, not wanting trouble, was ready to issue an eviction notice. I forwarded this evidence to my lawyer, who drafted a strongly worded letter warning my aunt that such actions could be construed as harassment with potential legal consequences. But I knew that a letter wouldn't be enough to stop her. She thrived on being above reproach, on being the responsible one. Exposing her would crack that mask. Next, I focused on the bank complaint. The bank, after investigating, told me the anonymous report came from an IP address linked to a family member's home network. I documented every detail. It was a clear attempt to sabotage me financially. The smear campaign was a bit trickier. Fake accounts, malicious posts, and false accusations were everywhere online. But I reached out to a cybersecurity expert who helped me trace some of these profiles back to devices used within my family's social circles. Some accounts were even tied to my cousin Elle, who seemed to enjoy the drama a bit too much. Armed with all this evidence, I felt the scales tipping. This was no longer a personal attack. It was an orchestrated effort to erase me from the family narrative, to keep me in my place. And I wasn't going to let that happen. But I was also cautious. I didn't want to blow up the family gathering in a way that would make Grandma suffer. She deserved peace, not chaos. So I began to work behind the scenes. I arranged meetings with some relatives who weren't involved in the attacks, but had quietly sympathized with me over the years. They were shocked when I showed them the proof. More importantly, they were ready to help. Some worked in law, others had connections in media and tech. I started building an alliance. A coalition of those tired of Aunt Lydia's iron grip on the family narrative and Marcus's smug superiority. Meanwhile, I kept my business growing quietly. GridPal had reached over 300,000 users by now, and negotiations were underway for further licensing deals and partnerships with national courier companies. I even began to receive offers for investment and collaboration. But more than that, the app had become a lifeline for hundreds of independent drivers who, like me, had once been invisible. The tension in the family grew palpable. At the next gathering, a modest Thanksgiving dinner at Grandma's, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken words and wary glances. Aunt Lydia, sensing that I was no longer the timid girl she'd dismissed, tried to rally the family against me, casting doubt and stirring old resentments. She said things like, "It's easy to hide behind an app, but does anyone really know who Mira is now? What exactly is she doing with all that money?" Marcus joined in. "I still don't trust that business. Seems too good to be true. And what about all those late-night work sessions? Convenient for avoiding family." I let their words hang there, knowing the truth would speak for itself soon enough. That night, after dinner, I quietly gave Grandma the keys to her new house. It was her sanctuary, and it felt like a small victory amid the family storm. She hugged me tightly, whispering, "I'm proud of you, Mira." Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. I organized a formal family meeting under the pretext of discussing Grandma's future care. I sent a clear invitation to all adult relatives, making it hard for anyone to ignore. The venue was neutral, a small rented hall, and I made sure it was in a place familiar to everyone. When the day arrived, tension was thick in the air. Aunt Lydia arrived late, as if her time was too valuable for such a gathering. Marcus came with a forced smile, clearly uneasy. The rest trickled in, some curious, others skeptical. I opened the meeting by laying out the facts, calmly, methodically. I presented the evidence of sabotage, the harassment, the smear campaign. I showed copies of the landlord's report, the bank's investigation, and screenshots of the fake social media profiles tied to family devices. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the room. Aunt Lydia's face paled, her eyes darting nervously. Marcus shifted uncomfortably, unable to meet my gaze. I then addressed the future, specifically Grandma's care. I proposed a plan to hire a professional caretaker, using the rental income from the house I'd purchased for her. I explained how this would ensure she would have the independence and comfort she deserved, free from family politics. At that point, Aunt Lydia tried to interrupt. "You're overstepping, Mira. You think just because you have some money, you can decide for all of us." I let her speak for a moment, then calmly replied, "I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking for respect. For Grandma's sake, we need to put aside our grievances." Marcus scoffed again. "Respect is earned, not bought. And you still haven't explained how you went from grocery deliveries to a tech mogul overnight." That was the moment I finally let the full truth come out. I shared my story, every struggle, every failure, every sleepless night learning code, every moment I doubted myself but kept going. I talked about the delivery jobs that paid the bills, the countless hours spent building GridPal, the sacrifices I made so that Grandma could have a better life. I saw some eyes soften, particularly those who had never doubted me. But Aunt Lydia and Marcus were unmoved. They were clinging to their old narrative, unwilling to accept the new reality. As the meeting ended, I could tell the war wasn't over. If anything, it was just beginning. But for the first time, I was standing on equal ground. I had the truth. I had the proof. And I had the support of those who mattered. The tension after that family meeting didn't just dissipate like a forgotten argument. It lingered in the air like a storm cloud refusing to break. Aunt Lydia and Marcus might have retreated to the safety of their silences, but the hostility that radiated from them simmered beneath the surface, darker and more dangerous for its quietness. It was the kind of tension that twists conversations, that turns simple greetings into icy exchanges, and that settles deep into your bones. In the days that followed, I could feel it whenever I spoke with family members. Some avoided eye contact altogether. Others said little, but let their silence speak volumes. Aunt Lydia's polite smile was sharper, her hello colder, and Marcus's usual smirk was replaced by a tight, watchful expression. The battlefield had shifted into a more covert war, one fought in whispers and sideways glances. Sure enough, Within a couple of weeks, subtle attacks began again, not the overt harassment of before, but calculated little strikes aimed at unsettling me. I'd find anonymous messages that questioned my credibility, strange concerns voiced to people I worked with, and vague warnings sent to my landlord about supposed noise complaints. It was obvious someone was testing the waters, seeing if I'd flinch. But this time I was ready. The letters from my lawyer had made them think twice about crossing clear legal boundaries. I had become meticulous in documenting everything. Every suspicious call, every veiled threat, every attempt to undermine my work or reputation. I kept logs, recorded conversations when possible, saved emails and texts. I was no longer the vulnerable girl who simply smiled and walked away. Feeling stronger, I decided it was time to go on the offensive. I began reaching out quietly to some of Aunt Lydia's and Marcus's closest allies, family members who, over the years, had been caught in the crossfire of their toxic behavior or simply felt overshadowed by their relentless need for control. Many were relieved to finally have someone willing to speak openly about what had really been happening behind the scenes. Some confided in me about years of silent resentment, about feeling manipulated or used. In these private conversations, I shared the evidence I had gathered, the harassment, the lies spread about me, the selfishness that had put Grandma at risk. I showed them how their actions weren't just attacks on me, but wounds inflicted on the entire family, particularly the one person none of us wanted to see hurt, Grandma. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, cracks began to form in their seemingly impenetrable circle. Allies started to pull away from Aunt Lydia and Marcus, unsure if it was worth supporting people who were so willing to sabotage their own kin. Some of the cousins I had once thought indifferent offered quiet words of encouragement, and even a few aunts who had been silent before began to look at the situation differently. While all this was happening, I didn't lose sight of what mattered most, GridPal. I threw myself into growing the app aggressively, hiring a small but talented team of developers and customer support staff who shared my vision of creating something genuinely useful. We worked tirelessly to add features no other delivery app had, tools that gave independent couriers more control, better earnings, and a community they could trust. Our user base skyrocketed. From a few thousand drivers, we grew to hundreds of thousands across the country. National news outlets started picking up the story. A young woman from a small town who was quietly revolutionizing the gig economy, empowering workers in an industry that had long ignored them. Despite the whirlwind, I stayed grounded. My priority was always Grandma. She settled more comfortably into her new home with each passing day, away from the toxicity and whispers that had haunted our family gatherings for so long. Watching her tend to her garden, finally relaxed and happy, was a balm for my own weary heart. Then came the moment I had both anticipated and dreaded, the Christmas gathering at Aunt Lydia's house. The room was suffocating with forced pleasantries and strained smiles. I arrived with Grandma, her dignified presence softening the atmosphere somewhat, but I could still feel the tension in the air. Marcus hovered near the bar, avoiding my gaze as if it would burn through him. Aunt Lydia greeted me with a cold nod, her eyes sharp and calculating. After the usual small talk and strained exchanges, I decided it was time. I stood slowly, catching everyone's attention. The room quieted, expectant and uneasy. I've come to say that I'm done playing the part you've all assigned me. I began, my voice calm but resolute. I'm done pretending that your judgments don't hurt. But I'm also done letting you undermine the people I love. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. I continued, meeting eyes one by one. You've all shown who you really are. Aunt Lydia, with your endless need to control and manipulate. Marcus, with your arrogance and disdain. You both attacked me, and you both try to hurt Grandma through me. That will never be forgiven or forgotten. From under my arm, I pulled out a thick packet of documents and handed copies to everyone in the room. Legal complaints, evidence of harassment, screenshots of slanderous posts, and correspondence with my lawyer were laid bare before them. You will find that your actions have consequences, I said quietly but firmly. The harassment and defamation will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. Aunt Lydia's face twisted in rage, but I was ready. I could see her carefully constructed mask begin to crack. And there's more, I added, holding their attention. I've taken steps to protect Grandma's interests legally. She has full control of her new home, and I'm her power of attorney for any medical decisions. If anyone tries to interfere, they will face legal action as well." Aunt Lydia gasped sharply, the only sound breaking the tense silence. Marcus tried to speak, but I held up my hand. "This ends now," I said. "If you want to be part of Grandma's life, you will treat her, and me, with respect. Otherwise, you are not welcome." No one responded. I turned to Grandma, offering a soft smile. "Let's get you some fresh air." As we stepped outside, the cool winter air felt like a cleansing breath. For the first time in years, the family dynamic was clear and undeniable. The villains had been exposed. They had chosen their path. I had chosen mine. In the weeks that followed, Aunt Lydia and Marcus attempted to rally support and salvage their reputations, but their influence had faded. More and more relatives distanced themselves from the toxicity. The smear campaign stopped. The harassment ceased. Grandma thrived in her new home, waking to quiet mornings filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of neighborhood birds, a peaceful life far removed from the drama. I continued to grow my business and foster the community of independent couriers who had become my extended family. Every success, every thank you message from a grateful driver, every news story that celebrated GridPal's impact was a reminder of how far I had come. And every time someone doubted me, I remembered that moment at Grandma's birthday, the moment nobody was laughing anymore. It was the moment I rewrote my story on my own terms. No forgiveness was given or sought. Some people choose to be villains. And sometimes, the only thing left to do is to show them the door and walk away with your head held high. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm Jack, 40, and I never thought I'd be in a situation where family greed could feel so tangible, almost like a physical weight pressing down on the room. My great-aunt Marlene passed away a few months ago. She was sharp, independent, and had no children, no spouse, just me and, of course, the rest of my extended family, who always seemed to operate under the assumption that anything valuable automatically belonged to them. Growing up, I spent a lot of time with Aunt Marlene. Unlike the rest of my relatives, she never treated me like a charity case or like I was supposed to compete for attention. I actually think that's why the rest of the family resented me. They couldn't understand why she seemed to genuinely like me without any strings attached. Her house was massive. According to the appraisal, it was worth about $2.8 million. A sprawling property with sprawling gardens, hidden nooks, and that old library she was so proud of. I had always loved it there, and honestly, when I first learned she had left me her home, I felt a strange mixture of disbelief and vindication. I'd never expected her to leave me something that substantial. The reading of the will was scheduled at her lawyer's office. Walking in, I immediately sensed the atmosphere. My cousin Darius was already there with his father, Martin, and they both radiated this sense of entitlement that was almost suffocating. They didn't even attempt to hide it. Darius smirked as soon as he saw me. "Obviously, you'll just sign it over to the family, right?" he asked, leaning casually in his chair, clearly assuming he had the moral high ground. Martin nodded, adjusting his tie with the air of a man who already believed the outcome was inevitable. "It's only fair, Jack. You've never needed it as much as the rest of us." I forced a smile, but kept my expression neutral. Inside, I was seething. These were the same people who had spent years undermining me, mocking my small achievements, and expecting me to bow down because I didn't have as much going on. Miss Hartley, Marlene's lawyer, was composed as ever, a woman who clearly didn't tolerate nonsense. She began with the formalities, explaining the process and ensuring everyone understood the rules. The first envelopes were handed out, small monetary gifts, personal keepsakes, some jewelry. Darius raised an eyebrow when he saw a silver locket, clearly disappointed. Then it was my turn. Miss Hartley handed me my envelope with a polite nod. I could feel the weight of the room shift as I opened it. Inside was the key to the house, the signed deed transferring full ownership to me, and a note in Aunt Marlene's unmistakable handwriting. "Jack, you've always treated me like family, not a fortune. I know you'll care for the house as I did. Everyone else can fend for themselves." I felt a rush of emotion, but I kept my composure. Darius's smirk faltered slightly, though Martin tried to mask his shock with a forced smile. "Surely you'll consider," Martin began, but I raised my hand. "I'll consider exactly what she left me, which is everything," I said calmly. letting my tone carry an authority I rarely needed to use. That's when the room really changed. Darius leaned forward, his voice dripping with faux concern. You can't seriously expect to keep all of this. I mean, it's family. You're being selfish. I met his gaze evenly. Funny, I thought it was selfish to assume someone else would give up what they were willed. Especially when that someone spent decades caring for my great-aunt while the rest of you tried to take credit for everything she did. Martin cleared his throat, and I saw the twitch of frustration at the corner of his mouth. The air in the room thickened with tension. Darius's smirk was gone, his posture stiffened. Then Ms. Hartley reached for the last envelope, the one Marlene had insisted remained sealed until all parties were present. Darius's eyes flicked nervously toward it. "What's in that one?" he asked, voice a little higher than usual. Miss Hartley didn't answer immediately. She held the envelope with care, scanning the room. "This is your great-aunt's final note. She requested it be read last." Darius leaned back in his chair, trying to maintain control, but I could see the unease beginning to take hold. Martin's face had gone almost pale, and there was a noticeable tension in his jaw. Miss Hartley opened the envelope carefully. She unfolded the letter and began to read. Her voice was steady, but as she continued, I could feel the shift in the room intensify. Darius's hands gripped the arms of his chair, and Martin's usually confident composure was starting to crack. By the time she read the first few lines, I knew this was going to change everything. The letter was clearly designed not just to distribute assets, but to expose decades of greed, favoritism, and manipulation that the family had tried to hide. Her voice carried through the room, calm but deliberate, every word landing with the weight of someone who had planned this for years. To Darius and Martin, you have always seen me as a source of wealth rather than family. You've undermined those who cared for me, spread lies about my choices, and tried to manipulate those around you to your advantage. Jack, however, has always treated me with respect, honesty, and loyalty. Therefore, I leave all my property, my home, my savings, and all other assets to him. The room went still. You could have heard a pin drop. Darius blinked rapidly, as though he wasn't quite processing the words. Martin's hands tightened into fists on his knees. His face flushed red, but he made no sound. I could see the sense of disbelief overtaking them, and for a brief moment, I almost felt sorry, but only for a fraction of a second. Then Ms. Hartley continued, opening the next part of the letter. Marlene had clearly anticipated their reaction, because the next lines were a calculated exposure of years of their manipulation. You have taken advantage of the kindness of others, twisted the truth to suit your own narratives, and even tried to convince others that Jack was unworthy of my trust. This will, however, is final, and I have ensured it is legally binding. Any attempts to coerce, intimidate, or otherwise challenge these instructions will be considered null and void, with additional legal action to follow. Darius's face shifted from disbelief to anger almost instantaneously. He opened his mouth to speak, but I raised a hand before he could. "I'd advise against it," I said softly, letting the words hang in the air like a quiet warning. Martin's voice broke the silence next, low and sharp, trying to regain control. "Jack, surely you don't mean to take this all. It's family. It's improper for you to." I held his gaze evenly. "Improper? No. It's exactly what Aunt Marlene wanted. I'm following her wishes. You, on the other hand, have spent your lives trying to take what isn't yours." Darius scoffed, a thin, venomous sound, and leaned closer to whisper, "This isn't over. You're not going to keep this without consequences." I didn't flinch. I had anticipated this. "Consequences are yours to bear if you attempt anything," I replied. My voice was calm, but my mind was racing. I had spent months, even years, imagining this moment. I had prepared for their protests, their manipulations, and now that it was happening, I realized how much I had underestimated the power of their sense of entitlement. Miss Hartley continued reading. The letter wasn't just about distribution of assets. It was a meticulous chronicle of years of behavior. She read aloud details of Darius and Martin's constant interference in Aunt Marlene's life, the subtle threats, the attempts to undermine those she trusted. She even included specific dates, conversations, and instances where their attempts to manipulate her backfired. Every word seemed to sink into their faces like cold water. Darius's face went pale, and I could see him shift uncomfortably in his seat, his previous arrogance crumbling. Martin, on the other hand, tried to maintain a veneer of control, but the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes darted nervously, betrayed him completely. Then came the final section, the part that made both of them nearly collapse in the chair. Aunt Marlene had anticipated that even after the will, they might attempt to claim a portion of her estate through legal loopholes or pressure. She had left explicit instructions for punitive measures if anyone tried to challenge the distribution. Should any party attempt to contest my will, the entirety of my estate shall be placed in a trust, inaccessible to anyone other than Jack, until such time as any legal disputes are resolved. Further, any legal fees incurred by contestation shall be subtracted from the share of the challengers, should the court rule against them. I could see the realization dawning on them. Their usual bravado, the smirks and smug confidence, had completely vanished. Darius's lips parted as if he wanted to argue, but words failed him. Martin's fists unclenched, leaving him slumped in a rare moment of powerless shock. I let the silence stretch for a few seconds, long enough to savor it without appearing cruel. This wasn't about revenge in the typical sense, it was about recognition. For decades, they had assumed entitlement was enough. They had believed wealth and legacy were theirs simply because of blood, simply because they had the audacity to demand it. Aunt Marlene had dismantled that assumption with a few carefully written words. Darius finally found a voice, trembling with anger and disbelief. She can't do this. I mean, legally, there has to be some way to. There isn't. I interrupted, my voice quiet but steady. She consulted lawyers for months to make sure there wouldn't be. Every word is binding. Every instruction enforceable. Martin leaned back in his chair, head tilted slightly, trying to mask his panic with forced calm. Jack, surely you can be reasonable. You grew up with us. You understand. I understand perfectly, I said, cutting him off. I understand that you've spent your lives trying to manipulate, to control, and to take what isn't yours. I also understand that Aunt Marlene valued honesty, loyalty, and care over entitlement. That's why I'm standing here today with everything she left. Darius's hands shook slightly as he dug into the arms of his chair. This isn't fair. She can't just leave everything to you. It's fair, I said softly, letting the word hang in the air. This is the result of a lifetime of fair treatment. You've spent years taking advantage of people's generosity. That's your version of fairness, isn't it? They both went silent. For the first time in my life, I saw them unmasked, not the polished, smug faces they presented to the world, but real fear and uncertainty. Their confidence had been shattered. The arrogance that had dominated every family gathering, every holiday, every conversation was gone. And then Miss Hartley, finally setting down the letter, looked directly at Darius and Martin. Her voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. The final envelope also includes instructions for access to the house and property. Any interference from either of you will result in immediate legal action. This is non-negotiable. Darius's eyes widened, and Martin's face turned nearly white. They both realized, in that instant, that they had miscalculated completely. The sense of entitlement that had carried them through life had blinded them to one simple truth. Aunt Marlene had been smarter, more cautious, and far more deliberate than they had ever imagined. And that's when I felt it, a calm certainty I'd never felt before. The house, the property, everything she had left me was finally mine. But the story wasn't over. I knew that, despite the binding legal protections, they would not give up so easily. Their sense of injustice, their anger, their need to control, it would drive them to try, to test boundaries, to see if I would flinch. And I wasn't going to. I could see it in their faces. The plotting had already begun. I could almost hear the gears turning behind their eyes, thinking of ways to reclaim what they believed was theirs. I leaned back slightly, letting the silence settle like a weight. You've had your chance, I said quietly. Now it's my turn. Darius's lip curled in a mixture of frustration and disbelief. This isn't over, he said, voice tight. Martin's hand hovered over the table, as though he were considering making a move. But I could see the hesitation in his eyes. For the first time, they were unsure. And then Ms. Hartley spoke again, breaking the silence. Jack, you have full control of the estate immediately. Any attempts to interfere will be met with legal consequences. That includes both of you. The room went utterly silent. Even the clock ticking on the wall seemed louder than usual. I could see Darius and Martin exchange a look, a mix of disbelief, anger, and something like fear. They had been toppled, at least for the moment. And that's when I noticed something in Darius's expression that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't just anger, it was scheming. He wasn't done. He was already planning his next move. And I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this wasn't going to be simple. After the will reading, the air was thick with a quiet that was almost suffocating. Darius and Martin left shortly after Ms. Hartley finalized the legal formalities, but the way they walked out, forced smiles, tense shoulders, muttered words I couldn't quite hear, made it clear that the storm was only just beginning. I knew them well enough to understand. Their plans were already forming in their minds. Every smirk, every subtle flicker in their eyes told me one thing. They weren't going to accept this quietly. For the next few days, I stayed in Aunt Marlene's house. I spent hours walking through her gardens, lingering in the library, and looking at the carefully organized shelves of books she had spent decades collecting. Being here felt like stepping into a quiet refuge, a sanctuary she had entrusted to me. But I couldn't ignore the tension lurking outside. My phone buzzed constantly with missed calls from Darius, texts from Martin that were equal parts persuasion and threat. Darius's messages were particularly infuriating. "Jack, you don't understand family. You can't just take this and ignore us. Think carefully." Each time I read them, I could feel the rage beneath the words, their belief in entitlement seeping through. I never replied. I knew responding would only give them the satisfaction of feeling like I was rattled. Then came the first real sign that they were taking action. A letter arrived from a law firm I hadn't heard of before. I opened it carefully and immediately recognized the pattern. They were attempting to find a loophole. The letter claimed that Aunt Marlene had been influenced improperly when she wrote her will and suggested I might not have the right to the estate. I smiled as I read it. They were predictable, overconfident, and they hadn't accounted for one thing. Aunt Marlene had anticipated every move. I spent the next week meticulously reviewing her documents. Miss Hartley had drafted everything with an eye for precision. Every clause, every signature, every notarized statement was airtight. By the time I finished, I knew that if Darius and Martin tried to challenge it, they would not only fail, they would be liable for the very legal costs they hoped to force me into. But I wasn't interested in a legal battle. That would be too slow, too public, and besides, they thrived on attention. I wanted to remind them of what it truly meant to underestimate someone they considered weaker. The first step in my plan came with subtlety. I started by changing the locks. Nothing drastic, nothing visible to the public eye, but enough to signal that the house was under new management. I sent Darius a brief, polite text. "All access is now controlled by me. Any unauthorized entry will be treated as trespassing." I didn't need to threaten. My wording alone was enough. The effect was instantaneous. He called my phone later that evening, voice tight. "Jack, this is ridiculous. You can't just lock us out." "I can't," I said calmly. "And legally, I am." The silence on the other end told me all I needed to know. He hadn't expected me to actually assert control. Next, I turned my attention to the property itself. Aunt Marlene's home wasn't just a house. It was a collection of memories, some of which I knew Darius and Martin had secretly tried to exploit for their own gain. I started cataloging everything: furniture, heirlooms, paintings, everything that could be considered valuable. Every item received a tag, a photo, and a note in the ledger I kept meticulously. I wasn't being paranoid. I was ensuring that if they tried anything, they would have no grounds for dispute. Of course, word traveled fast. Within a few days, I started noticing subtle harassment. Darius showed up near the property, accidentally, on my driveway, lingering too long, trying to gauge my reaction. Martin called repeatedly, leaving voicemail after voicemail, carefully phrased as concern, but clearly meant to unsettle me. I ignored them all, letting the tension build. They thought I would flinch. They thought I would negotiate. I didn't. Then came the moment that really set the tone. I had invited a few neighbors over, people Aunt Marlene had trusted over the years. Nothing formal, just a casual introduction. They had always respected her judgment and were happy to see me, someone who had cared for her, take responsibility for the property. As I gave them a tour, showing the house and telling stories of Aunt Marlene's life, I could sense the undercurrent of admiration. Later, I heard from one of the neighbors that Darius had stopped by during my absence, asking questions about the house and its contents. The neighbor told him firmly that everything belonged to me and that any attempt to interfere would be unwelcome. I smiled when I heard this. The first crack in their arrogance was appearing, and it was faster than I expected. My next move required patience. I began documenting everything: calls, visits, messages, building a comprehensive record. Not to use immediately, but for leverage. I wanted them to feel the weight of scrutiny without knowing exactly when it would hit. The more desperate they became, the more predictable their actions. A week later, Darius escalated. He sent a notarized letter demanding access to the house, claiming he had a right to inspect the property for familial purposes. I laughed when I read it. It was audacious, entitled, and completely baseless. I replied succinctly, "All access to the property is controlled by me. Any attempt to enter without explicit permission will be treated as trespassing. Legal action will follow immediately if necessary." The silence afterward was delicious. I could almost feel his frustration building through the phone lines. And then came the moment I had been waiting for. Darius and Martin underestimated my resolve. They tried a classic intimidation tactic. They arranged to have a local, family mediator stop by the property under the guise of discussion. I let them come, waited for them to arrive, and then greeted them calmly, showing no sign of surprise or concern. The mediator, clearly expecting me to be flustered, quickly realized I was in full control. I answered every question, cited every clause, and explained every restriction, all while maintaining a calm, confident demeanor. Darius and Martin fumed silently in the background, their faces growing red, their mouths opening to speak, but closing again in frustration. After an hour of careful explanation, the mediator left, muttering about how well-prepared I was. Darius and Martin followed, their silence a storm waiting to erupt. I knew then that the next phase would come. They were plotting, scheming, trying to find a way around the walls I had built. And that's when I made my final move for this stage, a public notice. I contacted the local council and had an official notice filed, stating that the property was now fully under my ownership and that any unauthorized entry would be prosecuted. It was subtle but visible to anyone who might have been aiding them. The message was clear. I was not just legally prepared. I was prepared to enforce every right. That evening, I watched from the veranda as Darius's car slowly passed the driveway, the tension in his shoulders unmistakable. He slowed, glanced at the house, then drove away without a word. Martin was less subtle, pacing in his car, phone pressed to his ear, likely ranting to a lawyer or a friend. For the first time, I felt the satisfaction of knowing that the upper hand had shifted entirely. The family that had always assumed entitlement had learned something vital. I would not be intimidated. I would not yield. And every move they made from here on would be anticipated, countered, and recorded. But I also knew this was only the beginning. Their sense of injustice would drive them further. They would escalate, try subtle manipulations, maybe even underhanded legal tactics. I had to be prepared, patient, and precise. The real battle, psychological, legal, and strategic, was only starting. And as I stood there, looking at the house my great-aunt had trusted me with, I realized one crucial truth. The revenge wasn't just about winning. It was about making them realize that entitlement, arrogance, and greed could be outmaneuvered. I smiled quietly to myself. Darius and Martin had no idea what was coming. Over the next several weeks, Darius and Martin's attempts to reclaim even the smallest shred of control over Aunt Marlene's estate grew progressively bolder, and yet, so did my countermeasures. I kept meticulous records of every single interaction, documenting every message, every uninvited appearance, and every suspicious concern they attempted to disguise as legitimate family interest. I photographed cars that lingered near the driveway longer than necessary, kept logs of the timestamps of their calls and texts, and maintained a detailed journal of every interaction. I wasn't just protecting property. I was building a psychological map of their entitlement, their predictability, and their arrogance. Darius was the first to escalate, trying the tactics he had relied on his entire life: subtle intimidation. He would park just out of sight but close enough that I could see his car from the windows, linger on the edge of the driveway while pretending to admire the gardens, or leave veiled threats in text form. The words themselves were carefully phrased to suggest concern, but the intent behind them was transparent. He wanted to unsettle me, to make me doubt my authority. Martin, on the other hand, relied on his connections. Letters arrived from lawyers I'd never heard of, claiming technicalities about Aunt Marlene's capacity when drafting her will, insinuating she might have been influenced improperly or manipulated when making her decisions. They were playing the same game they had always played, trying to use fear, bureaucracy, and social pressure to bend me to their will. But I had anticipated all of it. Every step I took was deliberate, calculated, and precise, not merely to protect what was mine, but to make them feel the full weight of their entitlement, to force them into the realization that their arrogance had blinded them for decades. When the first set of letters arrived from Martin's legal team, I didn't panic. I forwarded them directly to Ms. Hartley with instructions for a formal response. Each demand, each attempt to manipulate, was met with exacting legal countermeasures, drafted with precision and clarity. It wasn't just a defense, it was a demonstration. They were trying to bully someone who had already fortified himself against their tricks, and for the first time, they were confronted with the fact that their usual tactics were entirely powerless. Then came what I could only describe as the moment of subtle, perfect revenge. I knew that both Darius and Martin thrived on appearances. They needed to feel superior, to show the world that their expectations of privilege were being met. So I orchestrated a small campaign of exposure without ever confronting them directly. Through a few well-placed neighbors and acquaintances who had known Aunt Marlene, I quietly made it known that the property was under my management, that I had assumed full control, and that any attempt at interference would be formally reported. Word spread quietly but effectively. The network of people who respected Aunt Marlene and valued integrity became my allies, and I could feel the first seeds of doubt taking root in the minds of Darius and Martin. One evening, Darius tried a last-ditch attempt at persuasion. He lingered on the driveway, arms crossed, wearing the faintly polite expression of someone who thinks flattery can mask entitlement. "Jack," he said, his voice sharp but forced in an attempt at friendliness. "You really think you can just keep everything without negotiation? Family, Jack. You can't just take it all." I opened the front door, letting the warm light of the house spill across the driveway. I stood there calmly, letting the moment settle like a tangible weight between us. "I can, and I will," I said evenly. "The house, the estate, everything belongs to me. You've been given multiple opportunities to respect Aunt Marlene's wishes, and you've failed." He flushed, the anger in his face unmasked by his lack of leverage. Martin arrived shortly after, pretending casual concern, but the underlying fury was obvious. I could see the plotting already beginning in their expressions, the usual smugness replaced by a dawning, almost tangible, realization that they had no path forward. I smiled quietly, carefully measured, letting it linger long enough to unsettle them. Any further interference will be considered trespassing. Legal action will follow immediately. Neither of them spoke. They left in silence, the tension of failure hanging thickly behind them. That evening, I walked through the gardens, noting the beauty of the property Aunt Marlene had entrusted to me, and I felt a quiet satisfaction knowing that the first stage of control had been solidified. From there, I consolidated my position. I upgraded locks, installed discreet surveillance cameras, and filed formal notices with the local council, making it abundantly clear that the property was under my ownership and that any unauthorized entry would be met with legal consequences. I informed neighbors, local businesses, and acquaintances who had been close to Aunt Marlene. Their awareness created a natural buffer of oversight, one that left Darius and Martin isolated, with no allies to support their schemes. Slowly, word spread through subtle channels. Their attempts to reclaim control became not just futile, but increasingly desperate and petty. Darius tried one final gambit. He called to arrange a discussion with a mediator, hoping to appear reasonable while buying leverage for a later scheme. I agreed, but only on my terms. When the mediator arrived, I was calm, composed, and entirely prepared. I laid out every aspect of the situation in detail. The will, Aunt Marlene's explicit instructions, the decades of their attempts to manipulate and intimidate me, and the consequences they would face if they persisted. The mediator, recognizing the thoroughness, legality, and fairness of my position, confirmed what I already knew. Darius and Martin had no path forward. They were exposed, powerless, and entirely dependent on their own empty schemes. After that, they simply vanished from the property. Their sense of entitlement had been dismantled completely. They could no longer manipulate, intimidate, or pretend to have any control. In their place, a quiet, tense resignation settled. I continued managing the house and estate exactly as Aunt Marlene had wished, preserving her legacy, tending to her gardens, and maintaining the library she had painstakingly built over decades. In the end, the situation was absolute. Darius and Martin remained bitter, angry, and seething in private, but they had no legal or practical means to challenge me. The home, the memories, and the legacy Aunt Marlene had entrusted to me stayed exactly as she intended. I had not only protected her wishes, but had ensured that those who tried to exploit her generosity understood, finally, that entitlement, arrogance, and greed could never overcome careful planning, patience, and resolve. The final satisfaction came quietly. One evening, I sat in the library, sunlight filtering across the shelves, feeling the calm that comes after the storm has passed. I thought about Aunt Marlene, how she had anticipated every move, foreseen every potential challenge, and entrusted me with the tools to succeed. Darius and Martin had been villains all along, entitled, manipulative, and greedy, and now, at last, they had no power over me. I didn't need to forgive them. I didn't need to speak to them again. Their plans, their schemes, their arrogance had collapsed entirely, and they were left to watch, powerless, as the life they assumed was theirs moved forward without them. I had inherited more than a house. I had inherited clarity, control, and the quiet satisfaction of seeing justice done perfectly. And for the first time in years, I felt a peace settle over me, knowing that some victories didn't require confrontation. They required patience, precision, and the courage to stand firm against those who had never respected anyone but themselves. Aunt Marlene had entrusted me with more than property. She had entrusted me with a lesson. Justice is not always immediate, but with patience, foresight, and resolve, it can be absolute. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. The first time my mother-in-law laughed and asked when I was getting a real job, it wasn't even said with malice. That was the part that stuck with me. It came out light, almost playful, like a joke everyone else was supposed to chuckle at and move on from. We were sitting around her long dining table, plates still warm, glasses half full. That familiar post-dinner haze where people feel comfortable enough to say things they'd normally keep to themselves. She smiled when she said it, looked straight at me, and waited just long enough for the room to notice. I remember shrugging, smiling back, and letting the conversation drift somewhere else. On the outside, it probably looked like I didn't care. On the inside, something small and sharp settled into place. I'm Omar. I'm 32, and I've learned over the years that silence often says more than arguing ever could. If you'd asked my wife, Lena, she would have told you that her family has always been like that. Loud opinions, casual comments, lots of laughter that sometimes lands a little too close to the bone. They pride themselves on honesty, the kind that doesn't stop to ask whether it's necessary or kind. Growing up, Lena learned to deflect it with humor. I learned to endure it with patience. At least, that's what I told myself. That dinner wasn't the first time my work had come up, but it was the first time it had been reduced to a punchline in front of everyone. Lena's father had already gone through his usual routine earlier in the evening, explaining to a cousin how stable his engineering job was, how predictable his hours were, how nice it felt to know exactly what was coming every month. Lena's sister chimed in about her promotion at the hospital, the long shifts, the stress, the sense of purpose. Then someone turned to me and asked casually, "So what exactly do you do again?" I gave my usual answer. I work for myself. I consult. I build things online. I keep it vague because vague is easier. Vague doesn't invite follow-up questions that feel like cross-examinations. Vague doesn't sound like bragging or defensiveness. It just sounds temporary. And temporary, in their minds, meant not quite real. My mother-in-law tilted her head, fork resting against her plate, and laughed. "That's nice," she said. "But seriously, Omar, when are you getting a real job?" She glanced around the table, as if inviting everyone else in on the joke, then added, "You know, something with benefits. Something stable." There it was. Light. Harmless. Wrapped in a smile. Everyone laughed politely. A couple of people nodded. Someone said, "Yeah, the economy's tough right now." Lena shot me a quick look, the kind that says, "I'm sorry," without actually saying it. I shrugged, smiled, and said, "We'll see." Then I asked her uncle about a renovation project he'd mentioned earlier, and just like that, the moment passed. But it didn't really pass. It just sank deeper. I didn't grow up dreaming of approval from people who measured worth by job titles, but that doesn't mean it didn't sting. I've spent years building what I have. Long nights, quiet mornings, risks that didn't look impressive until they worked. My days don't look like theirs. There's no uniform, no office gossip, no predictable ladder to climb. To them, that meant I was floating, unanchored, waiting for adulthood to begin. Lena and I talked about it on the drive home. She apologized, again, for her mother's comment. I told her it was fine. And it was, in the sense that I wasn't going to start a family argument over a single sentence. But I also told her something else, something I hadn't fully admitted to myself yet. I told her I wasn't going to correct them. Not now. Not later. If they wanted to think I was drifting, that was their choice. She looked at me carefully, the way she does when she's trying to read between my words. "Are you sure?" she asked. "You don't have to prove anything to them." "I know," I said. And I meant it. At least, I thought I did. Over the next few months, the comments didn't stop. They just changed shape. At birthdays, someone would ask if I'd found anything steady yet. At holidays, my mother-in-law would ask Lena, not me, whether we were worried about the future. There was always a laugh attached, always a quick pivot to another topic, like the words themselves weren't meant to linger. But they did. They stacked up quietly, each one reinforcing the same unspoken narrative. I was being tolerated, not respected. What bothered me most wasn't the judgment. It was the assumption, the idea that because my work didn't look familiar, it must not be serious. Because I didn't complain about stress, I must not be working hard. Because I didn't talk about money, there must not be much of it. I started noticing how often money came up around them. Not numbers, not specifics, just comparisons. Who bought what? Who upgraded their car? Who was doing well? Lena's sister loved to drop hints about bonuses. Her parents talked openly about pensions and retirement plans. When Lena and I stayed quiet, it filled the space with its own meaning. Still, I said nothing. I let it be. Tax season came around quietly, the way it always does for me. It's never been something I dread or celebrate. Just another process, another reminder of the scale of things I've built piece by piece. One afternoon, a thick envelope arrived in the mail, official looking, my name printed clearly across the front. I left it on the counter, planning to deal with it later. We were supposed to visit Lena's parents that weekend. I didn't think anything of it when Lena gathered the mail before we left, stacking it neatly to open later. I didn't think anything of it when her mother insisted on tidying up the kitchen after lunch, moving papers, wiping counters, humming to herself. I didn't think anything of it until I heard her voice change. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was just quiet enough to notice. A pause where there shouldn't have been one. "Omar," she called out from the kitchen, holding something in her hand. I looked up from the couch and saw the envelope. My envelope. Opened. And for the first time since that dinner months ago, I felt something shift, not in the room, but in the balance between us. When she said my name from the kitchen, it didn't sound accusatory. It sounded uncertain. That alone was enough to make my stomach tighten. I stood up slowly, already knowing that whatever she'd seen had crossed some invisible line. Lena followed me, her expression confused, then concerned when she noticed the envelope in her mother's hand. It was folded now, not neatly, but hastily, like someone who'd opened something they weren't supposed to and didn't quite know how to put it back together again. "This came with the rest of the mail," her mother said, eyes flicking between Lena and me. I didn't realize it wasn't ours. I thought it was, well, never mind. She gave a small laugh that didn't land. "It's just taxes, right?" I nodded. "Yes." There was a pause. A longer one this time. Her eyes went back to the paper, then to my face, then away again. She handed it to me without another word and turned back to the sink, scrubbing a plate that was already clean. Lena looked at me, silently asking if I was okay. I smiled and nodded again, even though something in my chest had started to hum, low and uncomfortable. The rest of the visit passed in a strange fog. Her mother was quieter than usual. Her father avoided eye contact. Lena's sister kept talking, filling the space with stories about work and schedules and stress, oblivious or pretending to be. Every now and then, I'd catch her mother glancing at me, like she was seeing a stranger in a familiar chair. On the drive home, Lena finally spoke. She opened it, didn't she? Yes, I said. She shouldn't have. I know. She didn't say anything to you? Not really. Lena was quiet for a long moment. Then, softly, what did it say? I thought about it. About the numbers. About how small they'd look to me on the page. Just another year. Another confirmation that I was exactly where I'd planned to be. Enough, I said. And that was the truth. I thought that would be the end of it. An awkward moment. A private realization on her mother's part. Maybe a shift in tone going forward. What I didn't expect was how quickly embarrassment would curdle into something sharper. The next family dinner was a few weeks later. Same table. Same plates. Same routine. Only this time, the atmosphere felt tighter, like everyone was bracing for something without knowing exactly what. Her mother was overly attentive at first, asking if I wanted more food, if I was comfortable, if I was working too hard lately. It was such a sudden change that it almost felt like mockery, even though her voice was sweet. Lena noticed it too. She kept glancing at me, eyebrows slightly raised. Then the comments started again. Only now, they were different. So, her mother said at one point, stirring her tea, "This consulting thing you do, it must be very demanding." "It has its moments," I replied. "And it's reliable?" she asked. "I mean, you never really know with those kinds of things. One you're good, one you're not so good, right?" There it was. The shift. Not curiosity. Concern. The kind that pretends to be helpful while quietly questioning your right to sit at the table. "I manage," I said. She nodded, lips pressed together. "Of course. I just worry about Lena. About stability. About the future. You know how it is." Lena put her fork down. "Mom, I'm just saying," her mother continued quickly. "It's different when you have a real structure. A company behind you. Protections. You can't build a life on something that could disappear." I met her eyes. Calmly. "It hasn't disappeared yet." Her father cleared his throat, but said nothing. After that dinner, the phone call started. Not to me. To Lena. Always framed as concern. Was I stressed? Was I overwhelmed? Did I seem distracted? Had we talked about long-term plans? Lena would shut it down every time, but I could hear the tension in her voice afterward, the way it lingered even after she hung up. Then came the comparisons. Lena's sister announced she was buying a new car. Her parents praised her for being responsible and forward-thinking. Her brother-in-law joked about how nice it was to have guaranteed income. Someone glanced at me when he said it. I laughed. Quietly. Let it slide. Again, the breaking point didn't come all at once. It crept in through small exclusions. A family outing planned without asking if we were free. A decision made under the assumption that we probably wouldn't want to spend the money. Lena noticed it before I did. Or maybe I noticed and didn't want to name it yet. One night, Lena came home pale and tight-lipped. She dropped her bag by the door and sat down heavily on the couch. "What happened?" I asked. She hesitated. "I had lunch with my mom today." I waited. She asked me if I'd thought about protecting myself. Legally. I felt my chest tighten. Protecting yourself from what? She swallowed. "From you." The word hung there between us. She said that if anything went wrong, if your work dried up, if something happened, I'd be the one carrying the burden. That I should think about separating finances. Just in case. I stared at the wall for a moment, letting the anger rise and settle into something colder. "And you?" I told her no, Lena said quickly. I told her she was out of line. She said she was just being a good mother. Of course she did. After that, the tone shifted again. Now it wasn't just concern. It was strategy. Lena's parents started inviting her to things without me. Just quick coffees. Errands. Girl time. Lena pushed back, but the message was clear. They wanted access to her without me present. Then came the dinner invitation that finally snapped something inside me. It was supposed to be a small family gathering. Just immediate relatives. Lena and I arrived a little late, traffic worse than expected. As we walked in, conversation stopped for just a second too long. We sat. Plates were served. And then her mother smiled and said, "We had a little discussion earlier." Lena stiffened beside me. "About what?" "About planning," her mother said. "About the future." Her father nodded. "We were thinking it might be wise for Lena to have a safety net. Independent savings. Something that's hers." I felt the room tilt slightly. "She does," I said evenly. Her mother waved a hand. "You know what I mean. Something untouched. Separate." Lena looked between them. "Why are you talking about this like I'm not here?" "We're talking because you are here," her mother said. Because we love you. I finally spoke again. And what exactly are you suggesting? Her mother took a breath. We're suggesting that until Omar's situation is more traditional, it might be smart to keep certain things protected. Just in case. There it was. Not a joke. Not a laugh. A line drawn. I looked at Lena. She was shaking now, not visibly, but I could feel it through the way her hand clenched in her lap. We're leaving, she said. Her mother frowned. Don't be dramatic. Lena stood. You don't get to talk about my husband like he's a liability. Her father finally spoke. Sit down. Let's be reasonable. I stood too. The room buzzed with discomfort, but no one stopped us. As we walked out, her mother said something that cut deeper than anything else she'd said before. We're just trying to help you before it's too late. In the car, Lena broke down. Not loud, just tears sliding silently down her face as she stared out the window. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't think it would get this bad. I took her hand. Neither did I. That night, something changed. Not in my anger, but in my clarity. This wasn't about misunderstanding anymore. It was about control. About deciding who was worthy and who wasn't, and trying to rearrange our lives to fit their comfort. And then, a few days later, Lena got a call from her sister. I didn't know how to tell you, she said, voice tight. Mom and Dad asked me to talk to you. About what? Lena asked. There was a pause. About convincing you to think independently. About maybe staying with them for a while. Just to have space. To think things through. Lena went very quiet. They think, her sister continued carefully, that if you weren't around Omar so much, you might see things more clearly. When Lena hung up, she looked at me with a mix of disbelief and hurt I'd never seen before. They're trying to separate us, she said. That was the moment it stopped being uncomfortable and started being unforgivable. And it was also the moment I realized that silence, the thing I'd relied on for so long, was no longer protecting us. It had only given them room to go further. I didn't say anything yet. I didn't confront them. I didn't correct their assumptions. But I started preparing. Quietly. The weeks after that phone call were some of the heaviest I've ever lived through, not because anything exploded all at once, but because everything slowed down in a way that made the weight impossible to ignore. Lena and I didn't argue. That almost made it worse. We moved around each other carefully, like people navigating a cracked floor, both afraid that saying the wrong thing would cause something to collapse. She was angry at her parents, hurt by her sister, and exhausted from being pulled in opposite directions. I was quiet, not because I didn't feel anything, but because I felt too much to trust myself to speak without turning it into something irreversible. For the first time in our relationship, I started to feel like an outsider in my own marriage. Not because Lena pushed me away, but because the pressure around us kept trying to make me the problem that needed solving. Her parents stopped calling me entirely. Invitations came addressed to Lena alone. Family group chats went silent whenever I chimed in. When Lena confronted them, they insisted it wasn't intentional. We just didn't want to make Omar uncomfortable, her mother said, as if my presence was the inconvenience. That kind of exclusion does something subtle to you. It doesn't make you angry right away. It makes you question yourself. I caught myself replaying conversations in my head, wondering if I should have explained my work more clearly earlier, if I should have pushed back harder, if I should have defended myself instead of letting things slide. There's a fine line between patience and self-erasure, and I realized I'd crossed it without noticing. Work, usually my anchor, started to feel distant. Not because it was failing, but because my focus was fractured. I found myself staring at screens without really seeing them, rereading the same lines, pushing tasks to later in the day. I was still delivering, still moving forward, but without the quiet satisfaction I used to feel. At night, when Lena fell asleep, I stayed awake longer than usual, listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing and wondering how something that started as a joke had turned into a slow, deliberate attempt to rewrite our lives. The lowest point came quietly, on an ordinary afternoon. Lena came home earlier than expected and sat down across from me at the kitchen table. She didn't cry this time. That scared me more than if she had. They want to help with a down payment, she said. I didn't say anything right away. My parents, she added. They said it would make things easier for us. More secure. And the conditions? I asked. She hesitated. That was answer enough. They want it in my name, she said finally. Just mine. They said it's standard. That it protects me. I nodded slowly, even though my chest felt tight. And what do you think? I think, she rubbed her temples. I think they're using money to make a point. And I hate that it's working on me. That honesty broke something open between us. Not in a bad way. In a raw way. We talked for hours that night. Not about numbers or plans, but about trust, about identity, about how easy it is for outside voices to creep into places they don't belong. Lena admitted that part of her felt embarrassed by the way her family talked about me, even though she knew it was unfair. I admitted that part of me felt ashamed for letting their opinions get under my skin, even though I knew my worth wasn't defined by their approval. I don't want to be a project they're fixing, she said quietly. And I don't want you to feel like you have to prove something just to be accepted. I don't want to prove anything, I said. And in that moment, I realized it was true. What I wanted wasn't validation. It was peace. The next few months were quieter. Fewer family dinners. Fewer calls. Lena set boundaries that surprised even herself. She stopped answering questions that came wrapped in concern. She refused to discuss our finances. She corrected assumptions instead of smoothing them over. Her parents didn't like it. The distance grew. With that distance came grief, but also relief. Still, I wasn't myself yet. The constant tension had taken its toll. There were days I felt invisible, even in rooms where I was physically present. Days where the voice in my head sounded a little too much like my mother-in-law's, asking when I'd get a real job, questioning how long this could last, wondering if it was all just luck waiting to run out. So I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I stepped back and took inventory, not of my income or assets, but of myself. I started my mornings earlier. No emails, no messages, just quiet. I went for long walks, letting my thoughts wander without trying to control them. I wrote things down. Not plans, not strategies, just observations. What made me feel grounded? What drained me? What I'd been tolerating out of habit rather than choice. Slowly, almost without noticing, my focus returned. Work stopped feeling like an escape and started feeling like a craft again. I took on projects that excited me, not just ones that paid well. I turned down things that didn't align, something I'd avoided doing before out of a vague fear of scarcity. The irony wasn't lost on me. The more I trusted myself, the steadier everything became. There were small wins that I didn't share with anyone. A deal that closed smoothly. A long-term client who expanded their contract without being asked. A quiet sense of confidence that settled back into my shoulders. I didn't announce any of it. I didn't hint. I didn't correct anyone's assumptions. For the first time, that silence wasn't defensive. It was deliberate. Lena noticed the change before I did. You seem lighter, she said one evening as we cooked dinner together. I feel clearer, I replied. She smiled. I like this version of us. The distance from her family remained, but it stopped feeling like a wound and started feeling like a boundary. We built routines that were ours. Weekend breakfasts. Long conversations. Plans that didn't need anyone else's approval. The noise faded. Then, just as things began to feel steady again, life tested that steadiness. Lena's father had a health scare. Nothing catastrophic, but serious enough to pull the family back into orbit around each other. Hospital visits. Group messages. A sudden return to forced proximity. Lena asked me, carefully, if I was okay being around them again. I'm fine, I said. And I meant it, though I didn't yet know what that would require of me. The first visit was tense, but civil. Her mother was polite, distant, almost overly formal. No jokes. No comments. Just observation. She watched me the way someone watches a puzzle they haven't solved yet. Then, one afternoon, she asked Lena to step into the hallway to talk privately. I stayed behind in the room with her father, making small talk about weather and traffic, both of us avoiding the real subject like it was radioactive. When Lena came back, her face was tight. She wants to apologize, Lena said quietly once we were alone later that evening. For what? I asked. For pushing too hard, Lena replied. But she also wants to understand where things stand. I almost laughed at that. Almost. A few days later, her mother invited us over for coffee. Just the three of us. No audience. No distractions. Lena asked if I wanted to go. Yes, I said. Not because I needed closure, but because I felt ready. We sat in her living room. The same place where so many harmless jokes had been made. Her mother stirred her cup nervously before finally looking up at me. I may have been unfair, she said. I just want to know that my daughter is secure. She is, I said evenly. She nodded. I know you do well. I saw enough. There it was. The unspoken acknowledgement. But, she continued, Numbers don't tell the whole story. I smiled slightly. No, they don't. Something shifted then, not toward reconciliation, but toward truth. She wasn't apologizing to make peace. She was recalibrating, adjusting her understanding now that the old narrative no longer fit. And in that moment, I realized something important. This wasn't over. Not yet. The dynamic had changed, but the need to control hadn't disappeared. It had just gone quiet, waiting for another opening. I left that coffee knowing two things with certainty. First, that hitting rock bottom hadn't broken me. It had stripped away everything that didn't belong. Second, that the calm I'd rebuilt wasn't an ending. It was a foundation, and foundations exist for a reason. The apology didn't bring relief. It brought clarity. After that coffee, I stopped pretending that what we were dealing with was a misunderstanding. Misunderstandings dissolve when truth is shared. This didn't dissolve. It adapted. Lena's mother had adjusted her posture, not her instincts. She was still watching, still measuring, just with more caution now that she knew I wasn't as small or as fragile as she'd assumed. And that was when I understood something I should have seen earlier. People who equate worth with control don't back off when they're wrong. They change tactics. The weeks that followed were strangely calm. Lena's parents were polite again, inviting, even. Family dinners resumed, smaller than before, quieter. Her mother asked neutral questions about my work without prying too deeply. Her father nodded a little more when I spoke. On the surface, it looked like progress. Underneath, it felt like reconnaissance. I noticed the way her mother listened now, not just to my words, but to my silences. The way she filed things away. The way she circled back to topics weeks later, disguised as casual curiosity. I also noticed how often money came up indirectly. Property values, interest rates, retirement planning. Always framed as general conversation, never pointed, but always present. If I'd still been in the place I was months earlier, it might have rattled me. Instead, it sharpened my focus. I didn't rush into anything. Revenge, I've learned, doesn't start with action. It starts with patience. I began by tightening our circle, quietly, intentionally. Lena and I had long conversations about boundaries, about what we shared and what we didn't. We agreed, without drama, that our finances were no longer a topic for family discussion. We stopped correcting assumptions and started redirecting conversations entirely. Lena's confidence in those moments made me proud in a way I hadn't expected. She wasn't choosing sides anymore. She was choosing herself. At the same time, I reconnected with people I trusted outside of her family. Friends who knew me before I was the guy without a real job. People who understood my work because they lived in the same world. One of them, a longtime advisor I'd worked with on and off, helped me review everything with fresh eyes. Not because anything was wrong, but because I wanted to be precise. There's a difference between doing well and being unassailable. I consolidated, simplified, made certain things quieter and others more visible, but only to the people who needed to see them. I structured assets cleanly, made sure lines were clear, not out of fear, but out of intention. If anyone ever tried to pull Lena into a conversation about protection again, I wanted there to be no ambiguity about where we stood. Lena noticed, of course. She always does. "You're planning something," she said one night, not accusing, just observant. "I'm preparing," I replied. "For what?" I thought about it before answering. "For peace. On our terms." She nodded slowly. "Let me know how I can help." That was the moment I realized I didn't need allies. I already had the one that mattered. The opportunity presented itself sooner than I expected. Lena's parents decided to host a larger family gathering, something halfway between a dinner and a celebration. A milestone anniversary. Nothing flashy, but important to them. Invitations went out weeks in advance. This time, my name was included without hesitation. As Lena read the message aloud, I felt the familiar hum in my chest again. Not anxiety. Anticipation. "They want everyone there," she said. "Extended family too." I smiled. Of course they do. Large gatherings were where her mother felt most comfortable. An audience gave her energy. It also gave her leverage. Subtle comments carried more weight when there were more ears to catch them. I suspected this wasn't just about celebrating an anniversary. It was about resetting the narrative in front of witnesses. I didn't decline. I didn't hesitate. I told Lena we'd go. In the weeks leading up to it, I watched carefully. Lena's sister started reaching out more. Casual check-ins. Questions about how we were doing. Comments about how tense things had felt lately. On the surface, it sounded like concern. Underneath, it felt like information gathering. Then came the call from Lena's aunt. She'd always been neutral, kind, but observant. She invited us for coffee a few days before the event, just the three of us. Halfway through, she leaned back in her chair and said, "Your mother-in-law has been talking." I didn't react. "About what?" Lena asked. "About you too," her aunt said gently. "About how things have been misunderstood. About how she worries she pushed too hard and wants to fix it." Lena frowned. "Fix it how?" Her aunt hesitated. "By reframing things. Publicly. She wants to make it clear that there are no hard feelings. That everyone's on the same page." I took a slow sip of my coffee. "And what page is that?" Her aunt met my eyes. "That you're doing fine. That she always knew you were capable. That any concerns she had were just motherly worry." There it was. The rewrite. After we left, Lena was quiet. "She wants to pretend none of it happened," she said finally. "She wants control of the ending," I replied. The day of the gathering arrived with perfect timing. Clear weather. Full house. Conversations overlapping in every corner of the room. Lena's parents were in their element. Her mother moved gracefully from group to group, laughing easily, touching arms, playing the role she'd perfected over decades. I stayed close to Lena, listening more than speaking. Watching. About halfway through the evening, her mother tapped a spoon against her glass. "I just want to say something," she announced, smiling broadly as the room quieted. "I'm so grateful to have everyone here. Family means everything to us." Murmurs of agreement. "And I want to say," she continued, glancing in our direction, "that I'm especially proud of how strong our family is. How we support each other, even when we don't always understand each other's paths." Her eyes flicked to me. Briefly, deliberately. I felt Lena's hand tighten around mine. "I've learned," her mother went on, "that success doesn't always look the same. And that sometimes, as parents, we worry too much." Soft laughter rippled through the room. "I'm proud of my daughter," she said, voice warm, "and the life she's building. And of the people she's chosen to build it with." All eyes turned to us. There it was. The reconciliation speech. Carefully crafted. Public. Designed to seal the story in her favor. I smiled politely. Nodded. Let the applause wash over us. Inside, I felt something settle into place. She thought this was the ending. The moment where everything reset and her authority was restored. Where the doubts were erased and replaced with gracious acceptance. She didn't realize she'd just handed me exactly what I needed. Because now, the narrative was public. And when narratives are public, they can be tested. I squeezed Lena's hand and leaned in, whispering something only she could hear. Her eyes widened slightly, then softened with understanding. "What?" she whispered back. "Just trust me," I said. She nodded. Across the room, her mother was already moving on, basking in approval, confident the tension had finally been smoothed over. She had no idea that the moment she chose to speak for us was the moment she lost control of the conversation, and that the next time my work came up, it wouldn't be in whispers, jokes, or assumptions. It would be in facts, out loud, in front of everyone. But not yet. The moment arrived quietly, which felt appropriate. No dramatic entrance. No raised voice. Just a natural opening created by the very person who thought she was controlling the room. Dessert had been served. Conversations loosened. People stood in small clusters, plates balanced in their hands, the tension softened by sugar and wine. Lena's mother was near the center of it all, telling a story about a friend's son who had finally landed something stable after years of experimenting. She laughed as she said it, the word experimenting hanging in the air like a familiar echo. Someone glanced at me, then another. I felt Lena shift beside me, just slightly. Not nervous. Ready. I waited until the laughter faded and said, calmly, "That's interesting. Stability means different things to different people." Her mother turned toward me, still smiling. "Of course," she said lightly. "That's exactly what I was saying earlier." "I know," I replied. "You were very clear." The room quieted in that subtle way it does when people sense a shift they can't quite name yet. One of Lena's cousins spoke up. "Omar, didn't you say tax season was busy for you this year?" Her mother's smile tightened just a fraction. "Yes," I said. "It was." "And you're still consulting?" someone else asked. I nodded. "Among other things." Lena's mother laughed softly. "He's very modest," she said, trying to keep things breezy. You know how that kind of work can sound more impressive than it is. That was the opening. Not forced. Not dramatic. Offered. I smiled. You're right. Numbers can sound impressive out of context. Her eyes flicked to me, just for a moment. Something cautious passed through them. So maybe context helps, I continued. Especially since you mentioned earlier that you're proud of the life Lena and I are building. Lena squeezed my hand. Harder this time. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a folded document. Nothing flashy. Just paper. I didn't wave it. I didn't hold it up. I simply unfolded it enough to glance down. This is my tax summary from last year, I said, still calm. The one that caused some confusion a few months ago. A few heads turned. A few people froze. I don't usually share this, I went on, because I don't believe income is a personality trait. But since my work has been such a recurring topic of concern, I thought clarity might be kinder than assumptions. Her mother opened her mouth, then closed it again. I won't read the number, I said. That's not necessary. What matters is this: Lena and I are secure. Not just comfortable. Secure. Our finances are shared, planned, and intentional. There is no risk she needs protecting from. No instability she needs rescuing from. And no future we haven't already prepared for. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was heavy. Someone cleared their throat. Someone else shifted their weight. Her mother finally spoke. Omar, that really isn't appropriate. I agree, I said gently. It would have been inappropriate if I brought it up unprompted. But it's been brought up for me. Repeatedly. Often in ways that question my role in this family. Her face flushed. That was never my intention. I know, I replied. And I meant it. Your intention was to feel reassured. To feel in control. But intention doesn't erase impact. Lena stepped forward then, her voice steady. What Omar is saying is what I've been trying to say for months. We are fine. We don't need fixing. And we don't need narratives written about us when we're not in the room. Her mother looked around, realizing too late that this wasn't a private conversation she could steer. Every ear was tuned in now. I was worried, she said weakly. Any mother would be. Worry becomes harmful, Lena said, when it turns into pressure. Or manipulation. Or trying to separate a couple instead of supporting them. That landed. Her sister stared at the floor. Her father looked tired, older somehow. Her aunt watched with a quiet kind of satisfaction, like someone seeing a truth finally acknowledged. I never tried to separate you, her mother said. Lena didn't raise her voice. You asked my sister to convince me to stay with you. You suggested separating finances. You excluded Omar from conversations about our future. That's not support. There was no applause. No gasps. Just the slow realization spreading through the room that the story everyone had been fed was incomplete. I folded the paper and put it back in my pocket. This isn't about winning, I said. It's about boundaries. Going forward, our work, our money, and our decisions are not topics for discussion unless we bring them up ourselves. Her mother looked at me, truly looked at me, for the first time without the filter of assumption. I saw something break then. Not her pride. Her certainty. The fallout wasn't explosive. It was quieter than that. Over the next few weeks, the family recalibrated. Lena's parents stopped offering advice disguised as concern. Invitations became neutral again, no longer weighted with implication. Some people apologized. Some avoided the subject entirely. Lena's sister admitted, privately, that she'd been uncomfortable for a long time but hadn't known how to push back. Her mother tried, once, to revisit the conversation. Not to argue, but to soften it. To explain herself again. I listened. I didn't debate. I simply said, we've moved forward. We expect you to meet us there. She nodded. Slowly. The real revenge wasn't the moment at the party. It was everything that came after. It was Lena standing taller in every room. It was the end of whispered concerns and back-channel conversations. It was the quiet understanding that I didn't need their approval to belong. I already did, on my own terms. Months later, we bought a house. In both our names. Without help. Without commentary. Lena's parents found out after the paperwork was signed. Her mother congratulated us, politely, carefully. She never asked how we afforded it. That suited me just fine. I learned something important through all of this. Silence is powerful, but only when it's chosen. When it's used to protect peace, not avoid conflict. I didn't need to prove my worth. I needed to stop letting others define it. And the next time someone laughed and asked when I get a real job, I smiled and realized I already had one. living a real life. I went home for Thanksgiving. The house was empty except for Dad watching TV. A note said, "Used your $5,000 loan on a new car. Hope you can manage." Dad said, "Don't worry, we'll sort it." 2 days later, they were apologizing. Hi Reddit. I'm Ella, 40F, and this happened last Thanksgiving, but it's been simmering in my head ever since. I wasn't sure whether to post it here or on another sub, but the way everything unfolded, especially what led to them apologizing, felt like the kind of slow-burn family drama that belongs here. Some background first. I live in Seattle now, but I grew up in a small town in Michigan. Not one of those quaint, snowy Main Street and hot cider towns, more of a faded place where half the storefronts are shuttered and people hang on to grudges the way others hang on to family recipes. It's where my roots are, though, and for better or worse, where my family still lives. My parents, Dana and Bill, split up when I was in high school. It wasn't a dramatic divorce, no screaming matches or custody battles, just a slow unraveling. My mom got the house, and my dad moved into a one-bedroom rental across town and somehow never left. They stayed weirdly civil. Not friendly, exactly, but they still had dinner together sometimes, and holidays usually included both of them in the same room. I used to think that was a good thing. Then there's my younger sister, Mandy, 38F. Mandy never left home. She had her first kid, Braden, when she was 19, and another, Ellie, 3 years later. Their dad didn't stay in the picture long. After a few failed apartments and a stint living with a boyfriend who had more guitars than job interviews, Mandy moved back in with Mom, just until she got on her feet. That was 4 years ago. You might be thinking, 4 years is a long time to be getting on your feet. You'd be right. But Mandy has this way of folding every setback into a soft cushion of excuses. Jobs are too far, hours aren't kid-friendly, online school is too expensive, daycare's impossible. And my mom, well, she lets it happen. She says Mandy has had a rough go and that I wouldn't understand because I moved away. To be fair, I did move away. I left for college out west and stayed out there. I don't regret it, but I've always made an effort to stay involved. I visit for the big holidays. I send cards. I've helped out more times than I can count. When Mandy's car broke down a couple years ago, I wired money for repairs. When Braden needed new glasses, I offered to cover them. I even paid part of Mom's property tax when she said things were tight last winter. None of that's meant to sound like a list. I wasn't keeping score. At least, not then. But looking back, there's been a shift. A quiet but steady tilt. What used to be gratitude, a thank you call here, a photo of the kids there, started to feel like expectation. Like I had a role to play, and any pushback was an offense. Still, when Thanksgiving came around last year, I packed my bag, booked my ticket, and told myself it would be fine. I'd even made a little schedule in my notes app, just a rough outline. Land in Detroit on Thursday morning. Drive to Mom's by early afternoon. Help with dinner. See the kids. Play a board game. Maybe take Ellie out for cocoa on Friday like we did the year before. That's the kind of person I try to be: organized, present, generous where I can be. I don't have kids of my own, so I try to show up for my niece and nephew in ways I hope matter. The day of my flight, I texted Mom when I landed. Just a simple, "Hey, just got in. On my way." No reply. I figured she was busy with cooking or her phone was buried under a pile of sweet potatoes. I rented a car and made the drive. The weather was cold but clear, and I remember feeling almost comforted. Like, despite everything, I was heading towards something familiar. I pulled into the driveway around 1 p.m. That's when I noticed the SUV. It was parked right where Mandy's old car used to be, that aging, rust-colored sedan with the cracked bumper. This new one was glossy, deep blue, looked like it had just come off the lot. Still had the dealer's paper tags in the window. I actually smiled to myself. Maybe Mandy had figured something out. Maybe she'd gotten a job that came with a company vehicle. Maybe things were changing. I let myself in with my key. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the house was. No smell of food. No clatter of dishes. No music. No kids arguing over the TV remote. Just the low hum of some program playing from the living room. I stood in the hallway for a second, confused. Then I walked in and saw my dad. He was sitting in his usual spot on the recliner, holding the remote like a scepter. Football was on. He looked completely relaxed, legs crossed, a mug of coffee on the side table. "Hey there, kid," he said without looking over. "They're not here." I blinked. "What do you mean, they're not here?" "They left yesterday," he said, still watching the game. "Went to Ohio." Mandy's boyfriend invited them to his parents' place. I stood there, suitcase in one hand, coat still on. They went to Ohio? For Thanksgiving. Dad nodded. Yeah, left in the new car. I asked him what he meant by new car, but he just gestured vaguely toward the driveway. That blue thing. Mandy said they needed something more reliable for the drive. Guess it made sense. At this point, I was more confused than angry. But that changed when I saw the envelope sitting on the kitchen counter. My name, Ella, was scrawled on it in my mom's handwriting. I picked it up and unfolded the note inside. And I swear, I read it 3 times because I couldn't quite make the words line up in my head. Hi, honey. Sorry we missed you. Things came up last minute, and we decided to join Kyle's family for Thanksgiving. Hope you understand. Also, we used that $5,000 you sent over the summer to help Mandy get a more dependable car. Thought it would be the best way to use it. Hope that's okay. Love you. Mom. The $5,000. That wasn't gift money. That wasn't something I casually sent with a use it however note. That was a loan I gave Mom when she told me the furnace was on its last legs. She'd called me in a panic back in July, said the repair guy quoted her something outrageous, and asked if I could front her the money until her tax refund came in. I even made her repeat that it was a loan, not to be petty, but because I had just moved apartments myself and didn't have a lot of padding. She'd promised to pay me back by February at the latest. There'd been no mention of a car, or Mandy, or using it for anything but the furnace. And now here it was. Just gone. I turned back to my dad, the note still in my hand. Did you know about this? He glanced over, finally seeming to realize I wasn't just confused. I was stunned. I knew they were going to Ohio. Didn't know about the car thing until this morning. He paused, then added, Don't worry. We'll sort it. I just stared at him. We'll sort it. He gave me that look he always used when he wanted to avoid a fight. Calm, tired, vaguely paternal. It's not worth getting into it today. Let them enjoy the holiday. We'll talk when they get back. But I didn't want to talk. I wanted to understand how this happened, how my mom could take money I gave her in good faith and hand it over to Mandy without even asking, and how Mandy could just take it. No explanation. No call. No shame. I left the pies in the fridge, took my suitcase to the guest room, sat there for hours, just trying to make sense of what I was going to say or whether I should say anything at all. But I didn't stew for long, because the next morning, I made a few quiet moves of my own. I won't say what yet, but let's just say I didn't stay silent. And by the time Saturday rolled around and they came back from their little road trip, things were very different. They weren't cheerful. They weren't smug. They looked nervous. Saturday night, around 6 p.m., I got a text from Mom. Sorry about not being able to catch up earlier. We're on our way home now. Don't wait up for us, though. It's been a long drive. We'll talk tomorrow. I stared at the message for a long time. Something about it didn't sit right. It felt almost dismissive. I know she was tired from the drive, but I hadn't seen her in months, and she didn't even ask how I was doing. No apology for the note. No mention of the loan. Just an empty, we'll talk tomorrow. I left the phone on the table and walked to the kitchen. I had to breathe. I needed a moment. I tried to remind myself that they were family, my mom, my dad, Mandy. They weren't out to hurt me. They were just, well, I don't know. I guess I was still trying to make sense of it all. When they got home, it was just as strange as I'd feared. The SUV was parked in the driveway, and Mandy's kids were already in the living room, bouncing around, excited to see Grandma. Braden, the older one, looked like he had a new pair of sneakers, but that was all. No mention of the car, no talk of anything. It was as if nothing had happened. Mandy and Mom came through the door a few minutes later. Mandy was holding a bag of snacks, looking a little too cheerful for someone who'd been away for days. Mom walked in behind her, looking tired but not upset. No signs of guilt. No tension. Just like everything was fine. And for a moment, I tried to be normal. I smiled, hugged the kids, greeted everyone. But my heart wasn't in it. I felt separate. Like I was watching some weird play unfold, and I had no idea what part one was supposed to be playing. It was then that Mandy looked over at me, almost like she just remembered I was there. Hey, Ella, she said, a little too brightly. How was your flight? Long, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. No issues, though. Mom sat down on the couch beside me. We're so sorry we didn't get to spend more time with you. It's been a busy holiday, but it was nice to see Kyle's family. You know, his sister's kids are just adorable. You'd love them, Ella. I nodded, but something about the way she said Kyle's family rubbed me the wrong way. I had no issue with Kyle, Mandy's boyfriend, but this wasn't a matter of family holidays. This was about the $5,000 loan they'd taken from me without asking, a loan I'd specifically given to Mom for the furnace, not for Mandy's car situation, as the note had so casually put it. "Mandy," I said, keeping my voice even. "I need to talk to you about something." She froze for just a second, not enough to make it obvious, but enough for me to see. I pressed on. "That car you bought. I thought we were using that money for the furnace. The $5,000 I sent you." I watched her shift uncomfortably. She immediately looked at Mom, who quickly gave her a look, the kind of look that said, "Don't make this worse." I didn't think it would be a big deal," Mandy said, her voice a little too casual. "You know, we've been needing something more reliable, and the old car was on its last legs. We just used the money for that." I felt my blood start to boil, but I didn't let it show. I wasn't going to lose my temper, not yet. "Mandy, you know that wasn't what the money was for. I gave it to Mom, and I specifically said it was for the house. For repairs, not for a new car." "Well," she started, her voice a little higher now, "it's not like we couldn't use it. The car is for the whole family, you know. And honestly, it's a good investment. We're going to need it for the winter." I shook my head. "That's not how this works. You didn't ask. You didn't tell me what was going on. You just took it." Mom's silence was loud. She didn't speak up. She didn't defend me. She didn't apologize for anything. She just sat there, her hands folded in her lap, looking at me like I was the one in the wrong. It was like they were trying to gaslight me into believing this was all perfectly normal. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Mandy, you didn't even tell me you needed a new car. You didn't ask for help. You just took the money." "Well, you've helped me before, Ella," she said, sounding almost defensive now. "You've helped with the kids, with bills, with everything. So I figured you'd want to help with this too. It's not like I'm asking for a handout. It's just the money you gave Mom. It's all the same." "No," I said, voice cold now. "It's not the same. And this isn't how I want to help. I gave that money to Mom with the understanding that it was for the house. And now I'm sitting here trying to understand why you didn't feel the need to tell me about any of this." At this point, Dad finally spoke up. "All right, enough," he said, his voice strained. "We'll sort this out later, Ella. Don't make a scene." I almost laughed. "A scene? Dad, you've been sitting here pretending everything is fine. You've known about this, haven't you?" His eyes flicked to Mom, and then back to me. He didn't answer right away. "You'll get your money back," he muttered. "It was just a misunderstanding. Everyone's tired. Let's talk tomorrow." I stared at him, stunned. "A misunderstanding? You let them take $5,000 without even asking me." Mandy stood up suddenly, her face flushed. "Ella, you're overreacting. We'll pay you back. I swear we will. Just calm down, okay?" I didn't calm down. Not yet. Because deep down, I could tell they were trying to sweep this all under the rug to minimize what they'd done, to make me feel like the unreasonable one for just wanting some respect and clarity. "You're not getting it," I said slowly, keeping my voice level. "This isn't just about the money. This is about the principle. You can't just take what you want from me and expect it to be fine. I don't care if we're family. You don't do this." Mandy looked like she wanted to argue, but something in my tone stopped her. For a brief moment, I saw a flicker of guilt, but it was gone as quickly as it had come. Mom just stared at me, her mouth closed, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on. Then Dad said something that still makes my blood boil. "Ella, please. It's Thanksgiving. Can we not do this now?" I stared at him, really seeing him for the first time in ages. The quiet enabler. The one who watched everything unfold and did nothing. I realized something. This wasn't about misunderstandings. It was about them thinking they could take whatever they wanted from me without any consequences. I didn't respond. I turned and walked out of the room, leaving them in the awkward silence they'd created. I went to my guest room, shut the door, and sat there in the stillness. I was done waiting for apologies that would never come. This was far from over. I'd had enough. But I wasn't going to give up my dignity, not for them, not for any of it. I spent the next couple of hours in my guest room, pacing back and forth. The more I thought about what had happened, the angrier I got. I couldn't just sit back and let them treat me like this. They crossed a line, not just with the money. That was a part of it, but it was the way they had handled everything. The casual disregard for my boundaries, my trust. The way they acted like nothing was wrong. It was like they had no concept of respect anymore. I couldn't just wait around for them to sort it out, because I knew they wouldn't. They would never take responsibility. They would apologize only because it was the easiest thing to do when they were cornered. I needed to do something. Something that would show them just how far they had pushed me. It wasn't just about the $5,000, but that was certainly a factor. It was about my mom and Mandy assuming that I would always be there, that they could always lean on me without consequences. And maybe it was time I stopped being the good daughter, the understanding sister, the one who always forgave and overlooked things for the sake of family. I wasn't that person anymore. I spent the night plotting. Not rashly, I wasn't out to create drama just for the sake of it. No, I wanted something that would hit them where it hurt, but in a way that they couldn't just brush off. First, I needed to make sure I had some backup. I knew I couldn't go into this alone. So, the next morning, I called my Aunt Claire. She was my mom's sister, the only person I trusted to understand how I felt. Aunt Claire lived in a small town a few hours away, and we were close when I was younger. I hadn't talked to her much since I moved to Seattle, but I knew she'd been keeping an eye on things back home. I needed someone who would be objective, someone who knew my family as well as I did, but wasn't too emotionally tied up in all the drama. When she picked up, I went straight into it. I didn't have time for pleasantries. Aunt Claire, I need your help. I don't know what to do about Mom and Mandy. I gave them $5,000 for the house, and they used it for a new car instead. They didn't ask, didn't even tell me. They just took it. Aunt Claire didn't respond for a few seconds. Then I heard her sharp intake of breath. She wasn't surprised. That was the worst part. She wasn't shocked by my mom's behavior or Mandy's audacity. She was disappointed, but not surprised. I always thought your mom would come around eventually, she said softly. But this. Ella, I'm so sorry. This isn't the first time they've done something like this, is it? I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. No. It's been building up. And I've been too soft on them. But now they've crossed a line. Do you want me to talk to your mom? Aunt Claire asked. I could hear the hesitance in her voice. She knew how deep the problem ran. She didn't want to get caught in the middle. No, I replied quickly. I don't want her to feel like she can just apologize and everything's fine again. I need something more. I paused, gathering my thoughts. I'm thinking of taking the car back. I know it's not exactly what I gave them, but they've already used it for the purpose they wanted. The loan's mine to take back, right? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Aunt Claire knew what I meant. I don't think they'll give it up easily, Ella, she said finally. But if it comes to that, if you feel like it's the only way to get their attention, then I support you. I could hear her voice wobble, like she was weighing the situation carefully. I appreciated her not rushing to judge me. She knew how deep the family loyalty ran. But she also knew how important it was to stand your ground when people repeatedly take advantage of you. Okay, I said, taking a deep breath. I'm going to wait until they're distracted. I need to make sure I've got all my bases covered. The idea wasn't to take the car in a dramatic, public way. No, I wasn't going to get into a fight with them. I didn't want them to know it was me who had made it disappear. I was going to make sure I set everything up so it looked like a bigger, more professional deal. That day, I spent hours researching how to legally retrieve a car that was paid for, but not properly owned by the people using it. I wasn't going to be reckless. I was going to do it by the book. No sudden moves, no impulsive acts. If they wanted to play games, fine. But they were going to pay for it. A few days went by, and I didn't mention anything to Mandy or Mom. I didn't even acknowledge the tension between us, though every time I walked past them in the house, it gnawed at me. They acted like everything was normal. Mandy still had her unbothered smile, and Mom kept pretending like nothing had happened. But I knew better. I wasn't in the mood to play along anymore. Then, on Wednesday evening, when it was clear that Mandy had taken the kids to her friend's house, and Mom had retreated into the back bedroom to rest, I went to work. I called a local towing company and arranged for them to come pick up the car. I wasn't taking it out of malice, but out of necessity. I needed them to understand that their actions had consequences. I wasn't some bottomless pit of money. I wasn't going to be their fallback plan every time they needed something. The towing company assured me they would be discreet, that no one would even know the car was gone until it was too late. I felt a surge of both anxiety and satisfaction. The worst part of it was that, even though I knew I was doing the right thing, I still felt guilty. I kept wondering if I was going too far, if this was the moment where I'd crossed a line I couldn't come back from. But then, I reminded myself, they had crossed my line a long time ago. I wasn't going to let them drag me down into their mess without consequences. The tow truck arrived around 9 p.m. I watched from the window as the driver slowly backed into the driveway, hooked up the SUV, and quietly drove off. The headlights flashed briefly as he turned around the corner and disappeared down the street. It was done. For the first time in days, I felt a kind of clarity. The weight I had been carrying around, the knots in my stomach, had eased just a little. It was a calculated risk, but I knew I had to see this through. I wasn't going to be the sister or daughter who was always taken advantage of. They needed to learn. Now, all I had to do was wait for them to realize the car was gone. The next morning, I woke up with a strange sense of calm. The car was gone. And, just like I had predicted, it didn't take long for the situation to blow up. I spent most of the day pretending everything was normal. I didn't reach out to them. I didn't even mention the car. I knew it would only be a matter of time before they realized what had happened. I wanted to let the dust settle first, give them a little time to panic, to feel that sense of urgency they had forced on me. It wasn't until late afternoon that Mandy came storming into the living room, her face flushed with frustration. "Ella, have you seen the car?" she demanded, standing in the doorway, hands on her hips. I could tell by the way she stood there that she already knew something was wrong. "I haven't seen it," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. "What happened?" "The car's gone. It's just gone." She was practically shouting now, but there was a kind of hysteria behind her words, like she was starting to realize the weight of the situation. "I don't know anything about it," I said, keeping my face neutral. I wasn't going to give her anything. Not yet. She walked in a few steps, still trying to process what had happened. "But it's been taken." "Who does that? Who just takes someone's car without saying anything?" I gave her a pointed look, letting the silence hang in the air. "I'm sure it wasn't just taken. Maybe you should check with mom or dad." Her face twisted into something between confusion and frustration, and I could see her mind racing. Then, like a switch flipped, her expression hardened. "You didn't, did you?" she whispered, more to herself than to me. I said nothing. I simply watched her, waiting. Mom came in shortly after, having heard the commotion. She looked just as confused as Mandy, but there was something else in her eyes. A flicker of something I couldn't quite place. She glanced between the two of us before speaking. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice still a little groggy from sleep. "Mandy's freaking out because the car's gone," I said, shrugging as if it wasn't my problem. "What do you mean, gone?" Mom asked, her eyes narrowing. "Someone took it." "It's not in the driveway anymore," Mandy said, still in disbelief. I felt my heart beat a little faster. The silence that followed seemed to stretch on for too long. Mom glanced at me, then back at Mandy. "I don't know what to tell you, honey," Mom finally said. "Maybe someone had it towed. Maybe it's just a mistake. Let's not jump to conclusions." Mandy's eyes widened, and I could see the gears turning in her mind. She was starting to piece things together. "You didn't," she said softly, her voice trailing off. She took a few steps closer to me, the anger starting to grow, but this time it wasn't just frustration. There was a deeper sense of betrayal in her tone. "I didn't what?" I asked, keeping my voice steady, even though I could feel the tension building in the room. "You took the car, didn't you? You're the one who had it towed," she said, her words sharp, like they were a stab in the dark. She was trying to make it sound like a dramatic accusation, but the truth was she knew it. I let the silence settle for a moment before I finally responded, my voice calm but firm. "Yes, I had it towed. I wasn't going to let you use that money like you did, without even asking." Mandy froze. Her face drained of color for a moment before anger started to flush her cheeks. "You can't do that. You don't just take people's things because you're mad about a loan. You can't just—" "You took my money, Mandy," I interrupted. "You took something I gave to Mom for the house, not for your new car. You didn't even ask. You didn't even tell me. You just assumed I'd be fine with it. And I'm done being fine with it." Mandy opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She stood there, speechless for a few moments, her expression shifting from anger to something else, guilt. Maybe, but it was buried deep down. Mom shifted uncomfortably, looking between the two of us, but she didn't speak. She knew exactly what I was talking about. The quiet enabler. She had let this happen. She'd allowed Mandy to take the money without ever consulting me, without ever standing up for me. And now she was silent, trying to act as if none of it had anything to do with her. "Mandy, don't you think I'm the one who's been taken advantage of here?" I asked, my tone more pointed now. "You didn't even think to ask if I'd be okay with it. You just assumed I'd be a backup bank whenever you needed something." Mandy's face twisted, her anger mixing with defensiveness. "You act like we owe you something. Like we should be grateful for everything you give us. It's not like we're asking for the world, Ella. You're being unreasonable. Just give us a break." "Give you a break?" I said, stepping closer to her now, standing my ground. "I gave you $5,000, and you used it for a car. You didn't even think to pay it back when you were supposed to. You don't get to call me unreasonable when you've been taking from me from the start." Mom finally spoke up, her voice a little shaky. "Ella, please. This isn't the way to handle this. Let's just talk this through. We can fix it." "No, Mom," I said, my voice finally breaking through the tension. "You can't fix this anymore. Not this time." I looked at both of them for a long moment, watching the reality of the situation hit them. Mandy's face was flushed with frustration, and Mom's eyes were filled with that familiar, apologetic sadness, the kind that never came with action, only words. And that was the problem, wasn't it? They were always sorry, but never sorry enough to change. Always apologizing, but never really acknowledging what they had done. "Well," I said after a long pause, "I guess we'll see if the car turns up, huh?" With that, I walked out of the room, leaving them to stew in the consequences of their actions. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. There would be a lot of hurt feelings, but sometimes that's what it takes to make people understand where you draw the line. To make them realize you aren't just some endless resource they can tap whenever they need. Mandy ended up going to the towing company and managing to get the car back, but not before a whole mess of phone calls and a long back and forth with me, making it clear that I wasn't going to let them off the hook. They tried to apologize, of course, but this time, I didn't let them off easy. I told them exactly how I felt, that I was done being their safety net when they made reckless decisions. Things didn't exactly go back to normal after that. Mom apologized, but it didn't feel like a genuine change. Mandy was still mad, but she learned, in the end, that I wasn't someone they could walk all over anymore. As for me, I learned that sometimes the people you love need a wake-up call. They need to understand that their actions have consequences, and when they push you too far, you can't just keep pretending everything's okay. In the end, they did pay me back. Slowly, over time, and with the kind of grudging apology that meant they still didn't fully get it, but at least I'd made my point. And I learned something, too. You can be family, but that doesn't mean you have to let people walk all over you. It wasn't the Thanksgiving I'd imagined, but it was the one I needed. I'm Matthew, 28, and I've spent most of my life trying to keep the peace with my family, only to realize the harder I tried, the more they expected. My parents divorced when I was 12, leaving my siblings, 3 older, 1 younger, and me to navigate a minefield of favoritism and passive-aggressive competition. Growing up, I was always too sensitive or overreacting when I pointed out something unfair, while my older brother, Ryan, got away with practically everything because, according to my parents, he was the ambitious one. My cousin, Elena, always took Ryan's side, sometimes joining in just to see how far she could push me. Over the years, I learned to bite my tongue, nod, and smile, even when they mocked my choices or downplayed my accomplishments. It was exhausting, but it kept the peace, or at least that's what I thought. Recently, my life started changing in ways they couldn't touch. I'd quietly build a side business that started as a hobby, but had grown into something substantial. Not flashy, not public, just quietly making me more independent than I'd ever been before. I didn't flaunt it, didn't talk about it. I didn't need their approval. But apparently, silence wasn't enough. A few nights ago, I got tagged in our family group chat. It was one of those long threads where my siblings try to connect, but end up sounding like a courtroom of judgment. My sister, Olivia, opened the discussion with what she thought was sage advice. "Matt, it's time you let go of everything. Stop overthinking and just move on." Pretty typical, but it felt sharp, like a polite jab disguised as care. Then Ryan chimed in all caps, "Yes. Let it go, Matt. For real." I sighed, expecting the usual "stop being so dramatic" lecture. But it was my cousin Elena's next message that made my stomach drop. "Good luck with that. You'll see why in a minute." I stared at the chat for a while, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Normally, I'd just scroll past, ignore it, let them dig their own hole. But something in me snapped. Maybe it was the way they all assumed they could control me, tell me to step aside while they live their lives free of consequences. Maybe it was how no one ever bothered to see the real effort I'd put into making something of myself. Maybe it was just late, and I was tired of pretending. So, I typed back. "Fine. I'll step back." By 2 a.m., my phone blew up. 80 missed calls from my siblings and a series of frantic texts from Ryan. "Matthew, what have you done? Answer me now." "You can't just..." I didn't answer. I simply texted back once, calmly. "I did exactly what you wanted." That's when the first real panic hit them. I should probably back up and explain what stepping back actually meant. For years, I'd been quietly managing an inheritance that my late grandfather had left to me, held in trust until I turned 28. Everyone knew about it, but they assumed it was a figurehead kind of account, something I'd never touch seriously. They assumed I'd keep it dormant while they continued their petty squabbles and passive-aggressive competitions. The truth? I had been managing it wisely, growing it quietly, while they spent every family gathering assuming I was too naive or reckless to make anything of it. The irony was intoxicating. When I decided to step back, I wasn't giving up. I was finally putting myself first in a way they would notice. The first step was subtle, almost invisible. I transferred a significant portion of assets into accounts that only I could access, restructuring everything to ensure no one could touch it without my knowledge. I made sure every step was legally airtight. It was the kind of move that, on paper, looked like compliance, but in reality, it was a slow, precise cut of the power they assumed they had over me. The calls and texts came in waves. At first, it was Ryan, frantic, begging, trying to sound rational. "Matt, don't do this. We're family. You can't just lock us out." Then Olivia and my youngest sibling, Jake, started pleading. Even my parents got involved, each sending carefully worded messages that were basically veiled guilt trips. My cousin Elena, though, took a different approach. She didn't beg. She laughed, sent a single message. "Well, looks like someone finally learned how to play." I watched it all unfold from my kitchen, sitting at the table with my laptop open, a mug of cold coffee at my side. There was a strange mix of dread and satisfaction twisting in my chest. Part of me worried about how far I'd have to take this, how much I'd have to reveal to make them understand. Part of me felt a strange thrill in seeing them realize they weren't in control anymore. All those years of subtle insults, of being sidelined, of having my ambitions minimized, they thought it was invisible. But I had been watching, waiting, planning. And now the moment had come when the first domino could fall. Even now, as I type this, I can see how the smallest misstep could make things explode completely. Ryan has a temper that only escalates when he feels powerless. Olivia, the so-called voice of reason, tends to weaponize guilt in a way that makes your head spin. Jake just parrots everyone else, and Elena, well, she thrives on chaos. I know that if I let my guard down, they'll swarm. But for the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting. I was anticipating. By 3 a.m., I had their attention fully. They were desperate, frantic, and yet, I hadn't said a word beyond that one calm line. I did exactly what you wanted. What they didn't know, what none of them realized, was that this was just the beginning. Every move I had made in the last few years, the silent growth of my business, the careful handling of money, the strategic decisions to step back and let them underestimate me, they all led to this moment. And now that moment was here. I sat back, watched the phone light up, and for the first time, felt completely untethered from their expectations. Their panic, their anger, their disbelief, it was all delicious in its way. I wasn't the naive Matthew they thought I was. I wasn't the kid who would quietly take the abuse or shrug off their manipulations. I had power now, and they didn't even know the half of it. Somewhere in the middle of all the chaos, I thought about my own doubts. Was this the right move? Was I overstepping? But then I reminded myself of the countless times I had been dismissed, ignored, or undermined. This wasn't just about money or control. It was about finally showing them who I really was. About claiming the respect I had never been given. And yes, part of me relished the idea that they would realize just how wrong they'd been about me. As dawn approached, I knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. The family that had always tried to control me, manipulate me, and belittle me now had no idea how much I had been holding back, or what I was capable of. And while they were panicking, I was calm. I was ready, and I was just getting started. After that night, the dynamic in the family shifted immediately, though I don't think they realized it at first. The panic in their messages had barely subsided before they started trying to reassert themselves, each in their own way. Ryan, of course, led the charge, calling me nonstop, alternating between threats and fake concern. "Matthew, don't make this harder than it has to be," he said at one point, his voice tight with frustration. "We can work this out." I could hear the judgment dripping from every syllable, the assumption that I would cave because I always had in the past. But I stayed silent. I let him run out of breath. I had learned long ago that speaking first gave them an advantage, and this time, I wasn't giving them one. Olivia, meanwhile, tried a different tactic. She sent long, almost poetic messages in the group chat, filled with guilt and vague platitudes. "We've always tried to support you, Matt, but you make it so difficult. Don't throw away family for what? Pride? Ego?" She even called me several times, crying on the phone, trying to make me feel like the villain. I listened quietly, as if I were a neutral party, not the person they had just spent decades undermining. Inside, I felt a mix of anger and disbelief. These were the same people who, for years, had dismissed every accomplishment, mocked every effort, and made me feel like nothing I did could ever matter. Now they were shocked that I could make a move they didn't control. But the breaking point came later that week during our monthly family gathering, the kind of event that had always felt like walking into a minefield. They had rented a large cabin outside the city, and I went thinking I could maintain my composure. I had carefully planned my arrival, timing it so I could observe and gather information without giving away my own hand. My goal wasn't confrontation, at least not yet. I wanted to watch, to see how far their arrogance could push them before the consequences of underestimating me became undeniable. As soon as I walked in, I could feel the shift. My siblings had been whispering, glancing at me like I was a puzzle they couldn't solve. Ryan was the first to speak. "Matt," he said, voice low but sharp. "Sit down. Let's talk." I smiled politely, nodded, and took a seat, careful to keep my body language neutral. Olivia sat across from me, trying to look calm, but I noticed the tension in her jaw. Jake hovered nearby, bouncing nervously between them. Elena, of course, sat on the couch, smirking, arms crossed, as if she were waiting for a performance she was certain I would give. The first half hour passed in strained silence, punctuated by small talk and pointed compliments that didn't feel sincere. I could see the favoritism dripping from every interaction. Ryan was treated like the golden child, every joke landing, every story met with laughter, while my comments were interrupted, dismissed, or ignored. Olivia kept redirecting the conversation to achievements that had nothing to do with me, subtly undermining my presence. And Elena, she was worse. She would lean over and whisper things to Ryan that were just loud enough for me to hear. "Do you really think he's capable of handling this? He's always been reckless." It stung, but I bit back the urge to respond. Letting them underestimate me was part of the strategy. Things came to a head after dinner. I had noticed, throughout the evening, that my siblings were taking care to make me feel excluded, details that were small but symbolic. They all shared a toast for Ryan's latest promotion, a victory he had achieved with their support, yet they didn't even acknowledge my business successes. They laughed at inside jokes I wasn't part of, and whenever I tried to contribute, someone, usually Ryan or Elena, would interrupt with a condescending comment. Finally, I excused myself and went out to the porch for some air. The cold night felt like a reprieve from the constant tension inside. I was halfway through a text to a friend, trying to calm my mind, when I heard Ryan's voice behind me. "You think you can just step back and play it your way?" he asked, sharp and accusing. I turned slowly, keeping my tone calm. "I'm just doing what I need to do," I said. He shook his head, disbelief twisting his expression. "This isn't about you, Matthew. This is family. You don't get to make these choices alone." I let the words hang in the air for a moment, then said softly, "I've been making choices for myself my whole life. It's just taken me a while to make them visible to you." He froze, eyes narrowing, as if the calmness in my voice was more threatening than any shout or insult. The real shock came a few minutes later when I returned to the living room. Elena had moved closer to Ryan, whispering in his ear. I didn't catch every word, but the tone was unmistakable. She was plotting, scheming, feeding his panic. But it wasn't just their manipulation that hit me. It was the betrayal from Olivia. She leaned toward Ryan and said something that stopped my heart. "We can't let him ruin this for us. He doesn't deserve the trust Grandpa left him. It's ours too, and he's never going to be responsible enough." I blinked. For a moment, I couldn't process it. Olivia, my sister, who I had assumed would at least try to mediate, was actively conspiring to take what I had been entrusted with. I wanted to scream, to confront her, but I stayed calm, masking the surge of anger and hurt. I realized then that nothing I had done would ever satisfy them. Their favoritism wasn't just a pattern, it was a principle, a lens through which they measured everything I did. And for them, I could never be the responsible one. I could never be the good sibling. I was always the outsider, the target, the one to blame. That night, I returned home feeling a mix of rage, heartbreak, and clarity. For years, I had tiptoed around their expectations, trying to prove myself in ways that were never enough. I had tolerated their manipulations, tried to maintain the fragile peace, and hoped that one day they'd recognize my worth. But now it was undeniable. They didn't care about fairness. They didn't care about truth. They cared only about control, about maintaining their narrative that I was lesser, incapable, and ultimately dispensable. I sat in my apartment and reviewed every decision I had made in the last few years, every quiet investment, every careful plan, every step I had taken to secure my independence. And for the first time, I allowed myself to fully embrace the idea that I wasn't just protecting myself anymore. I was preparing for the moment when they would finally understand the consequences of underestimating me. But that clarity came with a cost. I realized that this family, the people I had loved and trusted, had crossed a line. Their betrayal wasn't subtle. It was a full-scale attack on my character and my life. I knew that from this point on, nothing would ever be the same. The dynamic had shifted irrevocably. And while I was building my strategy, waiting for the perfect moment, I couldn't ignore the simmering dread that one misstep on their part, or mine, could ignite chaos the likes of which none of us had seen before. By the end of that week, I had tightened my plan, ready to step into the confrontation they had unwittingly invited. I watched the group chat with meticulous attention, noting the cracks in their confidence, the panic in their texts, the desperation that was becoming almost palpable. I could see the shifting alliances forming in real time. Ryan growing frantic, Olivia hesitating, Elena trying to fan the flames while masking her own fear. And I sat back, feeling that rare, intoxicating mix of anticipation and vindication. The breaking point had arrived, though they didn't know it yet. They had assumed I would bow, I would give in, I would play along and accept their judgment as truth. But I had learned. I had planned. And the next time they tried to corner me, to manipulate me, to take what was mine, they were going to realize that Matthew wasn't the same kid they had always underestimated. I wasn't just stepping back anymore. I was about to step forward in a way they would never see coming. After the betrayal at the family gathering, I felt like I'd hit a wall I didn't think I could climb. That night, I sat alone in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, feeling a hollow emptiness settle in my chest. It wasn't just the shock of what Olivia had said. It was the accumulation of years of being underestimated, overlooked, and dismissed. For the first time in my life, the weight of their expectations, judgments, and favoritism felt almost unbearable. I had always thought I could manage it, compartmentalize it, and move forward, but the betrayal made it real. My own family had actively conspired to undermine me, and they did it without a second thought. For days, I avoided the group chat, muted calls, and even ignored emails from my siblings and my parents. I needed space, time to breathe, and, more importantly, time to process. Their messages kept coming, frantic and increasingly desperate. Ryan sent a video message that started calm and ended in near shouting, demanding that I meet him in person. Olivia sent paragraphs dripping with guilt, trying to frame me as the antagonist in some narrative only she could see. Even Jake, usually silent, sent emojis that carried the weight of passive judgment. I didn't respond. I let the messages pile up, watched the notifications grow into a virtual mountain that I refused to climb. I felt the sting of isolation, not just from my family, but from the realization that I had carried the emotional labor for years. I tried to maintain peace, to smooth over conflicts, to hold everyone together while my own ambitions, successes, and feelings were quietly minimized. Now, confronted with the full extent of their entitlement and cruelty, I felt both despair and clarity. I had two options: continue to be swallowed by their drama or finally step into the life I had been building in secret. I chose the latter. The first step was practical. I dove back into my business, the one I had nurtured quietly for years, and threw myself into work with a focus I had never allowed before. For so long, I had been splitting my energy between appeasing them and managing my responsibilities. Now, every ounce of effort went into building something that was mine entirely, something they couldn't touch, criticize, or diminish. I worked late nights, refining strategies, expanding investments, quietly acquiring contacts that would later become vital. I started outsourcing and delegating, growing the scope of the business beyond what anyone in the family could imagine. Alongside the work, I focused on myself in ways I had neglected. I started exercising consistently, not for vanity, but for discipline and mental clarity. I took long walks in the early mornings, letting the quiet streets clear my mind, replaying conversations and analyzing their patterns of manipulation. I journaled, pouring my thoughts onto paper, untangling years of resentment, frustration, and sadness. The act of writing became a therapy in itself, allowing me to see the patterns of their behavior clearly and recognize how I had been conditioned to internalize blame. As the weeks passed, I noticed subtle shifts in my own mindset. I wasn't just recovering from their betrayal. I was learning to redefine myself on my own terms. I stopped comparing myself to Ryan's achievements, Olivia's approvals, or Elena's constant scheming. I realized that my worth wasn't determined by their acknowledgement, but by the tangible results of my own effort, the integrity of my decisions, and the satisfaction of pursuing goals that aligned with my values. Slowly, I began to feel the first glimmers of empowerment I had ever experienced. Then came the first tangible sign of rise. A major client unexpectedly contacted me, interested in a long-term partnership. It was one of those opportunities that could catapult a business forward, the kind that usually goes to people with a visible reputation or family connections. I didn't have either publicly, but my preparation, discipline, and careful growth had positioned me perfectly to seize it. I spent days negotiating, planning, and securing the deal, quietly celebrating the win that my family would have scoffed at if they knew. The thrill wasn't just financial, it was symbolic. It was proof that I didn't need their approval or interference to succeed. I could thrive independently. During this period, I started noticing how their panic had shifted. Messages in the family group chat became more frequent, but laced with frustration. Ryan sent increasingly desperate attempts at manipulation, phrases like, "You're making a huge mistake," and "We need to talk before it's too late," but they lacked the authority they once had. Olivia oscillated between pleading and subtle threats, attempting guilt without substance, while Elena's smirky commentary turned more defensive, almost frantic. I didn't respond, but I observed. Every message, every tone, every delayed reply told me they were starting to realize that their assumptions about me were wrong. They were unsteady, uncertain, and, for the first time, fearful. It was during one of these quiet weeks that I discovered another layer of leverage. While reviewing some of the older financial documents from the trust my grandfather had left me, I realized there were clauses and details that my family had overlooked or assumed I didn't understand. Certain permissions required unanimous family approval, and some opportunities for mismanagement were only possible if I had been reckless, which I hadn't been. In other words, every attempt they might make to claim or influence the inheritance could be legally neutralized, leaving me fully in control. The realization gave me a calm, calculated confidence. I wasn't just prepared to rise. I was prepared to ensure that any move they made could be anticipated and countered. Even more importantly, I started reconnecting with friends and contacts who had been quiet supporters throughout my life. People who had recognized my abilities, my work ethic, and my potential. Their encouragement, advice, and practical assistance reinforced my sense of self-worth. I realized that success wasn't only about financial gain. It was about cultivating a network of genuine allies who respected me for who I was, not what they assumed I could or couldn't do. The contrast with my family's entitlement became sharper by the day. Emotionally, I felt a strange mix of healing and anticipation. I was still hurt, still processing the sting of betrayal, but that pain had become fuel rather than an anchor. I started imagining scenarios in which I could confront their assumptions, in which I could finally show them the reality of my independence. Each potential action was carefully measured, designed not just for impact, but for precision. Every move was part of a larger strategy, one that had been years in the making without their knowledge. But the rise didn't mean it was smooth. There were moments of self-doubt, nights when I questioned whether I was overreacting or letting resentment cloud my judgment. Sometimes, after long days of work and meticulous planning, I would glance at the family group chat and feel a pang of loneliness, realizing that, despite everything, I still cared about their approval in some deep, stubborn corner of my mind. I had to confront that honestly, reminding myself that true strength wasn't about revenge. It was about reclaiming control over my life and refusing to let them define my self-worth. As weeks turned into months, the contrast between my quiet, calculated rise and their frantic, chaotic attempts to regain control became more pronounced. I was calm, deliberate, and increasingly independent, while they grew erratic, desperate, and irrational. It was a delicate dance, one I observed from a distance, knowing that every misstep they made would only make the eventual confrontation more potent. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place unexpectedly. While attending a business seminar, I networked with a financial advisor who specialized in estate planning and high-level investments. In the course of conversation, I realized there were opportunities to secure and grow my assets even further, opportunities that my family could never interfere with unless I chose to let them. It wasn't just about money anymore. It was about freedom, leverage, and the undeniable proof that I had quietly outgrown the roles they had assigned me. Sitting in my apartment that evening, reflecting on everything, I felt a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. I had fallen to the lowest emotional point in my life, but I had also risen stronger, smarter, and more capable than I had ever been. The family that had spent years underestimating me, controlling me, and attempting to manipulate me was beginning to realize that their assumptions no longer held power. I had discovered my own strength, my own independence, and the quiet thrill of building something that was entirely mine. And yet, even in the midst of this rise, I knew the storm wasn't over. The next phase would require patience, precision, and timing. I would need to push just enough to make them understand, without tipping my hand too early. The stakes were higher than ever, the tension palpable, and the potential for chaos enormous. But for the first time in my life, I was ready to face it on my terms. I wasn't the Matthew they thought they knew. I was stronger, sharper, and prepared for the moment when everything they assumed about me would unravel. The breaking point had passed, the rise had begun, and the fall of their assumptions, their entitlement, and their false sense of control was only a matter of time. By the time I decided to act, everything had changed, not externally, but internally. I wasn't reacting out of anger anymore. I was planning. Every text, every conversation, every meeting with my family could now be anticipated and turned into an advantage. I had rebuilt my life, my business, and my self-worth, and now it was time to consider the moment when I would let them see just how wrong they had been about me for all these years. The thrill wasn't in immediate retaliation. It was in the meticulous setup, the slow tightening of a web that would leave them with no room to maneuver. The first step was gathering information. For years, I had collected the subtle clues they left behind. The way Ryan bragged about investments he didn't fully understand, the little asides Olivia made about what they deserved, the gossip Elena spread whenever she thought I wasn't listening. Now, with my business growing and my financial independence firmly established, I had the resources to dig deeper without them suspecting. I reviewed old trust documents, investment records, and family business dealings. I discovered every vulnerability, every assumption, and every blind spot they relied on to maintain their sense of superiority. Each discovery added fuel to my growing sense of calm control. While doing this, I also started reconnecting with allies I hadn't realized were quietly observing my growth. A former mentor reached out, a client offered advice and connections, and a few old friends who had quietly witnessed my perseverance became sounding boards for strategy. I realized I didn't need to rely on family approval. In fact, their opinion had never been relevant. Every conversation, every tip, every piece of insight from people who truly understood my capabilities added to the meticulous planning I was constructing. I was creating a foundation that could not be shaken. At the same time, I began testing the waters with my family, not in obvious ways, but subtly. I allowed Ryan to continue with his overconfidence, to make small mistakes while bragging about them. I let Olivia think her passive-aggressive guilt trips still had an effect, responding only with vague neutrality that frustrated her without giving her leverage. I even let Elena continue her small manipulations, observing her reactions, gauging how far she would push before showing her the limits of my patience. Every misstep they made was cataloged, every overreach noted, and every assumption they had about me was quietly being dismantled. The next stage was the business side of my plan. I had carefully structured my assets, both the trust and my independent ventures, so that any attempt to seize, manipulate, or challenge me would be legally and financially impossible without my consent. I created multiple layers of protection, hidden accounts, subtle transfers, and strategic partnerships that insulated me from interference while keeping the illusion of normalcy intact. To anyone who glanced, I was simply continuing life as usual, but in reality, I had built a fortress that would allow me to operate freely while they floundered. Then came the psychological setup. I knew that to truly shift the dynamic, I needed to make them believe they were still in control, while in fact, the power was in my hands. I began using the family group chat strategically, posting vague comments that implied uncertainty or hesitation on my part. Maybe I'll just let things sort themselves out, I typed one evening, careful to keep my tone casual. The effect was immediate. Ryan responded within minutes, panicked. Don't even think about it. You know we can work this out. Olivia sent a long essay about fairness and family, ending with a plea that I consider everyone else's feelings. Elena chimed in with a smirk, assuming she could still manipulate the situation. All the while, I said nothing more than, I'm thinking about it, letting them stew in their own fear and assumption. One of the most important parts of the setup was patience. I couldn't rush this. If I moved too quickly, I risked exposing my hand. So I spent weeks cultivating calm, quiet confidence, letting the tension build while they floundered. I observed patterns, when Ryan grew frustrated, when Olivia attempted emotional manipulation, when Elena tried to provoke me into reacting. Each pattern became a tool I could use later. By the time I made a move, it wouldn't be out of anger or impulse. It would be calculated, precise, and devastating in its effectiveness. Meanwhile, I quietly expanded my network beyond the family. I reached out to old contacts who had influence over business, law, and finance, people who could become allies if the situation escalated. I didn't reveal my plan, of course. I simply cultivated relationships, learning their strengths, their weaknesses, and the opportunities they might provide. By the time I was ready, I would have resources they couldn't even imagine existed. I began keeping detailed notes, spreadsheets, and contingency plans, mapping out every possible scenario and response. Every move they could make, every argument they might try, every manipulation they could attempt. I anticipated it all. The most important part of the setup, though, was my own mindset. I had to remain calm, unshakable, and focused. I could feel their energy beginning to shift. Text messages grew more frantic, comments more pointed, and casual interactions more tense. They were starting to sense that something was changing, though they couldn't pinpoint what. That uncertainty was key. I let them stew in it. Let them question. Let them argue among themselves. Let them project their fears onto one another. By the time they realized I wasn't the same Matthew they had always underestimated, it would be too late. One evening, as I reviewed my notes for the 100th time, I realized I was ready for the first real move. It wouldn't be overt, nothing dramatic yet, but it would test the waters, gauge their reactions, and begin the chain of events that would ultimately reveal the truth of my independence and capability. I sent a simple message in the family group chat. I've been reviewing a few things, and I think it's time I step back entirely for a while. The responses came almost immediately. Ryan called, panic clear in his voice. Olivia texted, pleading for clarification. Elena simply replied with, interesting. Can't wait to see how this plays out. I didn't respond beyond a casual, we'll see, letting them stew, letting their own assumptions tighten the cage they thought I was trapped in. I spent the next few days watching them unravel in small, almost imperceptible ways. Ryan tried to assert authority in ways that made him look desperate rather than powerful. Olivia attempted guilt trips that only reflected her own impatience and insecurity. Elena tried to manipulate behind the scenes, whispering to other relatives, all the while thinking she was in control. And through it all, I remained calm, collected, and untouchable, knowing that every move I had made in the last several months had positioned me perfectly for the moment when I would reveal what they had never considered, that I had been quietly building strength, independence, and power the entire time. The stage was set. Every misstep they made, every assumption they held about me, every attempt to regain control would now be part of the play I had been directing from the shadows. I had rebuilt my life, fortified my position, and created a web of influence and leverage that they couldn't touch. And as I looked at the notifications piling up on my phone, messages of panic, subtle threats, and desperate pleading, I felt a quiet thrill. They thought they were in control, but the truth was exactly the opposite. The next few weeks would be crucial. I would continue the slow, deliberate build-up, letting tension and anticipation grow until the moment was right. I had everything I needed: knowledge, power, resources, and patience. And most importantly, I had clarity. I knew exactly what I wanted to achieve, and I would do it without ever compromising my own standards or giving them the satisfaction of seeing me react out of emotion. They had underestimated me for decades, and now the stage was perfectly set for them to realize just how wrong they had been. I leaned back in my chair, watching the city lights through my window, and allowed myself a small, private smile. The setup was complete. The pieces were in place. And soon, very soon, the first domino would fall. The morning I decided to act, everything felt different. I woke up calm, unusually focused, with no trace of the old fear or self-doubt that had haunted me for years. Every step I had taken, the careful rebuilding of my business, the legal fortification of my assets, the strategic patience in watching my family flail, had led to this moment. The day wasn't about anger. It was about precision, about finally showing them the reality of what I had become and dismantling the illusions they had clung to for decades. The first move was subtle. I sent a message in the family group chat. I've finalized some updates. I'll be sharing details this evening at the family meeting. The responses were immediate, chaotic. Ryan called first, voice trembling with what I realized was fear rather than anger. "Matthew, what updates? What are you talking about?" He tried to sound casual, but I could hear the panic behind every word. Olivia followed with a flurry of texts, carefully worded to sound concerned and reasonable, while Elena, true to form, sent a cryptic, "This should be fun. Can't wait to see your move." I ignored the calls and texts, letting the tension simmer. I had prepared every document, every piece of evidence, every financial record that would be needed to show, unequivocally, how independent I was and how utterly wrong they had been about me for all these years. The meeting was scheduled in the same cabin where their betrayal had cut me so deeply weeks ago. I arrived early, calm and collected, carrying a folder that felt heavier than it was. Inside were years of meticulous planning, financial records, contracts, and proof of every step I had taken to protect and grow what was legally mine. When they arrived, I noticed the subtle changes immediately. Ryan's posture was stiff, as if he expected a confrontation he couldn't control. Olivia's hands shook slightly as she clutched her notes, and Elena's smirk wavered, almost imperceptibly, replaced by a thin line of concern. They didn't realize it yet, but every one of them had underestimated how far I had gone, how carefully I had built the foundation for this exact moment. I started the meeting with deliberate calm. "I know some of you have been concerned about recent changes," I said, my voice steady. "So I thought it was time we went over everything together." I laid the folder on the table and opened it, revealing a series of spreadsheets, investment statements, and trust documents. Everything in here is transparent and legally sound. Every decision I've made, every step I've taken, has been within my rights and fully documented. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Ryan leaned forward, scanning the documents, his face slowly draining of color. Olivia's mouth opened, then closed, unable to formulate words quickly enough. Elena, usually quick with a sarcastic remark, froze, staring at the folder as if it were a bomb about to explode. I let the silence stretch, watching them flounder in disbelief. Then Ryan spoke, voice tight. You did all this without telling us." I nodded calmly. "Yes, I did exactly what I needed to do to protect myself and my interests. Something I've been capable of for a long time, as it turns out." His face twisted in a mixture of anger and panic. "But you can't just, this isn't fair." I leaned back slightly, letting the words land. Fair? Fairness would have been considering my effort, my growth, and my rights from the start. Instead, I was underestimated, ignored, and in some cases actively undermined. Now, you get to see the consequences of that underestimation. Olivia finally found her voice, her tone trembling. "Matthew, we thought." I cut her off, calm but firm. "You thought wrong. Every assumption you made about me, Every time you assumed I wasn't capable has been proven false. And now you have to face the reality that I am fully in control of my life and my resources without your interference. Elena, sensing the tide had turned, tried a different approach. Matthew, come on. This isn't necessary. We're family. We can't. I held up a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. Family doesn't get a free pass to undermine, manipulate, or dismiss me. What you've seen tonight isn't revenge in the emotional sense. It's accountability. You assumed I would remain quiet and malleable. That assumption is gone. Then came the part that truly crushed them. I revealed additional information they hadn't anticipated, strategic partnerships and legal arrangements that made any attempt to contest my control impossible. Every attempt they might make to seize influence over the trust, my business, or future investments was nullified. Their panic grew, visible in tense gestures, biting of lips, and whispered arguments among themselves. They realized that the years they had spent plotting, manipulating, and dismissing me had not only failed, they had inadvertently set me up for complete dominance. Ryan tried one last-ditch effort, leaning forward with a desperate edge in his voice. We just want what's fair. You don't need to. I shook my head slowly. Fairness isn't your right, Ryan. It's earned. And what I've earned has been the result of my work, my intelligence, and my patience, not your assumptions or interference. The difference between us is simple. I act on reality. You act on expectation. Olivia, tears in her eyes now, whispered something about forgiveness, about giving me a chance. I shook my head. Forgiveness isn't the issue. Recognition of reality is. You see now that underestimating me was a mistake. Understanding that is your first step. Elena, her voice quieter now, tried to salvage her pride. You're different than we thought. I let out a small, almost imperceptible smile. Yes, I am. And that's the result of being underestimated and having to prove myself quietly. I've grown while you were busy thinking you were in control. The fallout was immediate and absolute. Over the next weeks, the family dynamic shifted completely. Ryan's attempts to assert authority over me were met with calm refusal and legal boundaries. Olivia's guilt trips no longer carried weight. She had to face the consequences of having sided with manipulation rather than fairness. Elena, who had always thrived on chaos, realized that I now operated from a position she could not manipulate. Every attempt to regain influence only reinforced their own helplessness, cementing the finality of my rise. I didn't gloat, I didn't shout. I didn't need to. The quiet, methodical execution of the plan did all the work. The knowledge that I had acted deliberately, strategically, and flawlessly was more satisfying than any dramatic display could have been. The realization in their eyes, the sudden loss of assumed power, and the complete recalibration of how they had to treat me from that moment forward, that was the victory. Months later, the family gatherings felt different. They were cordial, careful, and respectful, though I never allowed familiarity to blur the lines I had drawn. My business thrived, my independence solidified, and I finally experienced the quiet satisfaction of walking into a room without the fear of being diminished. I had reclaimed my life, my dignity, and my future on my own terms. And the final, private moment of satisfaction came late one evening, as I reviewed everything from my apartment, looking at the city lights through the window. I thought about all the years I had been underestimated, dismissed, and betrayed. I thought about the quiet work, the careful planning, the patient observation. And I realized something fundamental. The true power wasn't in revenge itself. It was in the clarity, the control, and the knowledge that I had built something so strong that no one, not even my own family, could ever undermine it again. I leaned back, a smile spreading slowly across my face, and whispered to myself, they finally see. I've been in control all along. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to have a major wedding disaster story. I always imagined my wedding day would be full of love, joy, and just a little bit of happy chaos. You know, the kind where the cake almost topples over but gets saved at the last second, or the flower girl throws petals in everyone's drinks by mistake. But what I got was something much, much worse. This all started long before the actual wedding day. My sister, Jessica, and I have never had the best relationship. We're only 2 years apart, but we couldn't be more different. I was always the responsible, studious one, while Jessica was the carefree, attention-seeking, always in the spotlight kind of person. Our whole lives, it felt like every family event somehow became the Jessica show. Her birthdays were extravagant, her high school graduation was treated like a coronation, and even at my own college graduation, she somehow made the day about her by announcing she was moving across the country for an acting career. So, when I got engaged, I had this little voice in the back of my head warning me, Jessica is going to do something. She always does. But I wanted to believe that this time would be different. This was my wedding, one of the most important days of my life. Surely she wouldn't pull one of her usual stunts, right? Well, I should have known better at first. She acted supportive. She gushed over my ring, offered to help with wedding planning, and even suggested some great venues. But I started noticing small things, like how she kept making comments about how simple my dress was, how she kept bringing up how she would do things differently, and worst of all, how she kept joking about wearing white to the wedding. I laughed it off at first. I mean, no one actually does that, right? Everyone knows it's an unwritten rule that only the bride wears white. So when she kept bringing it up, I assumed she was just trying to get a reaction out of me, like she always did. Then came the dress shopping incident. Jessica showed up to one of my bridal gown appointments, uninvited, and kept grabbing white dresses for herself to try on for fun. She even joked to the store clerk that she needed a dress that was wedding-worthy, but not too wedding-y. I told her straight up, Jessica, you're not wearing white to my wedding. And she just rolled her eyes and said, oh my God, relax. I'm obviously kidding. I wanted to believe her. I really, really did. But then the wedding day came. And when I saw her walk into the venue, I felt my heart drop. Jessica walked into the venue in a floor-length, bright white gown. Not off-white, not champagne, not a cute little white sundress. It was a full-blown, elegant, bridal-looking dress with lace detailing and a flowing skirt. For a second, I thought maybe I was hallucinating from the stress of the day. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then I looked around. The moment Jessica entered, the entire room fell silent and my bridesmaids were staring at me, wide-eyed, waiting to see how I would react. My mom, who had always been way too lenient with Jessica, covered her mouth like she had just witnessed a crime. Even some of my guests, friends, extended family, whispered among themselves, some outright gasping when they saw her. And Jessica? She acted like nothing was wrong. She strutted in like she was the main event, smiling, greeting people, twirling a little like she was showing off a brand new outfit. She even went up to my fiancé, Ethan, and gave him a hug, making sure to stand right next to him for pictures that someone was already snapping. I was livid. My hands were shaking, my stomach was twisting, and my mind was racing through every possible reaction I could have. Should I cause a scene? Should I pretend not to care? Should I quietly ask her to leave? But before I could decide, she walked straight up to me with this fake, innocent grin. Oh my God, you look beautiful, she said, placing a hand on my arm. I'm so happy for you, sis. I just stared at her. I could barely get a word out. Finally, I managed to say through clenched teeth, Jessica, what are you wearing? She giggled. Like this was all some silly joke. Oh, this? Don't worry. It's not a real wedding dress. It's just something I found last minute. My other dress didn't fit right, and this was the only nice thing I had. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I knew she was lying. I knew she planned this. I knew she wanted all eyes on her, and unfortunately, she was succeeding. Guests kept sneaking glances at her, some even outright staring. A few of my friends whispered to me, asking if I was okay, if I wanted them to handle it. My maid of honor, Lauren, looked like she was 2 seconds away from marching Jessica out of the venue herself. But I took a deep breath. I wasn't going to let her ruin this for me. I forced myself to smile and said, Jessica, come with me. Now. She blinked. Wait, what? I grabbed her wrist, not hard, but firm enough that she knew I was serious, and pulled her toward a quiet hallway near the back of the venue. She huffed and acted annoyed, like I was the one making a scene. What's the problem? She whined, and I turned to her, my voice dangerously calm. You know exactly what the problem is. You showed up to my wedding in a white dress. She rolled her eyes. Oh my God, who cares? It's not like I'm the bride. People know that, right? I couldn't believe her. You care. You wanted attention. You always do this, Jessica. Every time something isn't about you, you find a way to steal the spotlight. She scoffed. Wow, so now I can't even wear a nice dress to my own sister's wedding? You're being so dramatic. That was it. I had had enough. Leave? Her face dropped. Wait, what? I crossed my arms. You heard me. Leave. Right now. She let out a breathless laugh, like she couldn't believe what I was saying. You're seriously kicking me out? Over a dress? No. I'm kicking you out because you disrespected me. You knew exactly what you were doing, and now you're acting like the victim. So yes, Jessica, get out. For a second, I thought she might argue. I thought she might throw a fit, make a scene, force me to get security involved. But instead, she just shook her head, let out a dramatic sigh, and said, "Fine, whatever. Enjoy your boring little wedding." And with that, she turned and stomped out of the venue. I took a deep breath. My heart was still racing, but as I walked back to my bridal suite, I felt something I hadn't expected: relief. But little did I know, Jessica wasn't done yet. I had barely stepped back into the bridal suite when my phone started blowing up with messages. I ignored it at first, trying to compose myself before the ceremony. But then my maid of honor, Lauren, came rushing in, her face red with frustration. "You are not going to believe what Jessica just did." I groaned. "Please don't tell me she's still here." Lauren shook her head. "No, but she's making sure she's still the center of attention. Check your phone." I grabbed my phone and, sure enough, Jessica had already taken her drama online. She had posted a long, whiny rant on Facebook, complete with a selfie of her in the white dress, dramatically captioned, "When your own sister kicks you out of her wedding just because you look too good in your dress. Guess some people can't handle a little healthy competition." My jaw dropped and I kept scrolling. The comments were flooded with people taking sides. OMG, that's so messed up. Who kicks their own sister out of their wedding? Wait, why are you wearing white though? LOL, this is giving main character energy. Jessica, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Girl, this ain't it. Even some of our relatives had chimed in, clearly confused about what had happened. Some were defending me, while others were saying I had overreacted and should have just let it go. And the worst part? Jessica was replying to people, playing the victim, acting like she was some innocent guest who had been cruelly exiled for simply wearing a pretty dress. I wanted to scream. Lauren crossed her arms. I can't believe her. Like, how insecure do you have to be to pull something like this? I shook my head. This is exactly what she wanted. She didn't get attention at the wedding, so she made sure to get it online. And unfortunately, it was working. Why Mom knocked on the door, looking nervous. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" I let out a bitter laugh. Jessica just turned my wedding into a Facebook spectacle. So no, I'm not really okay. My mom sighed. "I just got a call from your aunt. She said Jessica is crying and saying you humiliated her." I raised an eyebrow. Humiliated her? She showed up in a white dress and tried to overshadow me. How is she the victim? Mom hesitated. I know she was wrong, but maybe it would be easier to just apologize and move on. I stared at her. Apologize? You want me to apologize? Lauren threw her hands up. No, absolutely not. This is exactly why she keeps doing stuff like this, because no one ever holds her accountable. I looked at my mom. You know what? If she had come to me afterward and apologized, I probably would have let it go. But instead, she ran to social media to make sure I looked like the bad guy. So no, I'm not apologizing. In fact, I'm blocking her. And with that, I went on my phone, found Jessica's name, and hit block. The rest of the wedding went on, and I did my best to enjoy it. But I won't lie, Jessica's stunt was still lurking in the back of my mind. I had blocked her, ignored the online drama, and tried to focus on Ethan, on the ceremony, on the people who were actually there to celebrate us. And for a while, it worked. I smiled, I danced, I laughed. But then, during the reception, Lauren came up to me again. Looking tense, I immediately groaned. What now? She held up her phone. Jessica's live streaming. I froze. She's what? Lauren turned the phone toward me. And there it was, Jessica, sitting in her car, fake crying into the camera. She had titled the live stream, "My Sister's Wedding Disaster, The Truth." I grabbed the phone and turned up the volume. Jessica sniffled dramatically. I don't know, guys. I never thought my own sister would be so cruel to me. I was so excited to see her get married, and I just wanted to look nice for the occasion, you know? But apparently that was a crime. Hundreds of people were watching. The comments were flying. OMG, your sister sounds awful. Wait, what exactly happened? Did she really kick you out just for wearing a dress? Why are you acting like you didn't do this on purpose? Jessica, be honest. Did you want attention? Jessica pouted. I don't know why everyone keeps saying I did this for attention. Like, seriously, do you guys think I would ruin my own sister's wedding just to steal the spotlight? That's insane. Lauren snorted. Yes, that's exactly what she did. I clenched my jaw, watching as she pretended to wipe away a tear. I just feel so unloved, she whimpered. I don't even know if I can ever forgive her for humiliating me like this. I nearly laughed out loud. Forgive me. SHE was the one who wore white. SHE was the one who made a scene. SHE was the one turning this into an internet soap opera. And now she was acting like she was the victim in all of this. I took a deep breath, my fingers tightening around the phone. She's actually unbelievable. Lauren gave me a look. You want to say something? I hesitated. For a brief moment, I imagined logging onto my own social media, calling her out, setting the record straight. I could show everyone the real story. I could tell them how Jessica had done stuff like this before, how she had always been the type to pull attention away from me whenever she could. But then I exhaled. No, I said, handing the phone back to Lauren. She wants me to respond. She wants more drama. Lauren nodded. Smart. Let her make a fool of herself. And honestly, that's exactly what happened. Jessica kept the live stream going for over an hour, ranting, fake crying, trying to get people on her side. But as time passed, the tide started to turn. More and more people began calling her out in the comments. Wait, if you accidentally wore white, why didn't you just change? If your sister was really so horrible, why did all the guests seem to agree with her? Girl, this ain't your wedding. You embarrassed yourself. Sounds like you're mad you got kicked out for trying to be the main character. And eventually, Jessica ended the stream. The damage was done. She had tried to play the victim, but people saw through her. And me? I enjoyed the rest of my wedding in peace. But I knew this wasn't over. Because if there's one thing about Jessica, she never lets things go. A few days after the wedding, Ethan and I were settling into post-wedding bliss. Or at least, we were we were supposed to be relaxing, unwinding from the stress of planning, maybe even packing for our honeymoon. But instead, Jessica was still at it. Even though her live stream had backfired, she wasn't giving up. She had doubled down. She was now making passive-aggressive posts every day. Stuff like, crazy how some people will show their true colors over something so small. Guess family doesn't mean much these days. Broken heart, or, some people love to see others suffer, but I'll just keep smiling. Smiling face with smiling eyes sparkles, and of course, the classic. I'm just so tired of fake people. That's all. Each post was clearly about me, even though she never mentioned my name. And every time, a few of her friends and distant relatives would chime in, stirring the pot. Who hurt you, girl? You deserve better, Redheart. Some people just love drama SMH. It was like she was painting me as the villain. But in the most annoying, vague way possible, I tried to ignore it. But then, I got a call from my aunt. She sighed. Sweetie, your sister is still really upset. Maybe you two should talk? I rubbed my temple. Aunt Lisa, I don't think talking is going to fix this. She knew exactly what she was doing. I know, she admitted. But she's been telling everyone that she's heartbroken over this. That she feels like she's lost her sister. I laughed dryly. Lost her sister? She's the one who turned my wedding into a spectacle. Aunt Lisa hesitated. I get it. I really do. But do you really want this to be the thing that causes a permanent rift? I let out a slow breath. I didn't want to cut my sister off. But at the same time, how was I supposed to just pretend this didn't happen? She had tried to steal my moment, then played the victim when she got called out. And now she was out here acting like I was the monster. And then, just as I was debating what to say next. Aunt Lisa sighed. Look, I'll be honest. I think she just wants you to apologize. I paused, and then I burst out laughing. Apologize? I repeated. For what? For not letting her ruin my wedding. Aunt Lisa sounded uncomfortable. I think she just wants to hear that you still care about her. I shook my head. No, she wants to hear that she was right. She wants me to feel guilty. And honestly, I don't. For once in my life, I wasn't going to let her manipulate me. Aunt Lisa sighed again. I just think you two should make peace. I shrugged. I made peace the second I blocked her. And with that, I ended the call. But I knew Jessica, and something told me she wasn't done. Because if she wasn't getting sympathy on social media, she was going to find another way to get attention. I tried to move on. Really, I did. Ethan and I left for our honeymoon. A beautiful, peaceful trip that was supposed to be stress-free. And for the most part, it was. We turned off our phones, sipped drinks by the beach, and tried to forget about the drama. But when we got back home, Jessica had escalated. The second I turned my phone back on, my notifications exploded. Missed calls, texts, DMs, voicemails. And when I checked social media, Jessica had made a full-blown storytime video. It was titled, "My sister cut me off over a dress. I'm heartbroken," I groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Ethan leaned over my shoulder. She made a video? Not just a video, I muttered. A whole production. I hesitated for a moment, then clicked play. Jessica, sitting in her bedroom, looking sad but perfectly made up, started speaking. You guys, I never wanted to make this video, she sighed. But I've been getting so many messages asking what really happened. And honestly, I just want to share my side. I rolled my eyes. Oh, now she wants to share her side? Ethan smirked. She already did, on that live stream. And it backfired. Jessica went on, lowering her voice dramatically. I love my sister. I always have. But she humiliated me. She paused for effect, letting the words sink in. She kicked me out of her wedding. She made me feel like I was nothing. And I just don't understand why she would do that to me. Over a dress. She sniffled. Ethan scoffed. She really edited in a dramatic pause? I groaned. Of course she did. And then, Jessica did what she did best. She twisted the story. She left out the part where she had been warned not to wear white. She conveniently forgot that multiple guests told her to change. She completely skipped over how she had made a scene when I asked her to leave. Instead, she made it sound like I had overreacted. Like she had just been an innocent bystander, caught in my bridezilla wrath. The comment section? Completely split. Wow, your sister sounds awful. I'd never do this to my family. This is why weddings ruin relationships. Wait, are you telling the whole story though? Why would she kick you out for nothing? Ixis. Something isn't adding up. Girl, you wore white. That's like wedding rule number 1. The longer I scrolled, the angrier I got. I should say something, I muttered. Ethan raised an eyebrow. You sure? You really want to get into YouTube drama with your own sister? I hesitated. Did I want to go back and forth with her online? No. But did I want her spinning a fake sob story while I sat back and let people think I was some heartless bridezilla? Also no, I had 2 options. Ignore her, let her dig her own grave, set the record straight. And at that moment, I knew exactly what I had to do. I grabbed my phone. If she wanted to play dirty, fine. But she wasn't the only one who could tell a story. I took a deep breath, staring at my phone. I wasn't the type to post my personal drama online, but Jessica had forced my hand. She had painted herself as the victim, and I wasn't about to let her rewrite reality. Ethan gave me a cautious look. You sure about this? I nodded. If I don't say anything, people are going to think I actually kicked her out for no reason. So, I started typing. Since my sister wants to put our family drama on blast, I guess I'll share my side too. Buckle up. I went step by step, laying out exactly what had happened. Jessica was warned multiple times not to wear white. She showed up in a full-blown wedding gown anyway. Multiple guests asked her to change, and she refused. She ignored my request and instead made a scene. She pulled out her phone to live stream, hoping to get sympathy. She is now conveniently leaving out all of these details to make me look like a villain. I kept my tone calm, factual, and avoided insulting her. Just laid everything out plain and simple. Then I ended with, family doesn't mean enabling someone's bad behavior. I'm done letting her spin this fake narrative. I hit post. Almost instantly, my notifications blew up. People who had been skeptical of Jessica's version of events felt validated. Others, who had blindly defended her, backtracked hard. Wait, so she knew she wasn't supposed to wear white? And did it anyway? Oh yeah, this changes everything. I feel so dumb for believing her LMAO. She really thought people wouldn't call her out? You handled this way more maturely than she did. Respect. Jessica? She lost it. I didn't even have to wait long. Less than an hour later, she was in full meltdown mode on social media. First, she played the poor me card. I just wanted my sister to love me. It's crazy how people will turn on you so fast. Then, when that didn't get enough sympathy, she switched to full-on rage mode. Wow, I guess I know who my real family is now. Some people are so obsessed with being right that they forget to have a heart. And then, she tried damage control. She deleted her video. Poof. Gone. Unfortunately for her, the internet never forgets. People had already saved clips, and now they were calling her out even more. She stopped responding after that. I thought that would be the end of it. That Jessica would finally get the hint and move on. But then, I got a text from our mom, and it just said, "You need to fix this." I stared at my screen. Fix what? Jessica had done this to herself. But something told me my family wasn't about to let me off that easy. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Of course, Mom was getting involved that I hesitated before responding. Did I even want to entertain this? Finally, I typed back, "Fix what exactly?" Mom's reply came fast. "Jessica is devastated. She feels like you've turned the whole world against her. She's your sister. You shouldn't have aired this online." I nearly laughed out loud. Me? I shouldn't have aired this online? The audacity. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my response calm. Mom, I wasn't the one who ran to social media first. She did that. I just defended myself. Her response made my stomach twist. "You're older. You should be setting an example." I stared at the message, my jaw clenching. Older? Setting an example? Jessica and I were 2 years apart, not 10. I was tired of always being told to be the bigger person. While Jessica was never held accountable, I texted back. So when she publicly shamed me, that was fine. But when I correct the record, suddenly I'm the problem? Mom took a while to reply this time. I could practically imagine her sitting there, trying to come up with something to say that would guilt-trip me into apologizing. Then, finally, family is more important than being right. You need to apologize and take your post down. I put my phone down. I wasn't going to respond, not right now. Ethan, who had been quietly watching me type, finally spoke. "She's trying to make this go away, isn't she?" I nodded, frustrated. "She wants me to just drop it so Jessica doesn't have to deal with the consequences of her own actions." Ethan sighed. "So, what are you gonna do?" I thought about it. For years, I had let my family walk all over me, especially when it came to Jessica. They always excused her behavior, always made me feel like I had to be the bigger person, always expected me to forgive and forget while Jessica never changed. And I was tired of it, so I made my decision. I wasn't going to delete my post, I wasn't going to apologize, and I wasn't going to let Jessica, or my mom, guilt-trip me into backing down. I was finally standing up for myself, and if my family didn't like it, that was their problem. But little did I know, Jessica wasn't done yet, and things were about to get way worse. I thought I had made my peace. I thought I could finally move on, focus on my marriage, and let things settle. But Jessica? She had other plans. 2 days after I posted my side of the story, I received another message. This time from Jessica herself. I stared at my phone, not sure if I wanted to open it. The last time I'd heard from her, she was blaming me for everything. Was she about to try to manipulate me into backing down? I clicked open the message. "I can't believe you do this to me. I was just trying to be close to you, but you've completely ruined everything. You're destroying our family." I could already feel my blood starting to boil. Destroying the family? She had done that long before this. I tapped out my response, slowly and deliberately. Jessica, you did this. You chose to wear white at my wedding, and you chose to make it all about you. I didn't ruin anything, you did. I paused, staring at the message before hitting send. This wasn't just about the dress anymore. This was about me finally putting my foot down. I sent it. Then, not even 15 minutes later, I got another text. This one was a little more direct. You think you're in the right, but you're wrong. I'm telling everyone how cruel you've been to me. You'll regret this. You'll regret cutting me off. I'll make sure everyone knows you're the bad guy here. I couldn't help it. I laughed out loud. Regret? Regret cutting her off? After everything she'd done, that was it. I was done. Done with the manipulation. Done with the guilt trips. Done with pretending like I didn't have the right to be angry. And you know what? I didn't even need to respond to that. I had said what I needed to say. Jessica wasn't going to change. She never had. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I was just tired of being her punching bag. Ethan came in just as I was sitting there, staring at my phone. He looked at me, raising an eyebrow. What's going on now? I showed him the message. He read it, then set my phone down gently. It's crazy, isn't it? She's just doubling down instead of taking responsibility. I leaned back in my chair, feeling a little sick to my stomach. I know. I keep thinking it'll get better, but it just keeps getting worse. Ethan rubbed my shoulders, a gesture of comfort. You've done everything you can, love. You've given her chances. It's not on you anymore. I nodded. He was right. It wasn't on me anymore. But that didn't stop the nagging feeling that something was about to happen. I didn't know what, but I could feel it. Jessica wasn't done yet. And sure enough, that night, it happened that I received a call from my aunt. Hey, sweetie, it's Aunt Jane. I just wanted to check in and see how things were going with the wedding stuff. My heart dropped. I hadn't heard from Aunt Jane in a while. She had always been the one to mediate in the family, trying to keep things peaceful. But this time, she didn't sound calm. She sounded concerned. Everything's fine, Aunt Jane, I said, trying to sound reassuring. She hesitated before speaking again. Look, I don't know if you've seen this, but Jessica is saying some things that are causing a lot of drama in the family. She's telling everyone that you've completely cut her out of your life. And now your mom is worried this will destroy our family dynamic. She's asking if you can reach out and apologize. I couldn't believe it. She was still playing the victim. Apologize for what? For wanting my wedding to be about me? For standing up for myself? I couldn't keep the frustration from creeping into my voice. Aunt Jane stayed quiet for a beat before speaking again. I'm just telling you what your mom's saying. She wants you to make peace, but I'm sure you understand how hard this is for her too. I could feel the pressure building. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about family loyalty, and they were asking me to sacrifice my own sense of self-respect for the sake of peace. And I wasn't sure I could do that anymore. Jessica wasn't done. My family wasn't done. The drama wasn't over. But I had to wonder, would they ever let me live my life without interference? Would I ever get a chance to truly stand up for myself without being called a villain? I wasn't sure, but I knew one thing for certain. Things weren't going to end until I made the most difficult decision of all. Would I let the weight of family pressure break me down, or would I keep fighting for myself, no matter the cost? The next few days felt like a slow burn, each conversation adding fuel to the fire. My mom, my aunt, and even a few distant relatives reached out, urging me to fix things with Jessica. The pressure was overwhelming, and I could feel my resolve starting to waver. But deep down, I knew that if I gave in now, if I let Jessica continue to manipulate and control the narrative, I would lose more than just my peace. I'd lose my ability to stand up for myself, my ability to demand respect. So, after much thought, I made my decision. I wasn't going to apologize. I wasn't going to take down my post. And I wasn't going to let anyone, not even my family, make me feel guilty for doing what was right for me. I called Jessica one last time. The phone rang, and for a moment, I almost chickened out. But then she answered, "Hello?" Her voice sounded sharp, as though she knew this conversation wasn't going to go the way she wanted. "I'm not going to apologize for telling the truth," I said, my voice firm. "I'm not going to erase my side of the story just because it makes you uncomfortable. If you want to fix things, you have to stop playing the victim and take responsibility for your actions." There was silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing, but she didn't respond immediately. "Fine," she said finally, her voice dripping with bitterness. "If that's how it's going to be, then I guess we're done." I didn't feel relief, not exactly, but I felt something else, peace. The drama was no longer my burden to carry. I hung up the phone, knowing that I had done the right thing, even if it meant losing a part of my family. The weeks that followed were quiet. The relatives who had once pressured me to apologize slowly fell silent as the drama shifted from my wedding to other, newer family disputes. I didn't feel a sense of victory, but I did feel free. And when Ethan and I got back from our honeymoon, I realized something important. I had married the person I loved, and despite the chaos, that was the most important thing. It was time for me to live my life on my terms, and to stop allowing anyone, even family, to undermine my happiness. And with that, I finally closed that chapter of my life, knowing I had done what was best for me, and that I was strong enough to keep standing tall, no matter what anyone else thought.
So, after everything that happened, is she the a-hole for kicking her sister out of her wedding? Was she wrong to stand her ground when her sister deliberately wore white and tried to make the day all about her? What would you have done if you were in her shoes? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, because she could really use some outside perspective on this one. And if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next video.
My name is Arthur, and if there's one thing I've learned in the last year, it's that family can cut deeper than any stranger ever could. For context, I grew up in a family where achievements were rarely acknowledged unless they belonged to my brother, Martin. He was the golden standard, the responsible one, the hard worker. Me? According to my parents, I was the dreamer, the one who wasted time, the one who didn't know what responsibility meant. That narrative stuck for years. Even when I was quietly building a career, they didn't understand. I work in IT consulting. It's not flashy from the outside, but I built my own company from the ground up. Clients came slowly at first, then faster. By my late 20s, I had contracts with companies my father used to name drop in conversations, just to sound important. Still, in his eyes, Martin was the successful one, because he stayed close to home and joined the family's construction business. For years, I never pushed back. I just swallowed it, let them believe what they wanted, and kept working. The only people who knew the truth about my success were my closest friends and my girlfriend. My family. They'd never believe it anyway. That changed when I bought my dream house. It wasn't a mansion, but it was mine, modern, spacious, with tall windows overlooking the hills, and a kitchen I had spent months designing. Every tile, every paint color, every detail had my stamp on it. I worked for this. I sacrificed for this. For once, I wanted them to see me not as the dreamer, but as someone who made it. So I invited them over. My mom, dad, Martin, and even my Aunt Lorna with her son, Ezra, showed up. I had been nervous the entire morning, cleaning and double-checking everything. When their cars pulled into the driveway, my heart was beating like I was a teenager again, waiting for approval I had been chasing my whole life. I opened the door with a big smile. "Welcome to my home," I said, expecting at least some excitement. Nothing. Dad stepped in first, looking around like he was inspecting a property for sale. His eyes scanned the ceiling, the flooring, the walls. He gave a sharp nod, but didn't say a word. Mom followed, her expression neutral. She glanced at the kitchen, then immediately whispered something to her sister. Both of them smirked. Martin walked in last, arms crossed, a little smirk tugging at his lips. "Not bad," he muttered. "For a starter place." I felt my stomach sink, but I kept smiling. "Let me give you the tour." I led them from room to room, pointing out the custom work I had invested in. The built-in shelves, the glass doors leading to the patio, the office I had set up. Instead of admiration, I got nitpicking. "Why would you choose that color? It'll go out of style in a year. This layout wastes so much space. Are these cabinets even real wood? They don't look sturdy." At one point, Dad crouched near the baseboard in the living room, tapping it with his finger. "Cheap material," he announced. "You should have called me before you bought this. I would have told you to pass." Mom chimed in. "In the kitchen, it feels cold. Not cozy at all. Honestly, Arthur, it doesn't feel like a family home. It feels like, I don't know, a bachelor pad." Her voice dripped with disapproval. Aunt Lorna nodded along, whispering something about priorities to Ezra, who laughed quietly. I tried to brush it off, but inside, something cracked. I realized, standing there in my own home, that I had invited wolves into a place I had poured my heart into, and they were tearing it apart without hesitation. The final blow came when Martin leaned against the stair railing and said, "Well, it's not terrible, but if you'd saved longer, maybe you could have afforded something better. Still, good effort. Good effort." Like I had turned in a school project. They left after less than an hour. No thank you. No congratulations. Not even a simple "we're happy for you." Just criticism and thinly veiled jabs. That night, I sat in my living room, surrounded by everything I had worked for, and felt emptier than I ever had. Their voices echoed in my head, drowning out every ounce of pride I had felt before they arrived. I promised myself something then. I wouldn't let them touch what I built ever again. But a month later, the situation escalated in a way I couldn't have predicted. It was a Sunday morning when I got a text from Dad. At first, I thought it was a joke. He wrote, "House needs repairs. You owe $5,000. Pay up." I stared at my phone, confused. Repairs? Oh, I hadn't asked him to fix anything. I hadn't even seen him since the day they came over. I replied, "What repairs are you talking about?" His response came instantly. "Be serious, Arthur. We helped you spot all the issues in that place." I sent Martin and Ezra to take notes. "We've already started looking at contractors. The estimate is $5,000. It's your responsibility." My jaw literally dropped. They had come into my home, insulted it, and now they were trying to charge me money for imaginary repairs I never requested? I didn't even respond. I just sat there, staring at the text, anger rising like I hadn't felt in years. That was the moment I decided to draw the line. I sat at the kitchen counter, phone in hand, reading Dad's text over and over until the words blurred. $5,000. For repairs I hadn't asked for. Repairs they had spotted while insulting my house during the tour. The nerve of it almost made me laugh, except my stomach was twisting too tightly for humor. I thought about how the visit had gone. The way Dad tapped at the baseboards, Mom muttering to Aunt Lorna, Martin smirking while Ezra snickered in the background. At the time, I thought their little comments were just their usual way of putting me down. Now I realized they hadn't just been criticizing. They had been taking inventory. I put the phone down and walked into the living room. I looked at the very same baseboard Dad had crouched next to, the same cabinets Mom had dismissed as cheap, the railing Martin leaned against. None of it needed repairs. Everything was intact, clean, and exactly how I had left it. That's when I understood. This wasn't about repairs. This was about control. For my entire life, Dad had tried to position himself as the authority, the one who knew better, the one I should always consult. He built that narrative around Martin, too, grooming him to be the responsible son who followed Dad's lead. And now, faced with the fact that I had bought a home without needing his approval, his advice, or his involvement, he had to reassert control. By inventing problems. By fabricating costs. By trying to make me dependent on them again. I wasn't about to let that happen. So I crafted my response carefully. I opened the banking app on my phone and sent nothing. No money. Then I went back to the message thread and typed, "I'm not paying for imaginary repairs. Try me." It was blunt. It was final. And for once, I didn't hesitate before hitting send. Almost immediately, 3 dots appeared, the little sign Dad was typing back. I braced myself. But after a few seconds, the dots vanished. No reply. The silence stretched through the day. I expected at least a call from Mom or a snide message from Martin, but my phone stayed quiet. It felt eerie, like the calm before a storm. That night, as I locked up, a thought gnawed at me. How much access did they really have? When I first bought the house, I had made the mistake of being overly transparent. In a moment of misplaced trust, I had given Dad the spare key. I had also let him help set up the security system the week I moved in. At the time, it felt like an olive branch. Now it felt like a gaping vulnerability. And then there was the Wi-Fi. Martin had asked for the password during the tour, something about wanting to check the signal strength. I hadn't thought twice about it at the time, but now I wondered if they had used that access to poke around more than they should have. The realization made my chest tighten. If they thought they had authority over my house, what would stop them from just walking in? From hiring a contractor behind my back and sending me a bill? From treating my home like theirs? That night, I made a decision. The very next morning, I changed everything. I started with the locks. Every key was replaced with new ones they had never touched. I changed the garage code, the security system login, and even the camera access Dad had insisted on helping me set up. I reset the Wi-Fi, updated every password, and linked everything to a fresh email account they knew nothing about. By the time I was done, I felt a strange mixture of relief and anger. Relief, because my house finally felt like it was mine again. Anger, because I hated that it had come to this. Family should never have been a security risk. For a couple of days, things were quiet. I told myself maybe the message had been enough. Maybe they'd gotten the point. Then came the first knock on the door. It was a Wednesday afternoon. I had been working in my office, finishing up a call with a client, when I heard a car door slam outside. A moment later, the doorbell rang. I checked the camera feed and froze. It was Mom. She stood on the porch, clutching her purse, looking around nervously as if she half expected me not to be home. Then she rang the bell again. I didn't move. I just watched. She rang a third time, then stepped back and pulled out her phone. Seconds later, mine buzzed with a call. I let it go to voicemail. She tried again, and again. Finally, she sent a text. "Arthur, please open the door. We need to talk. It's about the house." I clenched my jaw. Of course it was. Always the house. Never me. Never just, "How are you doing?" or "We're proud of you." It was about what they thought they could take, fix, control. Through the camera, I saw her pace the porch. She rubbed at her eyes, her lips moving as if she were rehearsing what to say. For a moment, she looked genuinely upset, like she might cry. And then she did. She sat down right on the edge of the steps, put her face in her hands, and began sobbing. The sight twisted something inside me. Part of me, the old part, the one conditioned to seek their approval, wanted to rush out, to comfort her, to fix whatever narrative she was about to spin. But the other part of me, the part that had been dismissed, mocked, and now exploited, stayed rooted in place. Because I knew this wasn't just sadness. It was strategy. Her tears weren't about me. They were about control slipping through her fingers. I didn't open the door. I watched as she cried, as she checked her phone, as she looked back toward the street like she was waiting for someone. And when a second car pulled up, a car I recognized instantly as my father's, I realized this wasn't a visit. By the time Dad's car pulled into the driveway, the tension had thickened like a storm about to break. I watched through the security cameras as he stepped out, his posture rigid, his hands stuffed into his pockets. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just walked toward the porch, his gaze locked on Mom, who was still sitting there with her face buried in her hands. I stayed in my office, breathing slowly, trying to calm the part of me that wanted to storm outside. The other part, the part that had spent years being dismissed, ignored, and underestimated, was calculating. Every step they took, every word they were going to say, had a pattern. I had seen it for decades. I knew what was coming. Dad cleared his throat. Mom sniffled, looked up, and gave him a small, pleading nod, as if she needed him to lead the conversation. "Arthur," Dad called out, loud enough to carry through the front door. His tone was firm, practiced, like he was used to giving orders. "Open up. We need to discuss the house situation. Now." I didn't answer. "Arthur," Mom's voice cracked, this time from her own frustration rather than just performing sadness. "Please, just open the door. I can't do this without you listening." I stayed seated, fingers hovering over my keyboard. In front of me, the security feed showed Dad pacing a little, his face tight, veins showing on his forehead. Mom dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, glancing nervously at the street. They looked like they were rehearsing for some scene, some drama they hoped would make me bend. I thought about the text Dad had sent a month ago, the $5,000 for imaginary repairs. About how they had shown up uninvited to critique my house like it was their property. About every snide comment, every whisper, every laugh shared between Martin, Ezra, and Aunt Lorna. No, not this time. Then, Dad's voice shifted. It went from commanding to sly, almost casual. "Arthur, we know you've made changes," he said. "We understand you've restricted access. But this isn't just about locks. This is about family. You can't shut us out like this. You owe us for the work we've done." I felt a twinge of disbelief, but also a strange thrill. Every word they were saying revealed their true colors. The fake concern, the tears, the performance. It was all about control, about trying to make me submit to their authority. I typed a quick reply to Dad's text, even though he was standing right outside. "All access revoked. You owe me nothing, and I won't be paying for repairs I never requested. Try me." I hit send. Then I leaned back in my chair and waited. Mom looked up, eyes wide, tears still streaming, and whispered something to Dad I couldn't hear. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, then took a step closer to the porch. "You can't do this, Arthur. We are your parents." "We." I muted the sound on the cameras. I didn't want to hear his justifications. I didn't want to see him try to manipulate me. Instead, I opened the app controlling the smart locks. With a few taps, I could see the doors secured, the codes changed, and the alarm system active. Every point of entry they might have used before was now inaccessible. Every attempt to force the issue would be recorded, tracked, and neutralized. 2 days later, the full extent of their desperation became clear. I had gone out for a quick walk in the morning and returned to find something unusual. Mom, sitting on the driveway, sobbing quietly. Not just a few tears. This was a full breakdown, body shaking, shoulders hunched as if the weight of the world had finally fallen on her. Dad's car was parked haphazardly, doors open, Martin and Ezra standing awkwardly nearby. Their expressions were a mixture of frustration, disbelief, and, if I'm honest, fear. It was the first time I'd ever seen any of them genuinely unsure of how to proceed. I stepped onto the porch slowly, letting them see me clearly. Mom looked up, her face streaked with mascara and tears, voice trembling. "Arthur, please, I didn't mean we just..." I held up a hand. "Mom, don't start. You've spent your entire life trying to control me, criticizing me, dismissing me. Now, I'm in control, and you're not happy about it." She gasped, almost like she couldn't comprehend the words. Dad cleared his throat, stepping closer. "Arthur," he said, voice tight. "This is ridiculous. You can't just... This isn't how families operate. You need to pay for the repairs. You need to let us have access. You..." I raised a finger. "Stop. You had your chance to treat me like a human being. You chose insults. You chose to charge me for work I never asked for. You chose to trespass on my generosity. Now, you have zero access. Zero. And I don't owe you a thing." Martin tried to interject, smirking nervously. "Come on, Arthur, we're just trying to help. You're making this way bigger than it needs to be." I laughed quietly, the kind of laugh that surprised even me. "Help? You mean control. You mean make me bend. You mean turn my home into your stage for judgment and humiliation. That's not help, Martin. That's manipulation. And I'm done letting you do it." Ezra snorted, but even he looked uneasy. Aunt Lorna's face appeared in the background of Dad's car window, frowning sharply, arms crossed like a school principal who had been caught off guard. I took a deep breath. Everything you had access to is gone. Every key, every code, every account. If you want to enter my house now, you'll need to go through me. And I promise you it won't be easy." For a long moment, no one moved. The driveway was quiet except for Mom's sniffles and the distant hum of traffic. Then, Dad's voice rose, not in anger, but in a tight, controlled growl. "You think this is over, Arthur? You think a few locks and passwords will stop us? We've lived through worse. We've survived crises that make this look like child's play. You don't know what you've started." I smiled calmly. "Oh, I know exactly what I've started. And I'm ready." Mom shrieked. Well, more of a high-pitched gasp, and buried her face in her hands again. Martin and Ezra exchanged nervous glances. Dad took a step forward, and I saw the veins on his neck tighten. They stared at me on the porch like actors who had finally been caught mid-rehearsal. For a moment, I savored the small, clean truth of that. I had seen the play so many times I knew the lines. What I didn't expect was how children of habit turn suddenly clumsy when the stage collapses beneath them. When I stepped down from the porch, I kept my voice steady. "You want to talk? Fine. Come in." I could tell from the way Dad's jaw clenched that he hadn't expected an invitation. He hesitated, glanced at Mom as if asking permission, and then followed me through the front door. As soon as the door closed behind them, I locked it. It was a normal little motion, the sort everyone does without thinking, but in that moment it felt like an assertion. This house, these boundaries, my rules. They sat in the living room, all of them arranged like a family photo that had been forced to smile. Dad kept clearing his throat. Martin tapped his foot. Ezra had his hands in his pockets, trying for nonchalance and failing. Mom's eyes remained red from crying, but the set of her mouth was oddly firm now, like she'd decided on a script and was sticking to it. "You're going to listen," I said, and then I did something that felt almost theatrical. I walked to the shelf where I kept a small, unremarkable Bluetooth speaker and set my phone on top of it. The cameras, Yes, the cameras that Dad had once insisted on helping me install had recorded most of their visit the month before. I had watched those clips so many times the words were etched into me. The tapping, the whispers, Martin's muttered starter place, Aunt Lorna's thin laugh. I hit play. At first it was just ambient house noise. Then Dad's voice came through, clear as day. Cheap material. You should have called me before you bought this. Then Mom, her voice small and sharp. It doesn't feel like a family home. It feels like a bachelor pad. Martin's smirk and Ezra's laugh slipped in like punctuation marks. The clip ended with Dad saying, so calm, so certain, we'll get an estimate. You'll take care of it. They went quiet. Not a single defense rose to their lips. Not because they were remorseful, but because that sound of their own voices committed them. I watched them try to rearrange themselves into disbelief and failed. Arthur, this is out of context, Dad started. You know how it is, people joke. You told me I owed $5,000 for repairs. I cut in. Right after you all spent an hour cataloging everything you deemed wrong. And you left without so much as a thank you. My voice didn't shake. It was measured because I'd prepared every syllable. I had spent nights turning anger into evidence. I had spent afternoons combing through old messages, pulling receipts, and saving camera clips. I'd archived the voicemail where Mom's staged sobs turned into a performance of wounded virtue and matched them with texts between Dad and Martin planning who would say what. It felt clinical and, honestly, a little exhilarating. What are you doing, Arthur? Mom cried. Her voice was real this time, not the practiced tremble from the driveway. This is cruel. Am I cruel for showing you the truth? I asked. Or are you cruel for trying to turn my home into a ledger? Martin's face reddened. You can't just play private. It's not private if you're trespassing with intent to extort, I said. That was the trigger word. You could see it roll over them like a small wave of panic. Dad shot to his feet. This is ridiculous. You're being dramatic. We were trying to help. He tried to make the same old argument, but the audio, Dad criticizing the baseboard, Mom dismissing the kitchen, Martin's starter place, hung between us like a verdict. I laid out what I had done, step by step, but in summary rather than in detail. I told them I'd changed every key, reset every code, and closed any account that tied them to the house. I told them I'd documented their visit and stored copies in multiple places. I told them I'd shared a short message, carefully worded, factual, and impossible to twist, with a handful of people whose opinions they actually cared about. Our mutual neighbors, a cousin in my father's circle who'd never liked him anyway, and one of Martin's longtime clients who happened to be on an HOA board. I didn't shout. I didn't need to. The mechanics of what I'd done were the slow, grinding machinery of consequences, and watching that machinery hum into motion was satisfying in a quiet way. The room filled with frantic bargaining. Dad tried a paternal tone. Martin tried to minimize. Aunt Lorna called me impulsive and ungrateful through a flurry of indignation. But I saw how brittle their confidence was. They kept looking past me, toward the front window, toward the street, like they expected reinforcements. I knew why. They always relied on other people to validate them. Mobs were their refuge. They never liked being cornered alone. So I cornered them further. I told them I would do one thing, one reasonable, public thing, before I decided what came next. I said I would hire a certified contractor to walk through the house, at their expense, to document any legitimate repairs and provide a professional estimate. If the contractor found real, necessary repairs, I would pay my fair share. No theatrics, no rounding up numbers to call it 5,000. If the contractor found nothing, or found that the issues they'd flagged were cosmetic or exaggerated, then I would take the recordings and go to the people who mattered to them, and to the places where the lie would hurt most. The local business circle my father liked to pretend dominated, the construction community where Martin sought respect, and, if necessary, the legal avenues for harassment. Dad's hands were fists now. You can't, he began. Try me, I said, the phrase from the original text back in his face. It landed differently this time. It was not a dare, it was a contract. That night, I slept badly but with purpose. I woke early and started the long, small work of reinforcing what I had done. I emailed neighbors about the contractor visit and CC'd a few relevant people. I briefed a single trusted friend who was a paralegal on what I had recorded, not to file anything immediately, but to get counsel on the options if the family escalated. I organized the footage into clips, labeled by date and content. I prepared a concise, unemotional timeline of their visit, their text demanding $5,000, and the exchange that followed on the porch. 2 days later, they tried another angle. Martin called one of my coworkers, someone he thought might be sympathetic because of their mutual construction acquaintances, and spun a version where I was paranoid and ungrateful. I knew because the coworker texted me, confused, asking what the problem was. I forwarded the coworker the clip of Martin laughing while Dad called the baseboards cheap and added a short note. Decide for yourself. What I didn't expect was the ripple effect. The coworker, who had always leaned toward Martin because of old friendships, replied that he'd never heard Martin sound like that. He apologized to me. Small cracks in their little empire started to show. That's when Martin changed tactics. He swung from friendly sounding to petty. He started to show up at my work, just once or twice, under the guise of checking on Dad or dropping something off. Each time, I made sure an office manager greeted him with cool professionalism, and each time he left looking increasingly out of place, like someone trying to enter a party where they weren't on the list. Emboldened by these small victories, I planned the real reveal. I knew how much of their identity was built on approval and reputation. They thrived on talking about family unity at barbecues, about helping neighbors, about moral high ground. If I wanted them to lose, I'd remove the ground entirely. So I organized an event that on the surface would look like reconciliation, a backyard get-together, a small look, we can all be civil thing. I invited a few neighbors, my clients' spouses, and a cousin who'd always been fond of me. Importantly, I didn't invite Martin or Dad under false pretenses. I sent a polite public invitation and a separate message to them that said only, "Come if you want to discuss repairs and next steps." They accepted. On the afternoon of the event, the house smelled like coffee and the grill was on. People milled about, complimenting the kitchen in ways my parents never had and calling me by name with genuine warmth rather than the clipped tone I'd been given on the tour. Conversation bubbled. Laughter came easily. I kept an eye on the driveway. Dad and Martin arrived, as expected, and their faces told the story of people walking into a recital where they weren't used to applause. They took in the room and saw neighbors chatting with me as if we'd always been close, and the expression on Dad's face was something like thin ice creaking. I waited until the hosts clinked their glasses and the small talk swelled. Then I quietly cued my phone to play a new, short montage. This one was different from the porch audio. It was a curated sequence. The old visit clips, the text messages demanding $5,000. Then the moment when Dad called Mom from his car and told her to play the sadness while Martin rehearsed the line about estimating. I kept the montage factual, no embellishment, just the truth laid out like a row of dominoes. As the montage played through the backyard speakers, the atmosphere shifted. A few people stopped mid-sentence. Heads turned. Someone muttered, "Is that Dad?" The neighbors I'd copied in my emails leaned forward, recognition dawning. I could see the blush of shame spreading across Dad's face, the way you get when a mask slips. Mom's hand flew to her mouth, and she looked around as if for an ally. There were none. Martin tried to stand, to move, to salvage something. But the montage had done the work I couldn't with words. The neighbors quietly started asking questions they'd never felt safe to ask before. "Did you really ask him to pay $5,000? One of them asked, voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Another neighbor, an older man who'd been sourly suspicious of Dad for years, clucked and said, "Shame, that is." You could see the dynamics shift. People who had kept their heads down around Dad for fear of being drawn in were now avoiding his eyes. His authority, which had always depended on people deferring to him in public, felt diminished. Dad's face went white. He opened his mouth and then closed it. Martin's jaw worked, like a motor trying to find traction. They were good at the private theater of manipulation. They were terrible at public accountability. Then, like a detonator, Martin did something reckless. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, his finger trembling as he called someone. The gesture looked like a retreat. I watched the angle of his shoulders and felt a sick lurch in my stomach because I knew where this could go. Allies returning. Men with ties to my father's network showing up to defend him. I had prepared for embarrassment, for reputational damage, not for a physical escalation. Before Martin finished dialing, I stood up and walked toward them. My voice was calm. "If you want to take this further, if you want to call friends, contractors, or anyone else, do it now. But understand this. Everything I played is documented. I have copies. I have witnesses. You tried to turn my home into a profit center and a stage for your judgment. If you escalate outside the law, I will respond within it. Martin's finger hovered over the call button. Dad looked like a man deciding whether to run or to double down. For a split second, the whole long story of my life with them flashed in my mind. The times I stayed quiet to keep the peace, the nights I swallowed their words. I felt both exhaustion and a quiet clarity. There was no going back to the way things were. The call went through. On the other end, the voice was a low, familiar one, someone connected to their circle. The exchange was brief. I couldn't make out words, but I could read Martin's face as it went from tense to shocked to angry in a single breath. He ended the call, eyes glazing over as he looked at Dad. "Arthur," he said finally, voice hard. "You can't make people choose. You'll ruin everything." I looked out at my guests, the neighbors whose approval had always mattered to my father, the people who had once been on the receiving end of his moralizing, and I realized that this was the moment I had been working toward. Not to destroy them for the joy of it, but to make them accountable where they'd always avoided it. "I'm not trying to ruin anything," I said. "I'm trying to protect what's mine, and I'm trying to make sure you stop taking advantage of others." The air in the backyard held for a long second, like the hush when a heavy piece of glass is held steady before being dropped. Then Dad's voice, low and dangerous, cut through. "You think you can just throw us out and everything will be fine? People like us, people like me, don't vanish that easily." That line, so full of old menace, sounded tired. It sounded like a threat aged into a relic. And then, in the sudden quiet that followed, someone from my guests asked the question that changed the room again. "Did you really tell him to demand $5,000? For what exactly?" Dad opened his mouth to answer, and in that opening his hand trembled. Martin looked like a child who had been caught taking money from a jar. Mom's nails dug into her palm, so hard I could see white crescents. Before the conversation could tip into something I wasn't prepared for, I stepped forward, put my hand on the speaker, and ended the montage. The garden returned to a low murmur. "Enough," I said. "We can sort this, or we can make it worse. I prefer sorting. You have until the contractor walks through the house. If those repairs are legitimate, I'll do my part. If they're not, we talk about accountability." Their faces were masks, aghast, furious, wounded, and behind them I could see the slow, inevitable turning of social opinion. That, more than anything, terrified them. What none of us expected was how they would react once cornered and publicly diminished. Dad's next move would be something that forced a decision not just from me, but from other people I'd always counted on. It was the sort of move that could bring in other players, and it would test whether my careful, legal, social pressure had the teeth I thought it did. I was ready to face them in court if I had to, or in public hearings if that's where it ended. But as Dad opened his mouth to do something I didn't anticipate, my phone buzzed with a single message from an unknown number. The content of that message made my stomach drop and my hands go suddenly cold. The message on my phone was short and anonymous. "We can make this go away. Meet us at the old Miller lot at 6. Come alone." For a moment my stomach dropped. Not because I was worried about a physical confrontation. I'd prepared for exactly that possibility and had cameras and witnesses and a tidy paper trail, but because that message read like an escalation someone else had suggested to them. The way Martin had fumbled the call in the backyard, the look on Dad's face as if deciding whether to run or double down. Now it made sense. They'd reached out to someone in their network when they found themselves losing the one thing they valued most: reputation. I showed the message to no one. Instead, I did 4 things in quick, careful order. I forwarded the message to the paralegal friend I'd briefed and asked him to flag it. I emailed the contractor and moved up the walkthrough by 2 days and CC'd my neighbor liaison. I uploaded copies of the driveway and porch footage to a secure server and shared access with a lawyer contact I'd engaged earlier just to have counsel on retainer, and I informed a couple of neighbors, not to alarm them, but so there would be witnesses if anything weird happened at the Miller lot. If my family wanted shadows and favors, I'd meet them in daylight with witnesses and receipts. At 6 I drove to the Miller lot, a drained patch of land that used to host weekend flea markets. There was a man there when I arrived, exactly one man, leaning against a rusting pickup. He looked neither threatening nor particularly important. Middle-aged, a face like weathered leather, a jacket 3 sizes too big. He glanced up when I pulled into the gravel, and I knew in the instant we made eye contact how small their world was. The people they called in to intimidate were as transactional as they were. A favor for a favor, a man paid with promises rather than respect. He smiled the kind of small smile that has nothing to do with comfort. "You Arthur?" he asked. "Yes," I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it was steady enough. "You were asked to come here by Martin and my father." He nodded. "That's right." There were 100 ways that scene might have gone. I could have given him the show they wanted. Shock, bargaining, a little fear to make their employers feel the sway of men who did favors. Or I could do what I'd done all along. Be boringly competent. I laid my cards on the table. "You were offered money or favors to threaten me into paying $5,000 for repairs my father invented," I said. "I don't intend to be threatened. I made a record of every conversation. I know what you were promised. I'm prepared to hand everything to the police and to the lawyer if it comes to that. You walk away. You tell whoever sent you that whatever favor they thought they were buying with this is gone. You tell them this ended tonight." He studied me, then laughed softly. Not mean, just tired. "You got backbone," he said. "Most would cave." "Maybe," I said. "But most haven't had the same tape recorder." He left. Word got back to Dad and Martin that same night. They scrambled, and I say scrambled because the people they tried to buy loyalty from were interested in the check, not in defending a family that had burned its own bridges. Martin called 3 times that evening. I let it ring out each time. When he finally texted, his tone was thin and sharp. "Come home," he said. "We can talk." I had a contractor walk through 2 mornings later. He was methodical, polite, and neutral in a way that felt refreshingly bureaucratic after days of emotion. He turned his flashlight on corners, tapped tiles, made notes, and wrote a report that read like an instruction manual. The verdict: cosmetic touch-ups here and there, a loose baseboard that could be refastened, a cabinet hinge that needed tightening, but nothing structural, nothing that justified a $5,000 bill. He handed me the detailed estimate with line items and labor hours. The total came to less than $500, mostly materials and a modest labor charge. I sent the contractor's estimate to Dad and Martin. I also sent them a cover note that was short and precise. "If you have documented additional work you commissioned and paid for on my behalf, supply receipts. If not, this matter is closed. Pursue anything else, and I'll take your recorded comments and the timeline to the people who would care about it professionally." What followed was a week of small, crushing defeats for them and quiet consequences for me. Martin's construction client, the one he'd relied on for respectable contracts, received a copy of the backyard montage and the porch audio. He called Martin in for an explanation and, without drama, reallocated the last 2 jobs to other crews. A neighbor I hadn't known cared that much. A woman who ran a local community group Dad had long used for networking posted a calm, factual message to the neighborhood page about being aware of manipulation and helpful family advice. The post was careful and neutral, but the implication was there. Vague statements carry weight in small communities, and people filled in details from what they'd seen. Dad did 2 things that revealed his character like nothing else could. First, he went to a community meeting and tried to paint me as a spoiled son who had cut them off. A few people showed up to his defense, reflexively protective of the familiar patriarch. He read his version of events with the practiced voice he always used, clipped, authoritative, full of the little moral judgments he loved to serve. Second, and more ruinous, he tried to collect receipts from the so-called contractors he'd claimed to have hired. The names he produced were shaky, phone numbers that didn't match business addresses, invoices with smudged stamps. When a local tradesperson called to verify whether he'd been hired by my father, they found nothing. That was the beginning of the end. For Martin, the consequences were more immediate. When a couple of local clients quietly withdrew their support, his crews shucked off his leadership like barnacles. He tried to salvage things with a series of angry, increasingly public posts on his work page, but the tone read desperate. Reputation is a fragile thing in small industries. People remember who behaves ethically and who uses family drama as currency. Martin's work dried up over a month. Some of his friends, the ones who had been the most eager to take his side at family gatherings, stopped returning his calls. Mom was the cruelest to watch, not because she had burned a business or lost contracts, but because she had to live with the realization that the source of her leverage, that sad, performative act she could pull out to bend others, had been exposed for what it was. She arrived a few times after the montage with her eyes red and her lines rehearsed, but people stopped taking her seriously. Neighbors who'd once nodded sympathetically now gave her polite but distant smiles. Aunt Lorna called a community matron she'd long envied and found herself met with a frosty silence. It wasn't violent. It was something worse for them, normal consequences. People stopped granting them the soft assumptions they'd always lived on. The legal part was pleasant in its bureaucracy, and I will admit I enjoyed it. The lawyer my paralegal friend recommended wrote a succinct letter to Dad and Martin outlining harassment and the ramifications of continuing to make false claims about me and my property. It was a calm, legal thump on their door. Dad, who loved posturing, had to sit down and read a page of black and white obligations and liabilities. He didn't like the feeling. He wasn't used to being constrained. They tried a last-ditch move, a small claim suit for defamation against me filed by Martin. He claimed I had hurt his business by playing the audio publicly. The court date was scheduled. I went in with my footing. I had the contractor's estimate, the recorded audio, copies of the emails where Dad demanded money, the neighbor's statements, and a short dossier showing Martin's timeline of losing clients after my evidence circulated. The judge listened, reviewed the files, and dismissed the suit. It was fast and clinical and utterly final. The judge's decision was not a moral proclamation. It was an administrative fact. Martin lost, and with that loss came a finality that had less drama and more consequence than any shouting match could have produced. A month later, the family had been paired back to a smaller, angrier unit. They still phoned sometimes, Dad more often than the others, his voice alternating between contrition and accusation, as if trying to find a tone that would get him what he wanted. I did not return those calls. Martin texted with increasingly thin attempts at negotiation. I responded once to request a list of their receipts. They never produced them. Aunt Lorna sent a terse message about family. One line about distance is sad, which is a phrase people toss around when they want to pretend pain, but not responsibility. Mom left one message on my voicemail that was long and messy, an apology tangled with strings of blame. I saved it, the way people save things to remind themselves why they acted the way they did. I did not delete the recordings that proved it was performative. The end state was simple and clean. I kept my house. They kept their pride. The contractor did a minor set of repairs, the hinge, the baseboard, and I covered it because paying a couple of $100 to close the door on any lingering excuse felt like buying peace. Dad and Martin lost social standing. Martin lost several contracts. Aunt Lorna found herself politely excluded from the community circle she loved, and Mom had to live with the knowledge that the weapon she'd wielded for years, sympathy used as leverage, no longer worked. Did I feel triumphant? In a sense, yes. There was a satisfaction in watching someone who had always used people as props finally have their props taken away. But it was not the kind of joy people often imagine when they picture revenge. It was quieter, an unpeeling of expectations, the steady return of calm to my house. Neighbors who now greeted me with the simple warmth of people who had seen both sides. Do I forgive them? No. Forgiveness would require a recognition of wrongdoing and an attempt to change, and none of them so much as own their part. They still speak of family as though moral high ground can be claimed by those who never practiced it. They still call themselves victims in the privacy of their calls, but the world outside their calls no longer treats them as authorities. Today my house is mine in the way it should have been from the beginning. The locks I changed remain the locks I use. The codes I set are ones only I and a handful of trusted friends know. I have fewer family dinners. I have more quiet Saturdays where I can work in my garden and listen to a playlist without the sneer of comparison. My relationship with the community has shifted. I have stronger ties with neighbors who stood by me and clients who respected my composure, and the long-term cost to my family's reputation has been paid. They are lonely in ways they never understood until now. Sometimes, when the light hits the kitchen just right and the house hums with the small, ordinary noises of a life I built, I think about the shape of revenge. It wasn't fireworks or a public spectacle. It was documentation, witnesses, and the patience to let truth seep into places where their influence had once been absolute. It was not about making them pay in dollars. It was about taking away the currency they had always traded in: status, sympathy, and unquestioned authority. They still show up on special occasions, sometimes at a distance, because blood has its stubborn claims. I do not invite them in. When I see them now, it is through the glass. Mom at a charity fair where she tries to perform warmth to strangers. Dad at a community luncheon where his platitudes land flat. Martin trying to drum up business at a trade event and finding the doors closed. Their lives continue. Mine does too, quieter, steadier, and owned. In the end, I got what I wanted. I kept the house, and I drew a line. The house is a home now, not a stage. The family that treated it like bookkeeping and theater? They are outside, still trying to negotiate the world with the same old tactics that stopped working the day I started treating their words as evidence instead of truth. I never paid them a cent. I changed every key and every account they had access to. 2 days later, Mom was crying in the driveway, and months after that, the crying faded into headlines and conversation and the thin, corrosive silence of people who discovered their influence no longer reached as far as it used to. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.